What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is October 22nd, 2024, a Tuesday. This is NCC TV coming to you live from Sumaru City. We are live, or at least that's how it appears to my senses. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real. Synthetic lifeform streamer trapped in a cyber brain and body, like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my student loans and my debt to society. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, whenever, or wherever you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv and youtube.com. High risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the distant cyber future. Oh my god, chat. It's still fucking going on, and it's gotten worse. It's gotten worse, right? We got our first casualties of the ego war. That's what I'm gonna call this. Like, begun it has the ego war. No, it's like all about Destiny's ego and Ethan's ego, right? This is the sad thing, right? It's nominally has something to do with world events. It has something to do with what's going on in Palestine right now, but it's so deranged. And I don't mean that in an ableist way. I mean, it's deranged. It's been taken away from the actual substance and driven into this drama zone by two drama mongers, by two people without much to say at all. Other than Hasan bad. And they're going to keep saying it no matter who it hurts, who it affects. Hey, we were talking about tea the other day, and I think I showed you my tea grinder. But what I didn't show you is this, right? That's what makes it work. It goes... That's what makes the world go round, right? That's what makes the tea go round. No, like, it's kind of like if you want to make your own matcha. Because matcha's, like, ridiculously expensive. Only Arab creators were banned from, yeah, the people that were on that panel. Those are the only people that faced a ban. So far. I mean, they're still going for Hasan. Like, and it, like, remember where this all came from. This was, like, salty motherfuckers mad that Asmongold got banned for dehumanizing Palestinians. And they're like, well, what about Hasan? Well, what about Hasan? What about Hasan? What about Hasan is anywhere approaching, you know, the idea that a group of people being whatever, you know, attached to a government that is in favor of genocide, which we could think of another group of people that actually fit that description, are deserving of that happening to themselves, right? Hasan's not saying that. Nobody would say that except for somebody that is just in the take economy. Like, right, you gotta be pretty enmeshed in the take economy. And when I say the take economy, I mean the idea that everybody's got to have a take, right? You know, you got an issue that's hot, it's popping off. Ooh, Israel, Palestine, what's your take? And it's like everybody, you know, no matter how little they know about the issue, no matter how little they understand, no matter how little thought they actually give to it, right? We got to find out what we need to find out what Warcraft Boy has to say about the issue, right? And it's like, no, you know, actually you don't. Actually, you don't. Actually, if Warcraft Boy, you know, is just like this up to his ass in Warcraft and doesn't really understand what he's talking about, then maybe he shouldn't give a take, right? Maybe that we don't need that take. Maybe that take is not a worthwhile commodity, right? But, you know, in this commodity, in this economy, that's what I'm talking about, chat. This is what happens with Twitch streamers, right? They get to a certain size playing video games, and it's great. You're really good at video games. Now, in Asmongold's case, I'm trying not to be mean, but I wasn't impressed by his Valheim play. And that's the only game that I've seen him play that I really know well enough to say that he's bad at it. He's bad at it, right? So I don't even know if it's about... From what I hear, it's not about Asmongold being good at anything. It's just that he's, like, relatable, right? He's somehow relatable to the... I don't know. To a certain demographic. a certain demographic of white cis hetero gamers. You voted for the fashion analysis. That's a very sophisticated choice right there. Hasan platformed a terrorist and played unvetted terrorist propaganda, according to Ethan. It's weak, he's a bad person, and he's a fake friend, yeah. No, he's no kind of friend at all. I was watching reruns of Space Precinct. What's that about? Which had to prove their against anti-Semitism, I'm assuming. Strictly... Oh, I see what you're saying. They're anti-Semitic strictly towards brown people. I gotcha. Yeah, I mean, like, the irony of that panel is, you know, people don't really understand, like, identity, even. The Teddy Fresh offensive, says Magoggles. It's like AOC versus Fetterman, once again winning. This thing has won the polls so many times, but it always gets... Either we don't hit the bonus goal, or it gets outvoted. Or it gets out-donated, I mean. Sorry. Remember when JD Vance called Trump America's Hitler? I've been curious. What if he said it not out of disdain, but rather admiration? I mean, the context, right? We're talking about JD Vance's text messages. Or Squall Leonard is talking about JD Vance's text messages. And in that context, it did not seem to be that. But yeah, given JD Vance's current political alignment, current political allegiances, the kind of neo-reactionaries, the kind of neo-reactionary stew that guy is swimming in, I wouldn't be that surprised. I would not be surprised. Morbius Dragon, thank you for the gifted membership to Skye. Skye B, you just got weaseled. And that's a good thing. Yeah, when you donate, make sure to let me know in the chat which of these topics you want to see as your bonus content, and I will try to make that happen for you. Today I've kind of put some extra stuff in there, alright? Gaming, we're falling behind with gaming. But the problem that I had with gaming is, like, when I separated my gaming streams from my regular stream, the gaming was not paying the bills, let's just put it that way. So if people want to see gaming happen, then you gotta vote for it. And maybe donate for it if you're really down for it. Irene, I voted for AOC, yes! Got you, thank you, Morbius. Thank you for that, and I'm sure that Skye B thanks you as well. Yeah, AOC versus Fetterman doing pretty well. Boar Granddad in 3rd place, Jordan Peterson in 2nd place. Gaming is nowhere. So yeah, I mean, like, I don't know, if there's no real hunger for gaming, I mean, I guess I won't do it. I just, like, it's nice to do something for a little bit of a, I don't know, palate cleanse, a little bit of an escapism. You know, it's hard. It's like, I mean, there's some very real stuff coming down the wire, including this election. An election for which none of the candidates are very good, but one of the candidates, yeah, is a straight-up fascist, right? So, it's pretty serious. And it's pretty important, and I feel obliged to cover at least the Trump tent. Like, I'm kind of in the same booth, Why did I say booth? I'm in the same boat as Hasan, right? In that, you know, like, people, you know, ask him, you know, you think Kamala's better than Trump, right? So why don't you join some of the get out the vote effort? And it's kind of like, do you really want me to join the get out the vote effort? Because that doesn't really make a lot of sense when you have so much criticism for Kamala, you know, both in terms of the efficacy of her campaign and in terms of the, morality of her rhetoric, the degree to which, she's kind of feels the need to compromise herself in order to get elected. It's almost like when Democrats campaign in a way that indicates that they don't believe in their own side, they don't believe in their own message, they're not here to protect their own people, then how do you expect the larger voting public to take you seriously, right? There's a real credibility gap when you make certain promises, you use certain rhetoric when running for president in 2020, and then come 2024, you back away from all that. You're like, oh no, I've learned a lot in 4 years. Yeah. Wow. You've learned a lot. Yeah. But yeah, that's the whole thing. I think my best effort towards helping Trump not get elected is to cover Trump, to cover Vance, to cover all these sussy bakas and tell you what they're really about. And really do, in a way, I am working with the Kamala campaign in the terms that Kamala says, if you really want to understand what's wrong with Donald Trump, go to one of his rallies. Well, not a lot of people are going to go to his rally, especially if you're not a MAGA chud. That could be dangerous for you, right? There's a lot of scary people at those MAGA rallies, right? Remember the guy that recently at Coachella forgot to take his gun out of his car, and it just kind of, apparently a fan of Trump, apparently did not, intend any harm towards the former president and current fry cook. Do you know that they gave him a fry cook certificate? He did not pass the McDonald's fry cook training course, right? There is actually a training that you do if that's your station at McDonald's, right? And that's what that certification is usually for. But yeah, Trump was given an honorary degree in fry cooking for the 15 minutes of LARPing that he did. By the way, that's my latest video. I put it out because it was actually pretty good out the gate. Like I did a good job covering it. I am satisfied that is one of my better videos, right? The algorithm does not seem to think so. And I do have this struggle, right, between, what the algorithm seems to want. The algorithm would have loved it if I'd put out every single Sunday video. I assume that some of you would not have liked that. Can you imagine if I had how Sunday put out video after video after video about Tyler? Can you imagine if I had done that with Sunday? The algorithm would have loved it. The views would have been great. But yeah, YouTube just doesn't have any faith in me as a political creator. So I'm very thankful to those of you out there that watch the video, that get your notifications and hit that. That helps me out a lot. And essentially, in order for YouTube to put that video out to a larger audience, more people have to click on it, right? So it's a great thumbnail. Thank you, Zara. Zara's actually put together that thumbnail for me. I did a version of the thumbnail, and she looked at it and said, I think I can do better. And she was right. I think it's a better thumbnail. I think it's an amazing thumbnail, right? I think that she's helping me create this American religion of Trump Donalds, right? This fever dream that I had where I just imagined Donald Trump on the cross with ketchup dripping out of his palms, dripping off of his head, on his side, you know what I'm saying? And he's transfigurating. He's turning into the clown. He's turning into Ronald McDonald on the McDonald's sign right before our eyes. It's like the perfect thing. The perfect blend of exploitation, capitalism, commercialism, and Trumpism, really. Just like the great American con man. So I don't know. I think it's pretty interesting. I think I was onto something. Hopefully, history will vindicate me, because right now that's not doing too well in the algorithm. But yeah, thank you to everybody who's watched that so far. And thank you to all of you who are going to watch that right after the stream. Oh, that's really sweet of you. So yeah, we got to cover the Teddy Fresh offensive, as McGoggles has called it. Mustard from mustard on the nose. I'm sorry, mustard from his nose. I got it. I will laugh at the USA votes him back in. Many doctors, you might have a few people knocking on your door, a few American refugees wanting to get the fuck out of the country if that happens. Blood into ketchup. Oh no. you put the Trump in the Jesus metaphor. King Cyrus, Donald is the new hot. Wait, who's King Cyrus? Is that the dude? Oh my god. Wait, no, that's the dude that tried to murk Jesus when he was a baby, right? Is that King Cyrus? I can't remember. I'm trying to remember. There was some evil king dude that was all like, "Get me the body of the baby Jesus," and they're like, "Yes, sir, we'll get." It was like, it was like a whole story complete with like minions and stuff. Like they were like, "Go get Jesus for me." Yes, we'll return with Jesus, and they don't because he stays in the manger. They'll never look for him in this manger. That's a wild story. I remember like the story. You know what I'm talking about? Like the story of Jesus in the Bible when he's like a little kid, right? Or not a little kid. He's a baby. The baby Jesus. You know what I'm talking about? Do you remember that part? And like, it's like this whole thing. They go down to Egypt, which I'm not sure if that's real. Like back in the day, correct me if I'm wrong, the Sinai Desert was not an easy place to traverse, and yet in the Bible story in the New Testament, Jesus is said to have been spirited away to like didn't they take him to Egypt or something? Because the King Herod, I'm sorry, God, I'm getting my evil kings mixed up. Yeah, this is King Herod that we're talking about. Shakespeare, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Yeah, it's King Herod. Who's King Cyrus? Who is Cyrus? I honestly don't remember a Cyrus. Philip Mitchell, you just got weaseled. Dim Snow Bunny, you just got weaseled. Holly has his cracker mini painting. You just got weaseled. Rachel, you just got weaseled. And Sad, you just got weaseled as well. Morbius Dragon says, I'm King David. Wait, but am I right about that? It's King Herod? The Bible thing actually, and the evangelicals are eating it up? Wait, are you talking about Trump? I mean, look, I was just looking at all the weird stuff that he does, right? He grabs the salt and he's like, oh, hey, salt, gotta throw it over my shoulder. Haha, good luck. I'm kind of superstitious. And I'm just like, these are the rights to a new American religion. Like, Jim Morrison would be proud. Anybody ever read Jim Morrison's cringy poetry? 1 in chat if you've read Jim Morrison's cringy poetry. 2 in chat if you think it's not actually all that cringy. It's pretty good. I can't believe that you're dissing my favorite poet, Jim Morrison. Look, I will admit that I liked An American Prayer when I was a little one. I thought that was cool as fuck. Let's reinvent the... Oh my god, can we, like... I gotta find this. It's something like this. Awake. Shake dreams from your hair, my pretty child, my sweet one. Choose the day and choose the sign of your day, the day's divinity. First thing you see. A vast, radiant beach in a cool, jeweled moon. Couples, naked, race down by its quiet side. And we laughed like soft, mad children, smug in the woolly cotton brains of infancy. The music and voices are all around us. Choose, they croon, the ancient ones. The time has come again. Choose now, they croon, beneath the moon, beside the ancient lake. Enter the sweet forest. Enter again the sweet forest. Enter the hot dream. Come with us. Everything is broken up and dances. I am the lizard queen. No, just kidding. Yeah, Jim Morrison's, I don't know. Like, it was ruined for me, actually, by the fact that, like, my, ex's, like, one of my ex's boyfriends, was super into Jim Morrison. And this motherfucker was, I don't want to have a go at anybody's intelligence. I don't want to have any go at anybody's education, right? I don't want to be that person. But it's one thing if you're not very educated, all right? It's another thing if you think you're hella smart. And this motherfucker, he reads Jim Morrison's poetry, so you know he thinks he's hella smart, right? He's yeah. You might know the type, actually. I think there's like a gazillion of him. I think it's like, if you're not careful, you'll end up dating my ex's boyfriend. And I don't mean like literally him, I just mean somebody just like him. It was Herod, yeah. Doesn't that part of the Bible kind of feel like a Saturday morning cartoon? Like, right, it's like one of those cartoons of a Nintendo game where Ganon sends his evil minions out to go and get the princess, but instead of the princess, it's baby Jesus. It's like, go and get me baby Jesus. I want to cook him up in my barbecue. Like, yes, master, we will go get Jesus for you. And Jesus hides in a manger. It's like, oh shit, we didn't look in the manger. God damn. We looked in there and there was like donkeys and shit. And we were like, no, it's not worth. There's no way a baby's in there, but sure enough, there's babies in the manger. Cooking up the medicine. Oh my god, what is that song? Yeah, Subterranean Homesick Blues. I'm gonna regale you with 60s culture and lyrics today. Oh, I'm sorry. Johnny's in the basement, mixing up the medicine. I'm on the pavement, thinking about the government. The man in the trench coat, badge out, laid off, says he's got a bad cough, wants to get paid off. Look out, kid. It's something you did. God knows when, but you're doing it again. You better duck away the alleyway. You better duck down the alleyway looking for a new friend. Man in the coonskin cap by the big pen wants $11 bills. You only got 10. Maggie comes fleetfoot, faceful, black suit, talking out the heat foot, glance in the bed butt. Mom, the phone's tapped anyway. Maggie says that many say they must bust in on early May. Orders from the DA. Look out, kid. Don't matter what you did. Walk on your tiptoes. Don't try to no-doze. Better stay away from those that carry around a fire hose. Keep a clean nose. Watch for the plain clothes. You don't need a weatherman to know which way the wind blows. Get sick, get well, hanging around your inkwell. Ring bell, hard to tell if anything is gonna sell. Try hard, get barred, get back, right frail, get jail, jump bail, join the army if you fail. Look out, kid, you're gonna get hit, but users, cheaters, 6 times losers. Hang around the theaters, girl by the whirlpool, looking for a new fool. Don't follow the leaders. Watch out for the parking meters. Get born, keep warm, short pants, romance, learn to dance, get dressed, get blessed, try to be a success. Please her, please him, buy gifts, don't steal. Don't lift. 20 years schooling and they put you through on the day shift. Look out, kid. They keep it all hid. Better jump down a manhole. Light yourself a candle. Don't wear sandals. Try to avoid a scandal. Don't want to be a bum. You know you better chew gum. Pump don't work because the vandals took the handle. Oh my god. Okay, well that's enough 60s for you. Yeah, there we go. I feel like I'm there, you know? I feel like I'm hanging out with Timothy Leary, Jerry Garcia, all kinds of luminaries from the boomer generation. Oh, Fallout New Vegas. Okay, so I'm gonna put it on gaming. I thought about putting thank you, Shakespeare, by the way, for the gift subs. I thought about maybe Cyrus is a Persian king. Cyrus is the Persian king. Gotta get a nose ring. Gotta be the next thing. Oh no. Chat, I'm turning into Bob Dylan here. You gotta help me. You gotta help me. I'm not a Bob Dylan fan. I'm not a Bob Dylan fan. I'm not a Jim Morrison fan. I just know a lot about boomer culture because I grew up with some boomers. Yeah, so what I was saying, okay, let me... I feel like... Okay, so some people think I'm giving Jim Morrison... Look, I don't hate Jim Morrison, okay? I just don't have an opinion. I just know that I was cringe when I really thought that the Doors were cool. And it was all because of a friend of mine that told me they were cool. I just believed people back in the day, chat. I was like, well, okay, if you say it's cool... I had no culture. I had no, like, anything. That's... what? Oh, I know what's going on. Yeah, what was I trying to say? I was trying to say, look. Okay, so I thought about putting gaming Metaphor v Fantasio and gaming Fallout New Vegas, right? I thought about putting them separate, but then I realized, like, gaming's got no chance if I do that. You know what I'm saying? There's no shot. It's not gonna happen. It's just not gonna happen, right? I've got to pool gaming together into one category, and then if that gets picked, then we pick it, right? We decide which one. Because that's the only way that gaming has got any shot. Curious if Trump wins and it goes to hell like we expect. I'd love the guesstimate of conservatives that would admit they were wrong. Zero squall. They'll be intimidated, right? This is the whole thing. Even liberals, right, will be intimidated. Right? Trump is a corrupt motherfucker. He says, drain the swamp. He is the swamp. He turns everything he touches into the swamp, right? He's like that troll. If you've ever seen that movie... now, I know a lot of you know about Troll 2, the worst movie ever made. The one where they're, like, turning people into green goo and eating them. But there was a Troll 1 before Troll 2. And in that Troll 1, there was an evil little troll that creeped around and turned an entire... Like, you know the whole thing about Tren de Aragua in Aurora, Colorado? Supposedly Tren de Aragua was gonna... they took over, like, an apartment building. The troll, Torak, in Troll 1, actually did take over an apartment building. And by take over an apartment building, I mean go into Sonny Bono's apartment and poke him with a ring so that he turns into a turd. Literally transformation scene. If you ever want to see what would it look like if Sonny Bono got turned into a green poop, that's available for you in Troll 1, if you ever want to check that movie out. Probably for free on YouTube. I don't even know. But yeah, he turns into a green, like, turd cocoon, and out of him busts an entire primeval forest of, like, trolls and gnomes and elves and all kinds of magical creatures, right? Because that's what the troll is, that's what the troll is comfortable with, right? It's like he wants a troll terrarium to live in, right? An apartment building isn't quite right for the troll. He needs to have it more like, you know, where he's from, in the mystical primeval forests of yore. And so that's what Donald Trump is like, though. I'm serious. He is like the troll from Troll 1. He turns everything into poops, and then something comes out of the poop and infects everything. He's just gross. He's gross. It's going to be gross if he wins. You don't expect that, like, principled conservatives will stand up and be like, I was with Donald Trump before, but now that I realize that he's all about fascism, I am not on board with that. No, they will be on board. That's how fascism works. Even people that have disavowed and said, like, J.D. Vance, I think he might be an American Hitler. Somebody asked me about this earlier. J.D. Vance's a text message that got exposed where he says, you know, half of me thinks that he might be the American Hitler. The reason that J.D. Vance changed his mind about Trump is because he perceived Trump to be strong and to be able to give him what he needs to be necessary, right? J.D. Vance, had he continued to be a anti-Trump Republican, would end up in the same place with Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger completely out of power. And at the end of the day, J.D. Vance cared more about power than he did about standing up to fascism. And so many of these Republicans do. There's a lot of Republicans already that don't like Trump. They don't like him. They didn't want him. They opposed him. Ted Cruz is an example. Lindsey Graham is an example. The Bush family, probably the Cheney family too. Well, no, actually, God, the Cheneys. God damn it. The Cheneys are Kamala's problem now. That's wild. That's wild. Okay, let me get back to this Bible stuff. In Isaiah, God chose Cyrus to subdue the nations before him and strip the kings of their armor. I didn't get into the... I don't remember the prophets as much as I do the law books and all the other stuff. First century historian Josephus also credits Cyrus with freeing the Jews from captivity and helping to rebuild the temple in Jerusalem. I was blown away when I found out that the whole Egyptian arc of the Bible is fake news. It's just didn't happen. And so that's why I'm really suspicious of the idea that Jesus and family went down into Egypt to hide away from King Herod. King Cyrus, Persian king, he's the prophet. He's a prophet in the Jewish faith for freeing them. Oh, yeah. That makes sense. That makes sense. It does sound familiar, yeah. Cyrus is the virus? Cyrus the virus is on board the Con Air plane? Oh, it's Malkovich? Yeah, different king, huh? Jim Morrison wrote the theme tune to Ski... What is Ski Sunday? There's a long way to go before you hit the bottom of musical talent. Yeah, Tim Pool. Probably. I heard that song again today, recently. And yeah, the song that Tim Pool's song that he put out, and he thought it was so good. And it's really a vanity project, right? It's like I guess he, a lot of people, right, wanted to be. Where the fuck is my? Oh, there it is. I gotta have my tea, chat. I gotta have my tea. Somebody in the comments the other day was like, "Why are you pouring syrup from your thermos?" I mean, does that look like syrup? I don't know where anybody's seeing syrup, but it's tea. Maybe it was coffee, right? I also use this thing for coffee, so I was probably pouring out thick coffee, and they were like, "Oh, it's syrup." No, I don't drink syrup. I'm not a mugwump, okay? My association with Dr. Benway is not that. Dr. Abe Whitney Benway. Definitely remember there being more to it, but Blinken over there to hold ceasefire talks. Yeah, still trying to ostensibly get a ceasefire negotiated in the conflict in Lebanon. I mean, it's getting bad. It's getting really bad. And, Israel's next move in Lebanon, I'm kind of worried it's gonna spark another immigration crisis, like what happened with Syria not so long ago. It's not even a good beef. Yeah, this is a low value beef. I prefer Tupac. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I got the receipts of my claim in general chat. Wait, what's your claim, Terror? Did I miss that? Was that earlier in chat? Wait, let me switch. Hey, while I do it, everybody else should do it too. Switch from top chat to live chat. I always forget to do this, but it's really important because sometimes You don't know. You miss people's chats. You got the receipts. Wait, of your claim. Wait, okay, I posted it in general chat. The claim. Do you talk about the claim earlier? I'm trying to figure out what claim you're talking about. Want to know the most unfortunate bad name song title? If the kids can't make... No! That's a real name for a song? Oh my god, I can't even... No, I gotta get that off my screen. That's real? Oh my god, that's super unfortunate. Like, assuming they didn't mean anything gross about it. Mellow Yellow? Like the song by Donovan, Mellow Yellow? 60s was self-actualization and hippies inventing bro-liberalism, yeah. And ruining the blues while they were at it by extending the blues and using them, using the blues as a vehicle for their masturbatory guitar solos. Trump can't grow hair on his ass? Wait, what? Oh, it's an argument in chat. Midi Doctor says, I bet Trump has a hairy swamp ass. Well, yeah, no, the troll actually in Troll had a very hairy ass. But maybe it was because they can't show an ass on a PG-13 movie, which I'm assuming it is. And so if the troll has a hairy ass, then you don't really see the troll ass. But nobody's really trying to look at a troll ass, are they? Just watch Rebel Moon Part 1 and 2 in Netflix. It's really good. The doors sound better when you're a teenager sneaking shots. That's so true. That's so true. Stray Ballistic, you got it. Yeah. Sneaking shots out of your parents' booze stash. And if you do that, do you refill the booze with water? Do you water down the booze, or do you just, like, take the risk of your parents figuring out that you're sneaking booze? You could try to tell them it's evaporation. You know what I mean? You could be like, you could, you know, especially if you're like, if you knew some equations from, like, if Trump wins, a more kinetic politics will ensue. If Trump wins, I'm getting the fuck out of the country. I don't know how I'm gonna make it happen, but I gotta make it happen, because I can't continue to speak truth in a Trump-run country. Arnold Palmer, yeah, speaking of big club, speaking of people who swing a big club, Arnold freaking Palmer. The point of the Bible isn't fact, it's truth. It's a Jewish meditation literature. Nice. I wish what wasn't going on, Temple? Oh, Sam. See, I read that you forgot to type Sam, but I knew what you're talking about anyway, MIDI Doctors. Yeah, that's probably, if Destiny or Ethan went at you, would you? Wait, sorry. If Destiny or Ethan went at you, would you all it targeting? Because it's not if you bring them up first. Wait, Don Jr., I don't know what you're saying, but you are a member of the Trump family, so I need to listen to your words. We got a celebrity in chat. Everybody, you know, nice little clap for Don Jr. Welcome in, Donald Jr. You're my favorite Trump fail son, by the way, right? A lot of other people would say Eric Trump or Ivanka. Forget that. You're the best. You're the best. But I think that what Donald Jr. is trying to tell me is that he considers me to be fair game because I have talked about parasocial daddy. Also, Donald Jr., you're making the assumption that Destiny hasn't had a go at me. You're making a very funny assumption to me, right? You seem to think it's my first rodeo. And it's not. The sweet thick syrup, that's how you feed mugwumps. Yeah, if you wanna farm mugwumps for their intoxicating fluids, you gotta feed them the thick sweet syrup. That's true. Yeah, what is up with Don Jr.? I want to know more. Donald Jr., if you're gonna make terroristic video, like a terroristic comic book villain style threats, you gotta give us more, right? You're just being a little too aloof. You're being a little too I want to hear more. I'm curious. I'm very, very curious, sir. I'll drink syrup. I'm all about the syrup. Messianic as fuck. I mean, Trump is definitely giving those vibes lately. The gospel according to Jerry. Did I miss Jerry's gospel reading? I'm always here for that. Wait, what? I'm on live. Why do I not see what Jerry had to say? Oh, the gospel according to Jerry is switch into live chat. Don't be in top chat. That's true. As a Canadian, I drink maple syrup for sure. I mean, it's good stuff. Is it thick? I drink molasses. Top chat, live chat is the most useless annoyance. Oh, I know, right? There's a few annoyances like that. Like, did you know, chat, that if I start a stream, I've got to set it to be monetized. And that might not sound like much, right? If you don't realize that monetizing anything on YouTube is the way to get it to get any sort of views, right? When things don't really get views unless they're monetized, right? But it's the default is to not be. I wonder if I could change that. I wonder if I could make the default monetized instead of not monetized. I want to hear more of these terroristic comic book threats. Donald Jr. Donald Jr. Get down here right now. I want to know what you got in mind for me. Are you gonna do a Reddit post? What are you gonna do? What rules have I broken? There's like rules to Destiny's community, right? And if you're in violation of them, well, God help you. Good blues song is Tobacco Road by that one dude with white hair. Wait, that sounds familiar. We live on the Starship USS Enterprise allowance scheme. Ethan is actively looking for people in Hasan's community saying questionable shit to attack Hasan by proxy. Yeah, that does seem like his game. Also modding his own sub? Oh, did he take over his subreddit? My mom asks why her videos froze in the freezer so that I had to drink all the alcohol. Why her videos froze in the freezer? So I had to drink all of her alcohol to prove that I don't water it down? Ireland is beautiful all year round, and we don't hate trans people, which is always a bonus. That is true. That is a bonus. Oh, vodka, not videos. Okay. Asked me why her vodka was frozen in the freezer, so I had to drink all her alcohol to prove I don't water it down. Molasses and maple syrup are good. Oh, yeah, you're right, yeah. They make, yeah, molasses is like super important ingredient in any sort of barbecue sauce. You know what I'm saying? Any kind of barbecue sauce you want to make, you better have that molasses in it. And actually, chat, if you get blackstrap molasses, it's fairly good for you. Now, now understand that I'm talking about a sweet syrup, right? So it's not good for you if blood sugar issues, right? if diabetes or pre-diabetes is an issue for you. So I'm not saying that like with like writ large, it's good. Like nothing is just good for you, right? It's good for you in certain ways. And the ways that I'm talking about is that blackstrap molasses is really high in iron, in magnesium, and in calcium. Three minerals that some people just don't get enough of, right? So if you're gonna add some kind of sweetener anyway to your oatmeal, let's say, you're gonna make your barbecue sauce or whatever, it's gonna have sweetness in it. It might as well come from molasses rather than something that has less nutritional value. That's what I'm saying. But yeah, as of course, you know, it's all relative. Like, what the hell? Donald Jr. came in here, made the threats, and I never got to hear the rest of them. The rest of the delicious threats of like, what are you gonna do to me? What are you gonna do to me, Donald Jr.? What are you gonna do to? What is Destiny gonna do to me? What is I'm fucking small beans. They don't care about me. What do you think? You're gonna get Destiny and Ethan interested in me? They're interested in much bigger streamers, okay? And also, I'm not a route to Hasan. I'm not a Hasan waiting room. I'm not a friend of Hasan. I don't know. Hasan's like maybe one time like read a tweet of mine. And he almost mentioned my name on stream, but then he starts to read my Twitter name, but then stops immediately. So yeah, I got like half of a shout out from Hasan. That's all I've ever gotten from the guy. Yeah, and I don't always agree with Hasan either. All right, I make commentary based on my opinion at the time, regardless of who is saying what. If I disagree with somebody, it doesn't matter if it's Destiny or Hasan, I will disagree with them. I am not playing some kind of weird team capture the flag shit. You know? Like, I don't even have a team to play for. Like, Dad making you the full 20 after catching you smoke the full 20. Wait, 20 cigarettes? Is that how many? You know, I'm lucky I never had that happen. Cause like I did, like as a high school student, I remember finding a full unopened pack of cigarettes that had been thrown out of a car window, right? It was just like in the grass by the road. And I'm just kind of like, okay, well, you know, cigarettes are cool. So let me see if I can do this, right? And I take a cigarette, I light it up, and I pulled the smoke into my mouth and immediately blew it out because I didn't understand the concept that with tobacco, you're supposed to inhale. I just didn't know. So I was like a cringe little kid around there, you know, kind of like puffing, I guess, on a cigarette, but not really inhaling. And my parents thought that I was like, oh my gosh, she's got a smoking habit. What are we gonna do? She's a smoker. I'm so lucky I didn't have a dad that was like, okay, well, I know what we're gonna do. You gotta smoke all the rest of it. Because the reason that this pack got thrown out was that it was the cigarettes had gotten broken. You know what I'm talking about? When somebody like if somebody gets a soft pack of cigarettes, puts them in their back pocket, then sits on them, the cigarettes break. And that's why it was thrown out. Wait, I still don't know what you're talking about, terrorism. You gotta give me a better, blackstrap is good for you. Wait, what does that mean? Oh my god. Look at this. It's like we got Hasan responding to Sam Seder. Now, there's also another story. I don't know if I'm going to cover it because it's pretty fucking dark. But there's an IDF soldier that's been interviewed, I think by, was it the New York Times or something? About PTSD. And apparently this guy operated a military-grade bulldozer in which he was required to bulldoze people. Living people, dead people. And, yeah. It has resulted in his, you know, in him getting PTSD. And they do a whole write-up, you know, really worried about, like, his, oh god, I forgot about this. There's the, Eminem, introducing Obama at a rally. That's a thing. But yeah, the irony of this fucking, the irony of all this is that, like, there's not really, like, there's no concern for the people that he was rolling over in his bulldozer. So yeah, that's a story that's out there. I don't know if we're gonna get into that. We got a lot to get through. Also, tomorrow we're gonna be talking about Tim Pool, possibly giving up the ghost. Tim Pool possibly quitting the Timcast, which is wild because isn't that what Sam Seder was gonna? Eminem expected to introduce Obama and Kamala. I guess that hasn't happened yet. Well, we'll keep track of that and maybe take a look at that. We got a lot to go over today, chat, and I am super late, aren't I? Oh my god, chat, I forgot to let you know that at the top of every hour, there's a 3-minute ad break on Twitch. If you're watching on Twitch, right, you will have to contend with this 3-minute ad break. It happens every hour, not exactly on the hour, but it does happen every hour. And the only way to get out of it is to weasel up. You can do this by using a Twitch Prime sub to get yourself out of the ad break for free. You can do this by spending $6 or more, depending on what, if you're on desktop or not. But you can get yourself a sub to get out of it. You could also possibly be gifted a sub. That can happen, that does happen, but it's more likely to happen to you if you're active in the chat. So be active in the chat, I guess. Yeah, but yeah, it looks like I'm yapping too much. I'm yapping. I'm yapping. I hope it's entertaining yap. It's yap soup. I love to yap. Went to molasses after my car accident and surgery. Oh, anemia. Yes, yes. Now, I'm not here to give you any medical advice, all right? Go to see your, primary care physician, I guess, for that. But I will tell you that some people have found molasses an efficacious way to get their iron, especially if you don't eat meat, in which case you might need some extra iron, right? It could be even helped more if you eat your molasses with something that contains vitamin C. So in other words, you're making barbecue sauce with molasses, you're doing your own, homemade barbecue sauce, maybe throw a little lemon in there. Could be good. Could be helpful. But again, if you got acute health issues, make sure to talk to a medical professional about those, not to some streamer. Eminem introduced Obama at the Kamala rally. I bet he uses the R word. I bet he makes a transphobic joke. Or maybe one about TV. Oh no. New York Times article really a small beanification of IDF perpetrators makes me sick. All right, well, we got to get going. Like I said, there's a lot to cover today, and so little time. So little time to cover it. I'm kind of waiting for... Wait. Trying to decide what to start with. It looks like the... Oh my god, chat, I'm trying to remember. There's so much stuff. I need to write this down. Oh, Ben Shapiro. Yeah, I guess that's a possibility too. Oh my god, I forgot about this. Oh shit, I should have put... Okay, we'll do this tomorrow. Destiny, if you watched my stream a few days ago, right? Destiny hates Michael Brooks. Michael Brooks no longer with us, and Destiny is apparently glad that Michael Brooks is no longer with us. And there's got to be a reason for that, right? And I thought immediately, like, how did Michael Brooks... Oh no, what is this? Terror-uwism, I see this, but... There's an article in Haaretz. Christians and Jews now compare Trump to Persian King Cyrus. Will he build the third temple? What the fuck? This shit is wild. Is Trump King Cyrus or Queen Esther? Wait, why does the New York Times have an article about this? What the fuck? Bibi and the Christian right agree. Trump is the new Cyrus. Wow. I'm still waiting. I kind of want to start with this Eminem thing. If it happens, it's supposed to happen. But this is one of these events where they got a gazillion speakers, right? They're gonna bring out. They've brought out like 8 people so far. And I think the way that it's supposed to go is that, like, at some point, Eminem comes out to introduce, what is this, Obama? Yeah, Obama and Kamala. I don't know if Waltz is there. I'm assuming Waltz is there. Yeah, it's a Waltz. Waltz is there. But the other option is to start out with Shapiro. I do want to get going, but it's really important what we start out with. Okay, so this just in, Joe Rogan confirms Trump will be on his show on Friday. So yeah, there's gonna be a Trump Joe Rogan thing.
When you have better blood flow, your entire body.
Okay, so we got the barbershop thing, we got the Univision thing, we got the Ben Shapiro thing. All of these things I wanna like run through at least a little bit. But I kind of want to start off with the thing that's live. But it's taken its time to actually... They need a medic. They need a medic. Oh my god, chat, I'm watching this live. But the part that's interesting is going to be Eminem, Obama, Waltz, Harris. Not... My background looks legit. I haven't been here for a while, and the backdrop is so much better than the green screen. Thank you, Corwin. That means a lot to me. Yeah, look, this background is thanks to Throne Gang, right? I have a Throne account where people you know, kind of crowdsource better equipment for the stream to make the stream better, this is one of the things that they have funded for me, right? This background right here, as well as this key light right there, and this microphone right here. So, you know, what's in front of me, what's in behind me, what's making the stream so much better is thanks to all my friends over on Throne. Thank you for helping me. Also with Ren, I've got a way that you can donate to me without getting a portion taken by Twitch or YouTube if you want to use Throne for that. So that's an option as well. Those two are going to make it clear. I am also going to... Might as well... Okay, chat. I hate to be, like, vamping. That's kind of the word for it in jazz. But I am waiting for the thing that I want to start off the start off the short stream to be live, and it's just not quite there yet. So this is a good time as any to thank my Patreon gang. I have a Patreon. People support me over there on Patreon, and it helps a lot. It helps me keep the lights on. And so massive thanks to everybody over there who helps me out with a monthly donation. There's several different tiers. The first one is Based Weasel, where you get the videos that I put out before I put them out in an unedited, uncensored sort of version. So you get to hear all the F words that I use, all of the, you know, questionable language, as well as see the clips in their entirety, right? And get to see it before anybody else, right? So that's the $3 level. At the $5 level, I give you a fancy shout out. I try to give you two, once at the beginning of the stream, once at the end of the stream. That's my goal, at least. Sometimes I forget the beginning one, but this time I'm not. So let me give the fancy shout out to Temporal Insanity, Funky Monkey, Moe Noape, Just Julie, Jules K, JR, Good for Gabby, and a special fancy shout out for Zara Xerix and Omega Star, my fancy weasels. You know what? I might actually look at your receipts, Terrorism. I didn't think I would have time, but I'm... That's the Univision thing. Oh my god! I'm so glad that I don't cover these, like, rallies. Because A, if I covered Kamala's rallies, I'd probably be a little bit critical. And so, like, since I'm critical, I try to focus on Trump and Vance and all that bullshit, and be critical of them. Because I do think that there's a difference between a Harris-Walz administration, a big difference between a Harris-Walz administration and a Trump-Vance administration. I would much rather deal with a Harris-Walz administration, despite all my criticisms. But yeah, if I had to cover this stuff, it'd be terrible. Because, like, again, they've had like 8 speakers get up so far, and they're not even to the person who's going to introduce Waltz and Harris and Obama. They're not even there yet. So, while we're stuck here in this holding pattern, I might as well go over, if I can get it to open. This King Cyrus stuff. So this is apparently what chat has been talking about. The whole thing is that, like, opening stuff from Discord, I've got like a whole process that goes into that. This is like 10 items here that I'm opening, so I'm trying to get these open. I'm all there. All right. That. so let me start showing you this stuff. And that's the Univision thing. We haven't watched this yet, but this is a really interesting exchange between Trump and a person asking him questions on Univision. Show you this. All right, evangelical. Oh my god. Evangelical Trump fans, don't forget to buy your King Cyrus Donald Trump prayer coin. What? Is Trump our satirist? This is Christianity Today. The Old Testament case for yes and no. Is Christianity Today like a mainstream publication? Like, I feel like that's not just like some niche like evangelical thing. I feel like that's a... Getting the rest of these. All right, I think Eminem may be about to come up. If that's what's happening, then I'll... Nope. Clup Shido is speaking. Wow, Clup Shido's my favorite Star Wars character, though. I almost want to... No, we'll do more this Cyrus content here. Let's take a look at the rest of this. Okay, so we got the Christianity Today thing. We got the Christians and Jews now compare to Trump to Persian King Cyrus. Will he build the third temple? This is from Haaretz. Trump is seen... What the fuck? God damn. What is going on in Israel? I mean, I know what's going on in Israel, sadly. Jesus, though. I mean, Jesus, of all the... Yeah, maybe don't use... don't invoke religious stuff. Trump isn't Cyrus, according to the Jerusalem Post. Yeah, like, this is a serious issue. Like, I don't know, is Trump Cyrus? Maybe he's Cyrus. Maybe he's Cyrus. What is, New York Times. Why Trump reigns as King Cyrus. The Christian right doesn't like the president only for his judges. They also like his style. Here's another one. Questioning, this is Al Jazeera. Is Trump King Cyrus, or a King Cyrus, or a Queen Esther? And is he really the savior of the Jewish people from the Iranian menace? Bibi and the Christian right agree. Trump is the new Cyrus the Great. What the fuck? What the fuck? Weasels indeed. Insert meme of dancing weasels. We do have weasels. We do have weasels as emotes on both YouTube and on Twitch. And god damn it, like the freaking... Alright, is Eminem about to come out? You only get one shot. Okay, we'll start it anyway. Alright, here we go. Here we go, chat. We're gonna get the stream started. Sorry I've been making you wait. Eminem introduces Obama, Kamala, and Waltz. Now, I don't know. The way that this whole thing is... The way that this whole thing is written, it almost sounds like, you know, it's expected that Eminem will come out and do this, but, like, not for sure. I wonder what kind of state of mind, what kind of state of health, what kind of, like, what is Eminem like now? I really don't know. All right, so we're gonna start this stream. We gotta let it rip hard. Redirect it after the fact to this one. We're gonna get started, chat. Sorry for this is taking so long. I'm just like waiting on an event that is supposed to happen anytime now. But I'll believe it when I see it. See if we got Eminem. Not yet. There we go. Put that in there. Full screen YouTube. So I gotta link the the short stream over to this one, and we are just about to get going here. There we go. Put that there, put that there, and then I can pin this, hit that button. And then not Eminem. God fucking damn it. How many speakers do they have? Chat, this is like a clown car. This is like I've never seen a Harris Waltz event with as many, this is like as many speakers as the freaking DNC, and we know how that went. We know how that went. There we go. So this is live from the event, which supposedly is going to be graced. We're going to be graced by Eminem, and being as big of a fan of Eminem as I am, you know, I've got to see it. You know, obviously I'm pretty skeptical. I was never really an Eminem fan, but here we go. All right, so we're gonna get started here. This is a live event that is supposed to include rapper Eminem from the 1990s. Is that what Eminem's old school, right? Really old school. He's from the 1990s. He's known for such hits as Rap God and Slim Shady, and that one where he has Dr. Dre tied up in his basement. That one where he throws his ex into the water out of a trunk. There's a lot of Eminem songs, right? There's many Eminem songs. But yeah, he's supposed to speak. He's supposed to speak. We're waiting any fucking moment for him. There has been over 10 speakers so far. I don't know how Detroit's got a lot of speakers. They got a lot of people coming out for Kamala, a lot of people coming out for Obama, and you know, it's a pretty big event. But the main event, the main thing that people are actually here for, is still a little ways away. So I am stuck vamping. I'm just gonna vamp a little bit here. The first album is from 1998. The first Eminem album. All right, well, I should probably hit the button then. Let's unless we just want to be in this. No, I'll be in this one. All right, so we're taking you live to Detroit, Michigan, a Harris and Waltz campaign event, campaign rally, in which Eminem, rapper Eminem, of the worst cartoon you've ever seen. Has anybody ever seen, like, while I vamp, has anybody ever heard of Eminem's cartoon? He had a cartoon in the early 2000s, which was supposed to be like South Park, but it's kind of like South Park if South Park wasn't good. I do not recommend, like, now I know some of you after, maybe even right now, maybe you'll even click away from me to do this, but you're gonna have to see it yourself because you don't believe me. You know, when I tell you, it's bad. It's bad. Oh, here comes somebody else. Glup Shido, number 15 is coming out. I'm sorry, chat. We got to get through all the Glup Shido characters. We got to get through all the fan favorite. I don't know. I mean, like, these are probably local Detroit people, I would guess, that are coming out to. Let's hear what they have to say. Anyway, we're kind of here for Eminem, for Obama, and maybe for a little bit of Kamala before we get started. We're also going to do some Ben Shapiro, so stick around for that. If you want to see Ben Shapiro's cringy appearance at UCLA, where he gets roasted by some students there, even though he's in a safe space, right? It's a YAF, Young America Foundation, that brought Shapiro out, and but he still faces some opposition. Some people show up to try to roast him. Oh my God. How many people can they have to speak? Like, what is going on? You know what they did? I bet they did this, right? Yeah, because it says Eminem expected to introduce Barack Obama and Kamala Harris at Kamala Harris rally in Detroit, right? So it's expected that Eminem will pop up on our screen here. And let me talk to chat. Chat, how are you doing? There's an Eminem song on Beat Sabers. Which one is it? I wonder. He also had a comic book. I've never played Persona. Is it a RPG? Yeah, it's a lot like that. But actually, it stuck to the Persona stuck to the Final Fantasy roots. So you know the way that Final Fantasy is a oh my God, what is it called? There's like, it's the thing where you choose an action and it just waits for you. What is that? Somebody in chat knows what this is called, right? It's that kind of video game still, and they seem to be sticking to it. I will supply the tea whilst we wait for Eminem. Thank you, Terror Uwuism. I'm relying on you, chat, to be interesting. Drink a fifth of vodka. Dare me to drive. Oh, that's a Eminem lyric. Eminem was the embodiment of the Bush era. I'm assuming you mean Bush, the president, and not Bush, the British alt-rock group. He did a song in the Venom movie. Eminem is really from the early 2000s, in my view. Mostly 2000s, but started in the 90s, 2000s. What's his best album? Is he gonna rap or speak? That's a good question. SM asks, is Eminem gonna rap or speak? I guess we'll have to find out. What's up, Aaron Patton? Good to see you. Oh yeah, so the real terrorism is pointing out that the whole idea of the of Trump being King Cyrus, right, and building the temple, the third temple, would be built on the Al-Aqsa Mosque. So in other words, something that would inflame the entirety of the Middle East. Israel's actually not doing good. If you followed that New York Times story about the soldier who was assigned to killdozer. I'm gonna call it a killdozer. It's not a bulldozer. It's a weaponized, militarized bulldozer that they literally use to run over live people in Gaza, the Israel Defense Forces, right? And so the article's all about his PTSD and how he ran over too many people and it hurt his, mental health, and he's struggling with that. But it also, I feel like there's some discussion of the that this is not an entirely uncommon thing, and that Israel is losing some of its forces to to like mental illness due to the idea. Like, imagine this, chat. You grow up in Israel, it's kind of a sheltered lifestyle compared to what exists in Gaza. Then you get to like 18, 19, you get drafted into you serve your IDF thing. You got sent into Gaza, and you see things that you've never fucking seen before, right? So they're losing a lot of their armed forces in the fact that what the armed forces are required to do is kind of inhuman. So, that is another limit of the ability of Netanyahu to, continue this rampage that he's been on since October 7th. Where the Israeli armed forces themselves are to some degree compromised. Oh my God, I can't believe they got so many people to come out and vamp. They're vamping. They're waiting for, this is my thing. They're waiting for Eminem to come out. Thank you, Omega Star. That's really sweet of you. Mosh was the only song of his I really liked. When you said Mosh, I admit.
So peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communists invading radicals.
When you said Mosh, I immediately thought of the Hebrew word. Anyway, so somebody else is coming out. Will it be Eminem? We are wait. There he is. Wait, is that him? Is that right? Is this Eminem? Yes. All right, we gotta mute him until he actually comes out. That's Eminem. All right, so here we are, chat. The moment that was destined, where Eminem introduces Obama, Kamala, Waltz, etc. Let's turn him up.
What up, though?
Seriously, it's so quiet.
So look, I wrote down a few things I wanted to say.
I'm gonna turn this up. Let's
I'm
add
here tonight
that too much gain.
for a couple of important reasons. As most of you know,
That's pretty loud, right?
the city of Detroit and the whole state of Michigan
Dial that
mean
back.
a lot to me. And going into this election, the spotlight is on us more than ever, and I think it's important to use your voice. So I'm encouraging everybody to get out and vote, please. I also think that people shouldn't be afraid to express their opinions. And I don't think anyone wants an America where people are worried about retribution or what people will do if you make your opinion known. I think Vice President Harris supports a future for this country where these freedoms and many others will be protected and upheld. And here to tell you much more about that, President Barack Obama.
Okay, so there it is. This isn't exactly his first foray into politics, by the way. Eminem was, I think, made a video against George W. Bush back in the day. Here comes Obama. He's been vocal against Trump. He's not a fan of Trump. Now, there's a lot of Eminem's, like, you know, personal opinions that seem pretty chuddy. Like, he's obviously, you know, was pretty homophobic back in the day, and until Elton John convinced him not to be. And you know, maybe some of his lyrics still, you know, contain aspects of transphobia, toxic masculinity, etc. But yeah, no fan of Trump, and no fan of George W. Bush in general. No fan of Republicans. Here we go. Make Irene bounce. God damn it. I wish I had the... Wait, maybe I am standing up. All right, so here's Obama.
Let me just say, I gotta say, you know, I have done a lot of rallies, so I don't usually get nervous.
So again, chat, we're not gonna stay with this too long. I just thought it'd be neat to start with it since we're since this was happening right now. Oh no, I knew it. He can't resist it. He can't.
Mom, spaghetti.
Is he a 90s kid?
Calm and ready to drop bombs, but I keep bomb forgetting.
I'm trying to think of like what Obama's era. Yeah, he'd be like a 90s kid, right?
Dun, 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 dun.
Wait, am I wrong? Is he more of an 80s kid?
I was gonna jump out. Love me some Eminem. I love you back. All right. I love you back. It is good to be back in Michigan. Good to be back in Motor City.
Bulldog says lock Trump up. Clinton says blew all the way.
Another rally here on Friday night, but it was a little smaller than this one.
I'm the reason you're voting for Trump. Thank you, Reaper.
Don't boo. I'm telling you right now, don't boo. They can't hear your boos, but they can hear your votes. And I am here today for a very important reason. To ask you to vote for your congressman, Shri Tanada, for your next senator, Alyssa Slotkin, for the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris.
So I'm kind of wondering whether we're going to get the Obama stump speech
Here in Detroit,
or just kind of the intro.
in-person voting has already started. If you are not registered, you can do it right before you vote at any early voting site. Early in-person voting begins all across Michigan on October 26th. And if you have an app...
Chat, what do you think? I was talking to my thumbnail designer about this morning, and
Just go ahead and do that.
I'm kind of wondering,
Vote early, where to register.
had Obama been... Were there not term limits on the presidency?
Ballot drop box near you.
Do you think Obama would still be the president?
willvote.com/Michigan.
So back in the day, the United States didn't have term limits. A president could run once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, however many. Franklin Delano Roosevelt is probably the president that was elected to the most terms, right? But after him, they put a limit on it,
And more hopeful
on how many times people could run for president. But like,
let me tell you, your vote is gonna matter.
when I see him talk about Trump, I see somebody who would have kicked Trump's ass. My personal opinion is that Hillary Clinton was a historically weak candidate, as was Donald Trump,
But hold on.
and that any other normal politician that ran against them in the general election probably would have won
Because it was
on either side.
up here, but now there are
As a-
freaking
as a
communist invading
country-
radicals.
Hold on a second.
But I could be wrong.
We've been through a lot together these last few years. There was a historic pandemic, and it wreaked havoc on our communities and our families and our businesses. Disruptions from the pandemic then caused prices to hike, and that put a strain on family budgets.
Green Tea says, what exactly is toxic masculinity? If you have to ask, you're probably immersed in it right now.
They worked.
And it'd be like me describing the air to you, and you wouldn't be able to understand it because you're breathing the air, you're existing in air.
I understand that.
But if you have a chance to
But what I cannot understand
get yourself into a better environment, you might start to understand
what
that shit doesn't have to be like that, right?
things up in a way that is good for you. Because there is absolutely no evidence that this man thinks about anybody but
So in other words, if you're getting policed, if you're a guy and you're getting policed on what it means to be a man, being told that you're not doing it right,
billionaire.
right? That's not what a man should do, or like, you know, then you're immersed in it.
Golden escalator 9 years ago. And when he's not complaining, when he's not doing some strange tweet, he's trying to sell you stuff. I mean, who
Obama is a failure, says Fortune. Fortune, I actually agree with you to a certain extent.
I mean,
I feel like there's certain policies of his that weren't up to par,
trying to sell you
but we might not
$100,000
have the same bones to pick with Obama.
made in Switzerland, but nobody really knows.
Okay, so he's talking about the Trump products. We've covered these extensively. Trumpy Trout.
The Trump Bible.
Oh no, I thought he was going to say Trumpy Trout.
Don't boo.
Don't boo, vote.
Don't boo. Vote.
That's what he's been saying. I mean, he's pretty good at this. He's good at whether or not you like him, whether or not you like his policies.
He wants
And like I said, I've got some
the Word of God, Donald Trump edition. He's got his name,
complaints
Matthew and Luke.
about his
And I'll give you one guess where those Bibles are.
administration, but you do have to admit that he has got the gift.
Mr. Tough Guy on China, except when he can make a few bucks.
Yeah, a lot of his products. So Obama's talking about how he sells products
If
to enrich himself, to pay off his legal bills, etc.
I'm not lying.
The Trump watch,
You know, that's going too far.
the Trump Bible, the Trump shoes, the gold shoes, right?
And the reason
And some of this shit is literally made in China, despite the fact that this guy is a China hater.
his status, he's not thinking about you. For him, power is nothing more than a means to his ends. He wants the middle class to pay the price for another huge tax cut that would mostly help him and his country club buddies.
You know what's weird is that Obama's got some of the same
Costs women
writers
reproductive rights because he figures it won't
as the rest of the Democrats. And yet this argument that he's making here,
and this is the most important thing.
I mean, you've heard Kamala kind of touch on it, right?
Donald Trump
But you-
wants us to think that this country is hopelessly divided,
You didn't hear Hillary talk about it. You didn't hear Biden talk about it.
and us, for him,
Oh God, he's going to go back into the two Americas.
support him, and everybody else who doesn't, that's them. That's the enemy.
So if you were born before the time of Obama,
Because he understands that dividing people
he became a breakout star when he
boosts his
spoke out at the 2004 Democratic National Convention, and his speech talked about two Americas.
mindset. Those are his
And
intentions.
you know, his intent was to say that there's not two Americas, that we're one. So it's, you know,
Y'all have
kind of feel good,
an example of competence in your.
kumbaya, friendship is magic kind of stuff.
That's what competence is.
And that was his tack, right? He thought that he could work with the Republicans. He thought that the fever would break.
Have you
However, it never did.
seen Mr. Trump lately? He's out there just
He came to the office ready to compromise.
just a word salad.
And the Republicans met in secret, deciding how they would make sure that his agenda was stymied.
Now, I've had a lot of town hall meetings. And the point is that you're supposed to listen.
So his attempt to reach across the aisles to say that we're not two Americas, we're one America, and we can work together for the good of all, that's just not how the Republicans operate.
You know what? I don't feel like taking questions no more. And then he just played music for half an hour.
He's talking about the Trump 40-minute.
He's just up there swaying to
Yeah.
Ave Maria and YMCA. Can you imagine if Alyssa or I or Gretchen did that? Now, I will say our playlist might be better.
He's talking about the double standard between like
I'd have Lose Yourself.
any other candidate and Trump, the way that Trump does stuff that would get any other candidate just shit canned, and that somehow
Recently he called himself the father of IVF. Now, I
father of IDF,
don't know what that means.
the father of IDF maybe,
Don't either.
and he doesn't either. That's the important part.
He said
Peaceful up here,
January
but now
6th
there are freaking communists
was a
invading
day of love.
radicals.
Made it sound like Woodstock. Made it sound like Coachella.
I mean, it was for him. If you're a Trump fan, that January 6th is like your Coachella.
If your grandpa,
It's your summer of love.
you be worried. You'd call up. You'd call up your sister, your brother, your cousin. You'd be all like, "Let me holler at you."
You'd be like, is he okay?
Notice, Grandpa.
Yeah, MD, I know he said IVF, right?
But this is somebody who
But
wants
Trump's-
unchecked power.
Trump's judges
We
that he put on the Supreme Court are the reason that IVF is in question in the first place. So for him to say he's the father of IVF is just like,
America's ready to turn the
it's
page.
bullshit.
We're ready for a better story. Michigan, we are ready.
Now, on the other hand, if he wanted to say he's the father of IDF, right, the Israeli Defense Forces, he did a lot for Israel while he was president. He allowed them to annex the Golan Heights. He moved the United States embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. He sent in his failed son-in-law, Jared Kushner, who has no background in diplomacy, to negotiate what were called the Abraham Accords and what are in a large way responsible for October 7th.
Somebody who was raised in the middle class.
So that's why I say he's the father of the IDF, not the more than he is the father of the IVF.
She did not pretend to work at McDonald's when it was closed. This is somebody who believes in the values that built this country. And she is as prepared as any nominee for president has ever been. That's who Kamala is. And in the White House, she'll have an outstanding partner in Governor Tim Walz.
Or Comrade Kamala, if you're a MAGA fan, right?
Before I came here,
And you actually believe that Kamala Harris is some sort of a communist, which to me is wild.
he's a veteran, he's a teacher.
As a leftist, it's wild. It's wild that people think that Kamala and myself have the same ideology. I'm critical
He's a car guy. He can even
of the Harris campaign. I'm critical of the Obama administration. I think it's too conservative. I think they're too close to the Republicans.
think Donald Trump can do that. Do you think Donald Trump has ever even changed a tire in his life? Let me tell you, if that man gets a flat tire, what's the matter? We need an EMT.
Yeah, this keeps happening. This keeps happening. People pass out at these
Everybody
things.
bend your knees a little bit. Yeah. Dun, 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 dun. You got to keep moving a little bit. Don't lock those knees.
I guess he's doing the Eminem,
Right back there, please.
You Gotta Lose It
Now,
beat. To me, it kind of sounds like Bill Maher, though. Anybody in chat know Bill Maher?
he has his chauffeur.
The fucking boomer from hell?
Says Jeeves.
Bill Maher? Dun, 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 dun.
That's
I
right.
can't say any more else I'll get sued. Yeah, so this is his
I don't know.
this is his stump speech. We've kind of heard this before.
I imagine it. The point is, if you elect Kamala and Tim,
The point is that Donald Trump has got very soft hands. That's what Obama's trying to say. He's got very soft hands. He's never changed a tire. He's never done anything for real for himself in his life.
relate to you because
Not only has he not done a job where he cooked fries before, he has probably not cooked fries for himself. He has probably not taken frozen fries and put them in the oven for himself, right? Donald Trump has very soft hands.
steadily growing.
Softer than mine.
Inflation is slowing, but the price of everything from healthcare to housing to groceries is still too high, and that hurts. The question is, who's actually going to do something about it? All right, y'all already know the answer, but let me give it to you anyway. And this is, you have to do a little bit of homework, kind of examine their plans. So Donald Trump's plan is to give another massive tax cut to billionaires and big corporations.
All right, I gotta point out,
Do not boo.
if you're in Twitch right now, you better make a plan to get out of the top of the hour ad break, because it's coming up in 15 seconds now, right?
I'll be honest with you, I've been
It's
talking.
a 3-minute ad break. You can escape it for free with a Twitch Prime.
People say, well,
You could buy yourself a sub for $6, or maybe you could get gifted a sub. That sort of thing more likely to happen if you're active in the chat. Let's get back to Obama.
when he first came in, it was pretty good. And I say, yeah, it was good because it was my economy.
You can tell he's sore about this. And he's right to be sore.
I know y'all remember it. I know, folks.
Omega Star, thank you for the gifty to Corwin Chelway.
I spent 8 years cleaning up the mess that the Republicans left me.
It's not... Oh my god. There's more to this than he's gonna tell you.
America was flat on its back.
It what?
They didn't want to lift a finger to help.
So George W. Bush was the president prior to Obama, so that's what he means when he says the mess the Republicans left me. But it was the banking industry
I handed
that fucked up the economy
5 straight
and then held a
jobs growth.
figurative gun to the head of the American state,
Did the work.
saying you got to bail us out or else you're fucked. And Obama bailed them out. Now I have every reason to believe John McCain would have done the same thing.
People who didn't need one. Drove up the deficit in the process. Now he wants to do it again. Do not fall for that okie doke. Don't be bamboozled.
I haven't heard this phrase before. They don't fall for that okey doke.
All right. So
What does that mean?
when it comes to health care, Donald Trump's only answer is to end the Affordable Care Act. Now, do not boo. Now, if you ask him, hold on. If you ask him, he doesn't really even know why he wants to end it, except for the fact that I did it. So, but the problem he's got, the problem Vance has got, is it's now popular, right? Because 50 million people have gotten health care from it that didn't have it before. So y'all remember this? A couple weeks ago, his running mate is debating Tim, and his running mate says, has the nerve, has the chutzpah.
Tacky Hausja, it's actually pronounced Obamna. It's Obamna.
Quote, salvage the Affordable Care Act. Donald Trump spent his entire presidency trying to tear that thing down. And he couldn't even do that right. And now, 8 years after he was elected, the moderator in the debate, y'all remember this, moderator says, all right, well, if
Omega Star saying the okie dokie means don't trust the status quo.
he said,
Thank you for the bits, Omega Star, and thank you for the gifts.
for how he would replace it.
Sub to Corwin.
Concepts of a plan. Now, I want y'all to think about this. Let's say your boss gives you an assignment, says, look, I need it by Friday. So Friday rolls around.
Yeah, he's going to make that joke again.
Did you finish that project?
If you've watched him before, this is his stump speech.
Actually, I haven't started.
Okie dokie means a trick. Thank you.
Concept of a plan.
Oh, bungler?
Or
An okie doke is a lie? Okay. The Tao of the God Cat, yes.
did you do the dishes? I have a concept of a plan.
I mean, Yop Yop, I kind of agree with you in that the ACA should have made healthcare cheaper, and it didn't.
If it would not work for you,
But if we were to do what Trump wants to do and repeal the ACA,
Was so peaceful up here, but
The
now
good
there are
news
freaking
is-
communist
the
invading
good news is the
radicals.
Kamala
all right, so
does not have concepts of a plan.
if we were to
Was so peaceful up here,
To make your
but now
life
there are
better.
freaking communist invading radicals.
appeal Obamacare, we'd be stuck in a position where
She'll go after
peaceful up
corporations
here,
that are trying to
but now
jack
there
up
are
prices,
freaking
just like she went
communist
after the
invading
big banks
radicals.
and
where people with pre-existing conditions would not be able to get health care, right? So there are some good aspects of the ACA, despite the failure of it to control cost, which is a huge deal, and was the original intent of the ACA.
She'll give first-time home buyers up to $25,000 to help with a down payment. Concrete plans.
Okay, so plans versus concept of a plan. Concepts of a plan.
Obama's already worked with Joe Biden to bring down the cost of insulin and more than 50 prescription drugs. She's going to do more as president. She will not stop
Yeah, exactly, Conrad.
to limit out-of-pocket costs and protect your care.
And also the Medicare expansion. The Medicaid expansion was huge.
Instead of giving more tax
Some of you may have health care because of the Medicaid expansion.
Obama's going to give a tax cut to people who need it. 100 million working class and middle class and working people here in America. You know, that's who Kamala is. That's
Tower time. Yes, Obama did kill U.S. citizens in drone strikes. So did Trump. So does almost every American president.
if you challenge Trump or Vance on these quote-unquote concepts, then they'll fall back on one answer. This is their go-to about everything. Blame immigrants. He wants you to believe that if you let him round up whoever he wants and ship them out, all your problems will be solved.
RD, ACA was not a scam.
Now,
ACA was just watered down.
there are going to be a couple times where I really want to key in on this.
You could say ACA was a sellout if you want to. It's not a scam, though. What's a scam
Voting for this guy.
is the way that the insurance industry was running healthcare before the ACA.
To say this when you're talking to folks who are concerned about immigration. Immigration is a real issue.
If you were able to stay on your parents' health insurance to age 26, you can thank Obama, okay? You can say thanks Obama for that.
The system works the way it's
If you've got health care right now due to the Medicaid expansion, you can say thanks Obama. If you've got a pre-existing condition which would have made it impossible for you to be covered, you can thank Obama.
Kamala, you've been vice president for 4 years.
But there are things that the ACA did not do, that the ACA failed to do because it got watered down.
Wasn't he in charge for 4 years? If rounding up and deporting millions of desperate people, many of them who are women and children, if that's the answer to everything, why is it that the number of undocumented immigrants basically stayed the same when he left office as when he took office? He did not solve the problem, and I'll tell you why. Because he does not have a real plan. He has concepts of a plan, and it's a mean and ugly plan designed to make people resentful and angry. So I'll tell you what an actual plan is. There was an actual plan to bring order at the border and fix our immigration system. A bipartisan.
So yeah, speaking of selling out, we're talking about the Harris and Biden immigration policy. which is actually a sellout of Obama's immigration policy.
decided to
So ironic that this guy finds him in the position of defending
not vote for this.
the cave-in that Biden did to Trump's. Essentially, he
For the election, he thought it would be helpful to him.
so both. Yeah, Trump is a scumbag for this, and Biden is a scumbag for this. The immigration policy, what they're talking about, right?
Who will make problems worse just to make his politics better.
Obama's immigration policy was about a pathway to citizenship. It was about
And that's what Kamala Harris is going to do.
DACA, and the Democrats have given up on that. They have caved into Trump's immigration policy, right? So that makes them scumbags. Donald Trump is a scumbag because when they caved in and allowed him, allowed the Republicans to pass essentially a Trumpian immigration policy,
Now, some of you may not be aware.
he told his
I go way back.
Congress not to vote for it.
She was in the administration.
And so his plan, his rhetoric, his policies are something that he didn't actually want when it came down to it. If it could cost him votes, he didn't want that passed. And this is why all of your politicians are scumbag, because none of them care. None of them actually care about policy. All of them care about politics, right?
And on some of these key issues, I'd have her negotiate.
Immigration is a great example
When you had to,
of how both sides of the political equation are corrupt.
in Congress, she's been working on the issues that matter to you, like bringing down the cost of prescription drugs and bringing supply chains back to the U.S. and creating good jobs right here in Michigan, working with state government. This is the kind of person we need in Washington, because presidents can't do it alone. She will help Kamala and Tim get stuff done. Somebody who shares our values and wants to move the country forward and not back. Now, one of those values we share, that we talk about, that we worked on, that all of you care deeply about, is freedom. So let me talk about that just for a second. I don't think we've ever had an election with candidates whose conception, whose understanding of freedom is so different. Because for Donald Trump and his cronies, freedom basically just means getting away with stuff.
Yeah, and that's what his Supreme Court's allowed him to do, right? They literally wrote it into the law that any crime the president commits, if it's in the pursuance of his official acts as president, it's not a crime. They made it legal for the president to break the law. The corrupt, illegitimate Supreme Court
He actually said
that the Republicans stole.
any responsibility at all. I do not believe any American president has ever uttered those words before. But that's his idea of freedom.
Yeah, he said he wasn't responsible for the disaster of his COVID policy, right?
We have a broader idea of freedom. We believe in the freedom, if we're willing to work hard to provide for our families. We believe in the freedom to breathe clean air and drink clean water and send our kids to school without worrying if they're going to come home.
Choki's asking me about Destiny, saying that he was glad that Michael Brooks is dead
Gives each of us the right
because he doesn't agree with him on Palestine.
and it requires us to recognize that other people
I covered that, I believe, on Saturday, but we will be coming back to that, and we might even watch There's a reason Destiny hates Michael Brooks. Michael Brooks kicked his ass in a debate, and we should watch that debate sometime.
on both sides of the abortion divide. And I respect anybody whose faith tells them this isn't something they can support. But if we believe in freedom,
What's even going on? Obama's giving a speech, Patrick Starr.
personal decision should be made by the woman whose body is involved and not by politicians.
We've already seen Eminem introduce Obama. I think Obama's going to introduce Waltz, and maybe Waltz is going to introduce Kamala Harris.
And the majority of Americans.
So we're watching a political rally, which we do often on my stream.
Into a pretzel on this issue.
More often than not, though, I'm watching like a Trump rally because I think those are really interesting. If you actually watch the Trump rallies, you'll hear him say some wild shit.
He says, he told women, I'll be your protector.
Like that, yeah.
He protected you. He handpicked 3 of the Supreme Court justices that overturned Roe versus Wade. He bragged about it. Now there are Trump abortion bans in 20 states, many of them with no exceptions for rape and incest. And he's going around saying everybody wanted it that way. No, they did not. So,
Yeah, Trump's doing some major gaslighting when it comes to
what's at stake here?
issues of abortion and bodily autonomy.
Into the Senate. She will vote to restore the reproductive freedom that women had for nearly 50 years. And if Congress passes that bill,
The left canceled Eminem. Conrad, are you a Gen Xer? Sorry to call you out if you are. Look,
and that is just one example.
if Eminem's been canceled, it's news to me.
Matter. And I want to spend a little time on this. Don't worry, I'm almost done. Hey, as I get how frustrating politics can seem sometimes. I get frustrated, Lord knows.
Because it was so
I don't
peaceful
watch
up here,
cable news.
but now there are freaking communists invading
They give you a
radicals.
headache,
It does.
in a bad mood.
Because it was so peaceful up here,
Because it seems
but now
like
Ah,
communists invading
bickering and
radicals.
mad.
an elder millennial making a joke. Yeah.
It's done, and so you start feeling like your vote doesn't matter. But, in fact, your vote does matter. Because your vote can make your life a little bit better or a little bit worse. Now, people sometimes, I think, have the wrong idea. Politics is not going to solve all your problems.
I for once want to have somebody like seriously being like, they canceled Eminem. They canceled my boy.
Even if Kamala
I put the X filter on my TikTok profile to show that Eminem has been canceled. And I'm coming for you, Gen Z.
one administration. Those things don't stop overnight.
Yeah, right? News to me.
The way you make progress is by making things better a little bit at a time, and then over time, those little differences become big differences.
Terrorism, keep posting those bangers.
And
We're here for it.
let
Yeah, mods in Shorts chat, they're having trouble. Galactic News Network says, what does canceled even mean? Having your music played all over the world and being worth millions of dollars? I guess so.
we got a lot of stuff done, but there's a bunch of stuff I didn't get done. I didn't solve, for example, all the problems with our healthcare system.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
Almost 50 million people have gotten health care through the Affordable Care Act. It made a difference in their lives. Everybody here.
On the other hand, it's fun banning chuds. Yeah.
Somebody who would not have had health insurance.
Captain Reese says Obama is crazy.
More than 50 million people
How so, Captain Reese?
in conditions can no longer be denied coverage or charged more. Before that passed, if you had a kid who got sick, even if they got cured, the fact that they had gotten sick before, that they had a pre-existing condition, they might not have been able to get insurance.
So stick around, Shorts chat. We're going to cover Ben Shapiro at UCLA after this, right?
Look, I'm not doing.
We're going to finish up Obama.
Example to tell you
We're going to get a little bit of Kamala.
that a little
And then we're going to go right into Ben Shapiro. Shabibo.
I'll give you another example that nobody talks about anymore. And I don't know why we don't talk about it. When I was president,
Tommy Boyo says maybe they meant he's crazy good. Yeah, crazy good at speaking, for sure.
we had seen like the H1N1 virus
I mean, his
and the Ebola virus, I talked to scientists.
His policy left something to be desired. But again, better than McCain's would have been,
At some point, we're
better than Romney's would have been, and definitely better than anything Trump's going to give you.
I said, look, the same way we plan for hurricanes and tornadoes, we actually have.
CS says, is he scolding black men again? Not today, CS.
So we put together a whole playbook, talked to the experts, we got all the agencies together. We said, if a pandemic happens, here's how we are going to deal with the public health system. Here's how we're going to deal with the schools. Here's how we're going to accelerate vaccinations. And here's how we're going to explain it to people so people can understand it. We've practiced it. So when Donald Trump comes in, just like I handed him a good economy, I handed him this playbook, and he just, I guess, dropped it in the...
Why is Kamala good at the border? She's not. She caved. Didn't you hear me? She caved to Trump.
Now,
of anybody we're going to hear from tonight, the person with the best immigration policy was Obama. And that's a pretty low bar.
COVID was going to be a crisis.
But Obama talked about a pathway for citizenship. Obama talked about DACA, right? The Biden and Harris administration has basically caved into Trump on immigration. Like, there's no reason to be happy about anyone currently running for president on immigration.
In Canada,
Donald Trump
per capita death rate
proposed policy
was 60%.
to the Congress, which the House started to pass
I want you to do the math.
until Biden said that he would sign it. And then Donald Trump reversed course saying, don't pass that because we don't want the Biden-Harris administration to have a win. Now, I don't think it's a win. I think it's a sellout. I think it's a big fat L, right? But they are both scumbags. They're both lying to you. They're both insincere when it comes to immigration.
Some of those folks might be alive if we have a competent president.
Okay, so now he's talking about COVID. This is his best point.
And actually trying to make things better as opposed to telling people, go ahead and inject bleach.
This is the best point that he's going to make during this speech.
But now there are freaking communists invading.
So do not tell me that your vote doesn't matter.
And do not tell me that your liking the stream does not matter, because that matters a lot. It matters to me, it matters to YouTube, and it helps me out a lot. So if you could hit that like button, I would massively appreciate it.
Then you've got to tell them, no, having somebody who's competent and sees you and cares about you and thinks about you, it makes a difference.
But yeah, basically Obama drafted a plan for pandemic preparedness while he was in office, right? He was aware that a pandemic might happen because that's what scientists were saying. The more that climate change advances, the more likely that things like the COVID pandemic are to happen. So Obama drafted a plan.
And it is about...
Didn't use it because COVID didn't happen under Obama. It happened under Trump. But unfortunately for us, Trump took Obama's plan and he threw it in the fucking trash.
But I was lucky enough to have people around me.
And instead he just wish-casted that, oh no, it'll be over by March, it'll be over by April. Oh, maybe you can get it, maybe you can beat it with bleach. Maybe you could sunshine up your ass and cure yourself of COVID, right? All this fucking dog shit. Instead of actual policy that could have saved 600,000 people. 600,000 people, right, chat? So 1 million people in the US died during COVID, right? 1 million people died. If you look at Canada's rates of death, you see it 60% below the United States. Canada did 60% better than the US when it came to handling COVID. So that means that there is blood on Trump's hands to the tune of 600,000 people. It could be your relatives, right? One in chat if you had a relative die during COVID. I know that we got people in here who had relatives die of COVID, right? Some of those people might still be around if we hadn't had Donald Trump. So if you think that it doesn't matter, or you think that Donald Trump is a way to put your fucking thumb in the eye of the establishment or something like that, please think again.
And because
if you voted for that asshole in 2016,
about voter fraud in Michigan, protesters came down.
that's a vote that has
shouting, "Let us in."
a huge body count.
Poll workers inside.
600,000 people.
Earlier this month, we learned that someone on Trump's campaign told the lawyer to, quote, to find a reason to try to throw out votes, quote, even if it's BS. Hey, do not boo. Later.
This is his thing. He always says when people boo, he's like, don't boo, vote.
Quote, make people riot. All because Donald Trump couldn't accept losing. Right now we just saw one of the deadliest couple of hurricanes down in North Carolina, Florida. And while Biden and Harris are comforting families and trying to get aid, and FEMA workers trying to go out there, Donald Trump is making stuff up, saying,
Well, Davy, we've got a 60% disparity between
emergency funds to immigrants.
deaths in Canada and in the United States.
Republican counties. And so suddenly FEMA workers, emergency workers trying to help desperate people, are
And it's still killing people, yeah. 100%.
and people aren't applying for aid. When did that become okay?
So he's talking now about lies being spread
But I want us to
by MAGA. They're telling people not to accept federal aid from FEMA. They're telling people that their houses will get taken.
if your coworkers act like
And if you take that $750 emergency money from FEMA,
a family member who acts,
you'll get your house taken. They're getting in the way of aid.
but you wouldn't put
There's militias out there hunting down FEMA, making it impossible for them to help people out.
lies or cheats,
This shit is not normal.
utter disregard for
And we need to turn the page on this, because as bad as the Republicans were
losers.
under Bush, these MAGA Republicans are 1,000 times worse. They literally have a body count, right? I talked about the COVID stuff. I don't know
We act like it's
what their
okay.
body count was when it comes to the hurricane, but I do know that there's people who aren't getting help because
Joking or,
MAGA has scared them,
you know, as long as we
or because militias are intimidating FEMA response crews.
And I've noticed this especially, you know, a while back I said this and some folks were all, you know, asking me questions about it, where I said, look, especially some men seem to think
Oh, here we go. Now, this is
somehow a sign of strength. You know, no. Look, I want to be clear. I want everybody to actually look at the record.
yeah. So Simone Pierre
on the issues.
is talking to us from Canada and is saying that
I've voted Republican in the past.
Simone doesn't think that Canada did a particularly good job on COVID, right?
But when I hear folks say,
So even Canada's response was a low bar.
just because
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. I'm sorry, but I think Bush has a bit higher of a body count.
You are probably, yeah, we're talking in the millions there, Davy Cliff. If you're talking about Iraq, you're right about that.
what real strength is. It never has been. Real strength is about working hard. All those guys showing up every day on the factory floor, busting their butts to support their families. That's real strength. Real strength.
And also Katrina.
Responsibility for your actions.
Also Bush's failed response to Hurricane Katrina. Racist response to Hurricane Katrina.
Truth, even when it's inconvenient. Real strength is about helping people who need it and standing up.
All right, so again, chat, stick around. We're gonna finish up Obama. Kamala, I think, is gonna come on after this,
What we should want in our daughters and our sons.
and then we're gonna take a look at Ben Shapiro's appearance at UCLA.
Of America.
So Shapiro's lost some views recently. Ben Shapiro, not getting the same views that he used to. He's tried to go back to what he got big doing, which is bullying college students, right?
The UF
So-
candidates,
He appeared at the UCLA campus, invited by the Young America Foundation, and tried to get back to his same old bullshit, but it seems like some students were ready for him.
And leave this country better than they found it. And that is the choice in this election.
Yeah, Shakespeare, Afghanistan too.
That are on the ballot. It is about who we are. It is about what we stand for. So whether this election is making you feel excited or scared or hopeful or frustrated or anything in between.
It's making me feel sick at my stomach, honestly.
Hope for the best. I know I'm the hope guy, but don't just hope. Get off your couch and vote.
Hey, I'm hoping I don't have to leave the United States
Put down your phone and vote.
on November 6th.
Harris as the next president of the United States. Vote for Tim Walz as the next vice president of the United States. Vote for Alyssa Slotkin and this whole incredible Michigan Democratic ticket. Get your friends and family, neighbors, co-workers to do the same. Because if enough of us make our voices heard, we will leave no doubt
All right.
about the outcome of this election.
So I think he's winding up. Feels like he's winding up.
About who we are and what America stands for.
We'll see who comes on next.
Together we will keep building a country.
It may be Waltz. It may be Kamala.
And more equal
here,
and
but now
more
there are
free.
freaking
That is our
communists
job,
invading
Detroit.
radicals.
That is our job, Michigan. That's our responsibility.
Because it
Let's
was
get to
so
work.
peaceful up here, but now
Hey.
there are freaking communists invading radicals.
All right, so he's stepping off the stage. Wow. Seppi, thank you for following me on Twitch. We're growing massively, Chad. All those alerts that you're hearing, those are people subbing to me on YouTube. We're very close to 10,000, right? We're very close to crossing that threshold, making my channel 10,000 strong. So I'm really happy about that. Thank you so much for bringing me there, right? I never thought I'd be saying this, right? It took me a long time to get to 1,000 views. It took me maybe even a longer time to get to 2,000 views, but the trip from 2,000 to 10,000 has actually been pretty quick. We've been growing fast, so thank you to everybody who's hit that subscribe button. And if you want to be the 10,000th person, now might be a good time to subscribe. I should do something special for the 10,000th person. Anyway, yeah, we're almost there. So that's Obama. He just got done speaking. Now this is a Kamala Harris rally. They're saying a Harris-Waltz rally. So it may be that Tim Waltz comes on next, or it may be that Kamala Harris comes on next. I am actually not sure. We already heard Eminem speak, and if it's Waltz, I'll probably dip and go do the Shapiro content because I want to make sure to see that. We've got to cover Ethan Klein Hasan, so make sure to stick around even for that because that's what we'll be doing after the God, we got to cover the Univision thing sometime, and we also got to cover Trump's barbershop debacle. We covered the McDonald's thing a couple of days ago. Got a video out on that if you want to check that out on my channel, right? I think it's one of the better videos I've done. It's one of the videos that I was like, usually with my videos, I have to edit them heavily. This time, I was just so on that I think I made a pretty entertaining video of the Trump McDonald's encounter, and so I just clipped it at the beginning and the end, and so sad that Patreon you won't be getting an extended version of that video because that video is the extended version, but normally my Patreons get the videos first. They get the uncensored version, so anytime I get spicy and say a curse word, that stays in. And kind of an extended version too, because I don't cut out anything in the videos that I put up on Patreon. So if you want to get that, you can support me on Patreon at any level, really. Like, right, we've got a $3 tier. We got where you get the videos early. We got a $5 tier where you get a fancy shout out every single time that I stream. And we got a fancy level where we're trying to do a Discord like sort of meetup at the fancy level, where after stream one day I go into Discord and talk to all the people that support me at the fancy level. That's a little bit more expensive, but I think it's well worth it. But we're trying to get that going. We got two fancy weasels, so we're almost there. Yeah, so there goes Obama. I guess he's gonna shake people's hands and stuff. You know, I'm actually kind of surprised that there hasn't been more events, like what you saw with the Butler, Pennsylvania, with Trump. Oh my God, Omega Star, thank you for. I think it will be fun too. Yeah. If everybody's I know that Zara doesn't. Zara probably won't be up for after the stream, but gotta figure out a time to do it. Maybe it'll have to be before the stream. But yeah, I mean, like these situations, right, with multiple high profile figures, you know, speaking. I feel like been kind of lucky that there hasn't been more events like Butler, right, on both sides, honestly, because there's a lot of hate. There's a lot of hate from. In fact, the funny thing about Trump's. Oh my God. Terror Uwoism, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. So yeah, we're just waiting to see who comes on next, right? Obama's taking his time, shaking some hands. Looks like he really missed campaigning. But I'm curious who's coming on after. Like they had a ton of people speak before Obama or before Eminem came out and introduced Obama. I don't know. Is Eminem going to come out again maybe and introduce Kamala? I'm not entirely sure how this is going to go, chat. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. We're streaming today on twitch.tv, on youtube.com, and on YouTube's live streams, shorts streams. So you can watch me in a bunch of different ways. You can watch me in a vertical format, as some of you are doing. You can watch me in a horizontal format, as those of you on the regular YouTube stream and the Twitch stream are doing. You know, whatever you're watching, if one of those is more comfortable for you. What? The live event has ended? What the fuck? Okay. Well, I feel silly now. I feel I don't know if Detroit Free Press is just gonna do another stream for Kamala and/or Waltz. I feel okay. Well, like I said, chat, I got more content for you here. We're gonna take a look at Ben Shabibo. We're gonna take a look at what Shabibo is up to. If I can find it here. That's the Univision thing. Yeah, how wokeness ruined UCLA. Ha ha ha.
It was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking
Any Shabibo fans in chat? We're gonna see Ben. We're gonna see Ben.
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
His beautiful face. There we go.
It was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
I appreciate all the support, chat. I appreciate all the support. Any moment now, we're gonna get over 10,000. I feel like we're probably less than 100 away from that. So yeah, keep those subscriptions coming. It means a lot to me, and you may be the one to push me over the 10,000 you know, line, right? We're all right. So this is the Glup Shittos. There we go. There's Benny Shapiro. I call people Glup Shitto, chat. It's a reference to Star Wars. Glup Shitto is everybody's favorite character, but you have to be like a real Star Wars fan to know who Glup Shitto is, right? And so that's what I'm saying about people when they're coming out to introduce the more notable people like Shapiro or like Obama or whatever, right? Is that they're like the deep cuts in Star Wars, the Star Wars fandom. It's like, oh boy, it's Glup Shitto. My favorite Star Wars character. All right, so here's Ben Shapiro. Let's see what he's got to say.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ben. USA.
That's very sweet of you. Thank you so much.
But yeah, thank you for the gifties, Terror Uwoism.
First, I want to say thank you to YAF, of course, for all of their hard work on campus. Thanks to all of you for coming out. I know.
So YAF is the Young America's Foundation.
They're still gradually, slowly allowing.
Oh my God, we gotta.
They are trying to hold some hundreds of students outside. They're letting them in 20 at a time, so I'll speak a little slower than usual, which
it's difficult for Ben
I
Shapiro.
want to thank the anonymous sponsor of the Things That Matter lecture series.
Anonymous sponsor?
I have
Okay.
a lot of amazing memories from this particular campus. I originally came to this campus in the year 2000, so it's been quite a while. I was 16
All right, let's try this.
at the time. And yeah, I have some great memories here. I'm
Is that better, chat?
right next door to this campus, right off campus here. I used to bring her dinner at Powell Library while she was studying for her biology classes after I came back from law school. A lot of great things happened to me on this particular campus. I have a lot of fondness for this campus. And then I have some bad memories as well from this particular campus. So back in 2002, I used to write for the UCLA Daily Bruin. What actually got me into politics was the craziness of this campus. When I first came to UCLA at the age of 16, I thought I was going to double major in music. I was a fairly good violinist at the time. I was going to double major in music and biology. And none of those two things came true because I was walking down Bruin Walk.
All right, here we go.
Copy of the Daily Bruin, and there was an editorial comparing Ariel Sharon, then the Prime Minister of Israel, to Adolf Eichmann, the Nazi. And I promptly walked into the UCLA Daily Bruin offices and asked if I could write a counter. And at the time they said yes. That turned into a regular column, which turned into eventually my syndicated column. But the reason I stopped writing for the UCLA Daily Bruin is of some note.
So yeah, no, he's talking about Sharon, definitely a further to the left sort of leader of Israel than Netanyahu and the current far right cabinet that he's got, the current far right coalition. But it's an important point. I feel like the people that were concerned about Ariel Sharon were proven right. The more left wing Israeli government of yesteryear is kind of what got us to this far right government of today, where Benjamin Netanyahu is bragging about having forestalled a two-state solution. The two-state solution was the like centrist compromise, right? What really needs to happen is that Israel needs to drop its apartheid, stop being an ethno-state, and enfranchise Palestinians everywhere and give them the right to vote, right? Jewish people have the right to live there. They've been living there for hundreds, if not thousands of years. So do Muslim people. So do Christian people, right? Instead of being an ethno state, instead of being a weird apartheid state where you can't walk down certain streets if you're Muslim, it should do what South Africa did at the very least, right, chat? And I realize as I'm saying South Africa still has problems. South Africa still has a lot of remnants from apartheid, even though apartheid is not the law of the land. But at the very least, they should take down the apartheid, which that's on no one's mind. But the important thing to remember, right, is that some of the more the more liberal Zionism, while it comes with like we're going to see from Ethan Klein today, with the notion that Palestinians should not be ethnically cleansed from Gaza the way that the Netanyahu government is doing right now.
It was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communists invading.
While it's less objectionable than Netanyahu's policy, that's what that's what brought us to the place that we're at now, right?
Communist invading radicals.
And my problem with Zionism, and this is a big topic of controversy right now with the Ethan Klein Hasan controversy. My problem with Zionism is that it is what I mean by Zionism is I mean defense of the apartheid government in Israel, right? There's a bunch of different meanings kind of kicking around, and people don't exactly know what that means, but to me that's the most sensible definition of what it means. It means it's talking about a settler colonialist project that has that has displaced people from their homes, and that's what needs to be struggled against. Not anti-Zionism, in other words, is not anti-Semitism, and that's where the rubber meets the road as far as the Ethan Klein Hasan Piker controversy, which we'll be getting into later today. Anyway, let's see what Benny Shapiro has to say.
Who were involved in the encampment and peaceful protests. Peaceful would be a euphemism there for totally not particularly peaceful. So the reason it's these stories is because
hard to be a peaceful encampment when you're getting attacked by like brown shirts, when you're getting attacked, like they literally got attacked by like thugs, right? These encampments, because they were bringing attention to what's going on in Gaza. got fucking attacked at UCLA. There's video. You can watch this shit, right? There was an MMA fighter that showed up literally just to fight people at the encampment, right? It's such bullshit that they put these encampments under siege, and then when the encampment tries to defend itself, tries to like gatekeep who's going in, they're like, oh, look at this. They're keeping Jewish students out. There's a ton of Jewish students in the encampment. Some of the biggest organizations, as far as the Free Palestine movement, are Jewish organizations. And that gets completely erased by assholes like this.
Various reasons, really only one reason, to associate with one another. People who would never get along in regular life, except they share one thing, and that is hatred of the system. Take, for example, Queers for Palestine, the most self-contradictory group in the history of all groups. It's chickens for KFC.
I'm sorry, no, it's actually solidarity. And what that means is that you will stand up against the genocide of a group of people, even if you perceive that group of people as not 100% standing up for you, even if you perceive the customs or the laws or whatever of a group of people to be, not entirely in line with queer liberation. That's where solidarity starts from, right? And it has an effect, because when you stand up for another group that's being subjected to ethnic fucking cleansing, those people might take another, thought about, your queer identity and how they feel about that, right? That's how solidarity starts, and where it goes is to a liberation of all of us. But it's got to start somewhere, and you can't expect, you can't hold people up to a standard of a perfection in order to say that they're worth being defended against ethnic cleansing or against genocide.
The United States and in Western civilization generally is a battle between what I call the lions and the scavengers, people who actually like to produce, people who wish to build social fabric, people who wish to fight for central principles of Western civilization, and people who only care about tearing all of those things down.
Yeah, that's weird. The lions thing implies predation, exploitation, which he seems to have no problem with, right? But then the opponents are the scavengers.
You owe to other people. There is just the stuff you want.
It's pretty dehumanizing shit.
What you want is what matters. Who you are is a series of wants, in fact. And anyone who denies you those wants is in some way oppressing and exploiting you. That is belief number one. Belief number two is that all disparity equals discrimination. That if there is a disparity between groups along any lines, that must be the result of exploitation and discrimination. So if one group is economically underperforming, it's not because...
So he wants to believe instead in the superiority of certain groups, right? That's...
It must instead be that the system is built in order to exploit that oppressed group of people.
So it's not the system, it's the inherent superiority and inferiority of different groups. This is Nazi shit. He's going to talk about anti-Semitism, right, without acknowledging the root of that philosophy, which is it's calling a group of people inferior.
It does not exist. It's not real. So if you were to look at, for example, Asian Americans, historically victimized in the United States, disproportionately educationally successful, they're no longer Asian. They are now white adjacent. They don't count because you cannot have a group that violates the rules. Any group that is successful is a victimizer. So if you can identify a group that is successful and that is not a victimizer and is in fact disproportionately a victim group, that group does not exist. Jews, therefore...
Yeah, Asian Americans have been victimized quite recently. During the pandemic, there was a lot of anti-Asian hate, a lot of blaming, China. I mean, starting from the president at the time, Donald Trump, calling it the China virus, right? And going down to, people who there were hate attacks on Asian people, based on the anti-Asian rhetoric, based on Trump's rhetoric.
And are therefore here to tear away at the system. There are some of those people. And there's good data to suggest that many of the protests that we've been seeing on campus are actually sponsored from abroad. An official of Hezbollah, the Lebanese terrorist group, the Iranian front group, recently admitted that they have been funding student protests from abroad via front groups. Again, that's nothing new. This has been happening for decades. Avril Haines, who's the director of national intelligence, confirms that some of these protests have been funded by Iran. There's nothing new here. It just used to be that in the United States, we didn't tolerate that sort of thing. It used to be that in the United States, if you came here, we had a general rule. You have to like the place. And if you don't like...
What the fuck is he saying? What the fuck? You know what? If you come to the United States, in the midst of Jim Crow, and you say, I like the place, and by that you mean you like the, you know, the quasi-apartheid system that we got in place, that's kind of fucked up. That's kind of fucked up. And if you come to the United States and you get discriminated against because of your background, and you say, I like this place, meaning you like being discriminated against, I mean, that's a pretty weak place. You know, that's a real lack of advocacy for yourself, right? The United States should be about advocating, at the very least, for a cessation of discrimination.
These Marxists do not like the West. They think that capitalism is the root of all evil, and they are willing to ally with just about anyone if it means they get to tear away at what they believe is the capitalist.
Capitalism is only one manifestation of the actual root of all evil, which is unjust hierarchies. Unjustified hierarchies, right? Now, what's a justified hierarchy? Well, like, I mean, if you're a parent and your kid runs across the street, you should probably have the hierarchy over your kid to pull them back out of the street before they get run over. They want to touch a hot burner on the stove, right? You know, yeah, that hierarchy is easily, you know, shown how that's justified, right? But when you're not talking about that, and you're saying, well, this, you know, this family has a hierarchy over this family because this family's got money. You know, please show me the justification for Donald Trump and his family of fucking fail son and daughter mutants to have a hierarchy over the rest of us. I don't think that Donald Trump's weird ass family is better than you, chat. I don't, and that's the hierarchy that capitalism, you know, pushes forward. They're literally, like, if you look at Ayn Rand, maybe an extreme form of capitalism, her objectivism, her, you know, some people associate it with libertarianism. Some libertarians don't like to be associated with Ayn Rand. She was buried with a $sign draped over her coffin. You don't want to know why? Because she thought that money, wealth, was the best stand-in for a person's worth, for how good a person is. How much money do you have? And that's, you know, an extreme version of capitalism, but you know, it kind of shows you something about the capitalist mentality and where it leads, which is to, you know, eugenics, which is what her book Atlas Shrugged was about. Literally, the rich going off into Galt's Gulch in order to starve out the poor, and the poor building a giant $shaped monument to show their contrition, to show that they finally realize that the rich are better than you, and that your whole life is you know, thanks to the rich, rather than it being the other way around, right, chat? If you're working class, you build stuff, you make stuff, you create value. If you're rich like Donald Trump, you got soft hands because you've never done anything your whole fucking life. And Ben Shapiro, I can see, has some soft hands, right? He's not producing anything. In fact, what he's doing is justifying unjustifiable hierarchies. That's what he's here at UCLA to do. So anyway, I'm talking too much.
Lions. Okay, lions are a different type of human being. Hey, anybody can...
It's just like makers and takers discourse.
People make themselves one or the other. You make yourself in your life the choice between being a lion or being a scavenger. Lions are people who build. Lions are people who defend the civilization that has given them...
But the thing is, the wealthy don't build shit. They don't build shit, right? They're dependent on the workers. It's not how Ayn Rand saw it, where the workers are dependent on the capitalist class, where the capitalist class are somehow better than the rest of us, right? As shown by their ability to accumulate dollar off of exploitation, right? The capitalist system, while not the worst thing in the world, while a great improvement on feudalism and other modes of production, right? Capitalism, a capitalist economy, better than a slave economy. I think we can all agree on that. So it's not the worst thing in the world, but it's still not fair. And it still leaves a class of people who produce nothing, who create nothing, and that all they do is fucking exploit the rest of us at the top. That is, in my mind, an unjustifiable hierarchy. That is the kind of hierarchy that I am against.
And I will say this. not just warriors on behalf of the United States, but warriors on behalf of the West in general. I had the experience fairly recently, it was back in June, of visiting Israel in the middle of this war. And
okay, so now we're going to be talking about Western civilization, which he, includes Israel in, which I mean, honestly, like when you look at the project, the Zionist project, now just to make sure we're on, I'm not using Zionist as a stand-in for anything else. When I say Zionism, I say somebody who endorses the settler colonial project of establishing an apartheid ethno-state in Palestine. But honestly, I'm not super hung up on what you call that area of land. I'm hung up on how people are treated there. I'm hung up on the fact that Palestinian families have been moved and dispossessed in a, series of historical events not that different than the United States settler colonialism against native peoples in this country, right? So that's my problem with Zionism. But Shapiro sees this as an extension of the West into the Middle East. And that is in a large way in line with what Joe Biden said. Joe Biden famously said in the 1980s that if Israel did not exist, the United States would need to invent Israel because it is such a goddamn useful chess piece on the map of world domination, of which Biden, as a adherent of the military-industrial complex and United States hegemony over the world, was very much in favor of. So Israel is great because it allows the West, if you want to see things like that, and I think it's a pretty racist way to look at things, it allows the West to project power into the not West, into the Middle East, which is important in the 20th century because of the amount of oil that exists there, the amount of resources that exist there because of its strategic location between the enemies of the the Soviet Union and China, the enemies of Western hegemony, and the West.
Change the world in such a way that I make the world a better place. These are the people who live, some of them very famous lives, and some of them very, very quiet lives of just building their community. And then they're buried by their family. And what goes on their gravestone is beloved wife or beloved mother or beloved husband or beloved son. And those people build community. And then finally, lions on.
I'm sorry, I got to point out here. I know I'm talking too much, but the this building of community, what he's talking about is like grave markers and stuff, is not being allowed to happen in Gaza right now. Graveyards have been rolled over along with every other civic institution, whether it be a college, whether it be a hospital. It's being currently destroyed by the IDF in an attempt to erase not just life in Gaza, not just civic existence, right? But the memory, right? When you roll over and erase someone's graveyard that their grandparents are buried in, you're erasing the memory of life in that place. And that is the project. That is the project that Israel is engaged in right now in Gaza.
Because that's the choice, especially in front of young people. Are you going to be a useful person or are you going to be a worse than useless person?
See, this is fucking eugenics he's talking.
Most of the skills that God gave you.
Are you a useful person? Yeah, I think the fuck so.
Be a person who decides that it's your job in the name of social justice to tear down all the systems of merit that actually make the world a better place for yourself.
See, when you call those merit, you're ignoring the fact that some hierarchies are unjustified. In fact, a lot of hierarchies that exist today are unjustified.
Now, for those who disagree with some of what I say, at least we should be able to agree on one thing, that individual initiative, hard work, good, solid choices, decent virtues, membership in a community that matters. These are the things that are going to build up this country and make our civilization a better place, not the endless acidic cynicism that you see from the radical left.
I don't think there's anything acidic or cynical about solidarity. I think that's the base from which we've got to start to build a moral society, not some kind of fucking test that Shapiro applies to you on whether you're a useful citizen or not. I don't apply that test to you, Chad. I make the assumption that you are that, like, I don't think of my fellow human beings along the lines of whether they're useful to me or not, right?
These line up at the.
And I think it's pretty monstrous to have that mentality. So he's going to bring out students. This is what he started with, right? Tearing down college students on their way to class, to try to show this like intellectual dominance. Because what Ben Shapiro does is he represents intellect to people without any education. People who want to think it's college students, like somehow they're not smart, right? I know they got this education. I know they got these, these diplomas, right? But they're actually really fucking dumb. And I'm not missing anything by not going to college, when in actuality, you may be missing the critical thinking skills necessary to debunk the kind of bullshit that is put forth to you by charlatans like Ben Shapiro, by charlatans like Jordan Peterson, whose ability to be perceived as intelligence relies on their ability to talk fast and talk well. That is what some people, especially people without an education, will mistake for intelligence, will mistake for somebody knowing what they're talking about. So this is a show of dominance here, of, a display of intelligence, having all the trappings of what we think of as intelligent. You talk fast, you talk smart, you use words that are slightly over the vocabulary level of your listener, and you will be perceived as intelligent, just like Ben Shapiro is, just like Jordan Peterson is. And there's people on the left that do this too, chat. Lest we forget Destiny, a profoundly ignorant person, much on the same tip as Ben Shapiro. So I'm not using this as a stand-in for ideology and saying that there aren't people on the left that operate in this way too. There absolutely are, and we'll get into Destiny and Ethan Klein and all that a little bit later. But
a good way to characterize that rule. And I think there ought to be 70, 80% unity on questions like that. And if you can't get the other 20%, well, tough. That's kind of life. Thank you, Ben. Appreciate it.
Good evening, Ben. My name is Alex. Very nice to meet you, sir. So I'm a Roman Catholic, and I know that you've had many conversations with Catholics, such as Bishop Robert Barron and Matt Fradd. And so my question is, how have those conversations impacted your understanding of who Jesus Christ is and the church that he started?
That's a weird question for a Jewish guy. But again, this coalition that he's trying to build is, with hardline religious conservatives everywhere. So he's going to play ball with this, right? Just like he does on the Daily Wire with some of the tradcaths there. Which the irony of this is that, like, he's sort of getting in, he's making common cause with people who, a lot of whom do not respect him as a Jewish person. Whether you're talking about Christian evangelicals who look at Jewish people again as a chess piece. Like, their role is to fulfill the prophecy to allow Jesus Christ to return to earth by being in Israel and bringing about the Battle of Armageddon, in which 2/3 of them are supposed to perish, according to the religious evangelical doctrine, the conservative evangelical doctrine of a lot of these people. And the remaining third, what happens to them? They convert to Christianity. Right. So it's a weird coalition. It's a really strange coalition. I mean, like, I think I would feel insulted by a religious group that thought of my identity as being useful only in fulfilling their prophecy, and that the ultimate fate of my people was either to convert or die. I would be insulted. Apparently, Ben Shapiro does not feel that way.
To support him, partly because far-right groups such as white nationalists like Nick Fuentes seem to rally behind Trump. Why do you think these groups, though small in number, are more drawn to Trump than any past candidate?
So,
good question.
At this point, my understanding is Nick Fuentes.
Good question.
Donald Trump. He actually unendorsed Donald Trump, and he suggested to his followers that they campaign against Donald Trump. So that is worth pointing out. And the reason is because Donald Trump happens to be too philo-Semitic. Mm-hmm. He's explicitly said this. So, I think that there's a
that's part of it. The other part of it is Donald Trump. So he's talking about Nick Fuentes. If you don't know who Nick Fuentes is, if you don't know what the Groyper movement is, then you're lucky. Consider yourself lucky. You're not as online as me, but I can explain it to you, right? Yeah, it's a far-right fascist organization that uses dog whistles incorporating Christianity. So one of the things they'll say is Christ is king. Now that might sound like a verse out of the Bible. And if you're Christian, you might be like, well, yeah, King of Kings, Lord of Lords. I agree with that, right? But what they're using it for is a dog whistle to signal to other Nazis, to other fascists out there that they have this belief. Nick Fuentes' separation and his disendorsement of Donald Trump comes from what Ben Shapiro said in that, Trump is pro-Israel, right? That's one of the aspects of it, right? But the other aspect of it is actually about abortion. Donald Trump, after having caught the car, like a dog chasing a car, that it's fine as long as the dog doesn't catch the car. But if the dog catches the car, if the dog bites the car wheel, right, that dog's going to get fucked up. And the Republican Party got fucked up by finally nominating 3 Supreme Court justices and overturning Roe versus Wade. This has become a problem for the Republican Party. This has gotten in the way of their ability to win elections. In fact, the red wave that they were due for in the last election did not ever manifest. They won much fewer seats than they were projected to win because of the pushback against the tearing down of Roe versus Wade. So after seeing this, Donald Trump has tried to pivot, has tried to gaslight people into thinking that he is not the one who overturned Roe versus Wade, despite the fact he is. He'll say things like, it's up to the states. It's supposed to be up to the states. We want it up to, I'm not against abortion rights. Don't worry. If your state is a state that doesn't allow abortion under any circumstances, like the state of Georgia, which recently caused the death of a young woman who had to travel to North Carolina to get a procedure, an emergency procedure that she needed, and ended up bleeding to death on the way back. If you're in that situation, don't worry. Just wait. Eventually, they'll make the laws more lenient, right? And he calls himself the father of IVF, despite the fact that tearing down Roe versus Wade has also allowed states like Alabama to make IVF illegal. So that's why Nick Fuentes, right? What Shapiro said and what I'm saying about abortion, those are the two reasons. Those are the two things that Fuentes doesn't like about Trump.
Is taking measures that completely quash the American economy in the name of a change that will be incremental at best. If the United States, for example, were to hold by the commitments of the Kyoto protocols, then the United States would be responsible for destroying essentially its own economy and would marginally change over the course of the next century climate change, because it turns out that the climate is global. And so China is still
almost like he's now this is weird about him, right? He seems to believe that climate change is real, ostensibly man-made, created by the activity of human beings, right? This is not something that most conservatives are in line with, but he's trying to say that at this point it doesn't matter, right? That the harm to the economy is something that can't be justified by the improvement to the environment. But again, storms like the one that the United States Southeast has just experienced are caused by a warming of the waters in the Gulf of Mexico. In other words, hurricanes get their strength from the from the waters in which they develop, and actually those waters being warmer makes the hurricanes stronger. So yes, climate change does have some real effects that people in the South, if you live in the Southeast, you might have just experienced this.
Deeply about climate change.
But he's trying to say it's too late? It doesn't matter?
Adjusted border tax. So if China is using coal, you just tax the imports that use coal. That's what the European Union is doing.
And it's been wildly ineffective at getting China to actually lower its coal usage, for example. So it has not been an effective approach. The truth is, human beings are really, really bad at mitigation and really, really good at adaptation. And so
he's saying adapt to the stronger hurricanes, right? Just adapt. Oh my God, this is so bad. You're getting a cognitive dissonance vibe. Yeah, me too. I don't want to stay in this too long. We gotta cover Ethan Klein.
That they outweigh the actual impact of climate change, financially speaking. Right? It's not me saying that. William Nordhaus has made that claim. Won the Nobel Prize in Economics a few years back for making quite similar claims. It's a book called Climate Casino, worth checking out.
All right, thanks so much.
Yeah, the Ben Shapiro reading list. I'm looking for a particular student to stand up that
I'm a first-time voter, and speaking as a conservative in deeply blue California,
I might have to fast forward.
What you had to say about the Electoral College, because
oh, wait a minute.
I'm a liberal.
Well, thanks for coming.
Pronoun. Hi, Ben. My name is Tammy. I'm a liberal.
Well, thanks for coming.
Pronouns she, her. I know that might give you trouble.
Now, okay, so I want to point out something. All right, so some of you might be assuming that because this this questioner might, she said she's a liberal, so
It doesn't. I can speak English.
I just want people to know that not all trans people are on the left, right? There's some examples, Blair White, for instance, a very right-wing trans woman.
Thank you. So I appreciate
but no, she has said that she's liberal, so
what you said
as long as she's not like an Anna Kasparian liberal.
About the coalition of losers who hate the Western values, I'd like to add Donald Trump and his supporters to that club. So,
oh shit, those fighting words.
Guys, go easy.
Fighting words.
Easy on him. He's sensitive.
I'm curious. Let's hear it.
Go easy on him, yeah.
Donald Trump's conduct was knowingly criminal and knowingly criminal.
I will say this is not an easy crowd to walk into. This is not a, Ben Shapiro's like sort of known for dunking on college students.
Not only on January 6th, but in the lead up to January 6th with the false elector scheme. You, on a previous podcast with Lex Friedman, said, admitting that he was testing the boundaries of our constitutional system, and the only reason that he didn't get away with it because the guardrails held. Now, after the Supreme Court immunity ruling and the fact that he has a new VP who said he would go along with such schemes, there are no longer such guardrails. So would you now denounce that Donald Trump is a danger to democracy and ask him to drop out?
Nope. So let me explain why. Okay.
Yeah.
So you point out two reasons that factors have changed, presumably, since 2021. The factor that you first cited was a Supreme Court ruling in which you suggest that the president has immunity, sort of blanket immunity. First of all, it's not what the Supreme Court decision says. What the Supreme Court decision actually does is
blanket immunity in official acts. Yeah.
One is an
official
category of executive action. Let's say the president sideswipes somebody with his automobile. Is he now free of manslaughter charges?
So the answer is no, because it's not an official act. Yeah.
That's not inside the constitutional boundaries. Then there is stuff that is clearly protected.
He's literally going to justify this bullshit. This Nixonian bullshit.
Military, he has the capacity to do that in his capacity as commander-in-chief. That's clearly protected. And then there's a big gray area. That's stuff where, say, the president of the United States gives an illegal order to somebody in the executive branch.
Like Donald Trump.
Does he get automatic immunity? He does not get automatic immunity. Then you are able to show that he actually, that it would be a threat, that he'd have to show that it would be a threat to the constitutional order not to stop him. So precisely the reverse would have been true for Donald Trump in 2021. If he'd gotten away with it, that would have been a threat to the constitutional order, in my view. So that would not have.
He literally thinks
executive immunity, which is why this was remanded back
that the Trump Supreme Court,
where Judge Chutkan,
the MAGA Supreme Court, would have actually come down on Donald Trump.
Okay, putting on my lawyer hat, that's the actual legal case. Then you make a second contention with regard to.
It kind of doesn't matter if the Attorney General is so weak that they can't bring these cases to.
Now he's going to surround himself with.
With the VP, yeah. So the Electoral Count Reform Act did pass early on in the Biden administration. That wildly restricts the ability of the vice president to do anything. He has a constitutional duty now to certify the state vote, and the state legislature certifies that vote. So Congress can't actually hold that up. So the guardrails.
So now this is all moot, right? Trump staying in office for another 4 years is not an issue.
I'm one of the few conservative commentators who said I really didn't like any of what he was saying.
Yeah, and then you walked it back.
January 6th.
You walked it back.
I thought that he was making specious legal claims and all of the rest. Okay,
look, he was ready to smoke that Trump pact, but
for people who try
Republicans decided to stick with Trump, and he did too.
People gutting the institutions and then wearing them around as skin suits. So, for example, the Biden administration trying to use.
Oh yeah, the Biden administration. That's who we got to worry about.
Cram down vaccine mandates on 80 million Americans.
No, this questioner's good. She's making him sweat.
The Department of Justice
I mean, he's still able to kind of bullshit his way through this, but
suggest that Donald Trump is going to do that when he actually did not do that while he was president, but Joe Biden actually has.
Donald Trump
yeah, Joe Biden's a huge threat to democracy.
To file charges against Hillary Clinton.
That is untrue.
No.
If he actually he was going to do that in 2016, and then he never did that. That is
well,
not
he was
true.
unable to do that is not the same.
No,
as
he didn't
he's not
actually even
trying
try to do that. Jeff Sessions turned him down on many things. He didn't even make an effort to investigate Hillary Clinton under the DOJ. It's a critique actually many Republicans have of Donald Trump.
There's more coming out about the fact that, yeah, that Trump did try to push
powers of the executive power related
Sure.
to immunity. So you yourself said that using drones, using the military is a core part of the executive branch and therefore is covered by immunity.
Depends on the function of the military. So if you were to if I were to order SEAL Team 6 to say kill my political opponent, that would not be protected. And the way you know that's not protected, by the way, is because Joe Biden has not used SEAL Team 6 to kill Donald Trump.
If that's the case, and why didn't...
Oh, yeah, because he would do that otherwise. Right.
When that specific point was brought up in the immunity case.
Because Justice Roberts has a philosophy of judicial restraint that means that he likes to kick stuff back to the lower courts until...
I'm sorry. I don't know how Justice Roberts started. Some of his earlier rulings are better. But he's MAGA-pilled now.
The legal term is
Right? That's a George W. Bush justice.
I want to make sure other people have time, but
Thank you for your time.
All right, so we're gonna watch one more.
By the Egyptians, it was in fact Tel Aviv and Haifa.
We're gonna do one more question here from the audience, right? And then we're gonna move on. We're gonna be talking about Ethan Klein and Hasan after this.
I go to Biola University in La Mirada, California. I want to ask you, as an American Jew, how can you continue to condone the actions of the Israeli government, condoned by the U.S. government, in the Gaza Strip, where over 40,000 people have died, including Palestinians?
That's a very low estimate, yeah, but
large numbers of children and civilians. How can you continue to condone those actions?
Okay, so
more accurate estimates estimated in six figures
of the Israeli Defense Forces and the Israeli government. I celebrate and laud them.
There he goes. So he's a fan of ethnic cleansing. He's a fan of human rights violations.
On October 7th, Hamas launched the most deadly war on Jews since the Holocaust. They killed 1,200 innocent people. They took 250 hostages. 100 of them are still being held hostage.
He never mentions how many of those dead were killed by Israeli Defense Forces, which is a non-zero number. I can't tell you what the number is because getting any information out of
the Israeli government to surrender just because terrorists are evil enough to hide behind civilians. The Israeli government...
Yeah, he's using the human shields canard.
That it has managed the best civilian to terrorist kill ratio.
Oh my god, best kill ratio? What are you playing, a video game? You sick fuck. You sick fuck.
Personally know soldiers who have gone door to door in the Gaza Strip who have risked their own lives to prevent civilian death. Israel has complete and utter air superiority over the Gaza Strip.
And this after we've learned that one of the roles in the IDF
hit all their leadership while their people suffered.
Is running militarized bulldozers, which run over not just bodies, but living people in Gaza.
Would have had the ability to commit full-scale human atrocities.
The atrocities that are going on in Gaza are so bad, they're causing PTSD to Israeli forces.
Believe it or not, there have been more births in the Gaza Strip since the beginning of this war than
oh my god, I hate this shit. So yeah, but this is there we go. If the number goes up, then it's not a genocide. He's going by a misunderstanding of what genocide is, right? So the really not intelligent version of what is a genocide, eliminating an entire group of people from the face of the earth, right? That's not what Nazi Germany did, because they weren't able to accomplish that. Does that mean that what Nazi Germany perpetrated was not a genocide? No, it was. We call it a genocide. We don't call it an attempted genocide. We call it a genocide, right? And this whole idea that there's some level of death and destruction that okay, now it's a genocide. The phrase "never again" is interpreted by different people in different ways. Some people, take it as never again. Must this happen to the Jewish people? Some people, say, never again is like the aspirational goal, right? But some people interpret it as a promise. And in order to keep that promise, which I think it is, I want to interpret never again as a promise, right? You've got to call out a genocide before it gets into some of the latter stage. This has been studied, right? This is an academic area of the genocide studies, right? people study genocides because unfortunately there have been a lot of them. And for those of us who don't want them to happen again, it is incumbent to recognize the process early on. Now, I think that what's going on in Gaza has, it is already at that point. But in fact, the ICJ has blown the whistle on this. They take a long time to make their determination, so they haven't called it a genocide yet. But they have blown the whistle on, these are the conditions that create a genocide. But goddamn, this is a fucking this is just like this idea that like, oh well, the number goes up, so therefore it can't. What kind of genocide does the number like unless they're literally reducing the number of Palestinians alive, right? And it's not a genocide. What kind of batshit? What kind of monstrous philosophy is this?
Israel is being more meticulous in the conduct of this war.
The most moral army, I know.
Than any army in human history, and certainly than the United States Army in its vast role in the history of urban combat.
That's a pretty fucking low bar, Ben.
That is uncontested.
Yeah, there are a lot of the mistakes that are being made right now in Israel are the same kind of things that went on in the United States after the Twin Tower, after the planes hit the towers, right? A lot of the same justifications, a lot of the same, and the expansion of the war into like multiple countries, into multiple fronts. The assumption that if you can kill the leaders of opposition groups, that's some kind of victory, despite the fact that they did just that. France did just that in Algeria, in the Algerian war, and they lost that conflict ultimately. Right. This is not just immoral. It goes against the modern understanding of counterinsurgency. As far as how that works, right? You can kill leaders of a movement, but you cannot kill a movement. And the more impact there is on civilians, right? The more civilians that you justify murdering on the way towards that, the less likely that your counterinsurgent action is to even work. Anyway, this is just clearly nothing has been learned from history. Chat, this is depressing. I gotta call it. All right, we're gonna move into the full scale stream on YouTube. If you're watching me on Shorts chat, you're welcome to stick around. I will give you the URL. God damn, I didn't realize how dark that was gonna get. People have been talking about that particular questioner, and so I wanted to make sure to see that. But there's your URL if you want to click that. That's probably the easiest way to get into there. You can also watch me on Twitch too. I've got my Twitch link up there in the pinned comment, but I'm going to switch the pinned comment now to the YouTube pinned comment. So if you want to watch me on YouTube, it's nocommentchick CC. If you want to watch me, on Twitch, it's nocommentchick CC. If you want to watch me on YouTube, it is nocommentchick, but I'm also streaming on full scale. So if you want to join us there, feel welcome to do that. We're going to be talking about the conflict that's going on right now, the controversy between Ethan Klein, Hasan Piker, and streamer Destiny. So if that sounds like it's interesting to you, go ahead and click that link. If you got other things to do, totally understand. Thanks for dropping by. Make sure to leave a like on your way out, and make sure to sub to the channel so that you can get notifications right there in your box, so you'll know when I go live next time. Much appreciation to everybody. Much appreciation to the mods. Everybody give the mods a hand. The mods did a lot, right? Keeping the conversation manageable, right? Because if you don't, when you got how many people did we have? We had, oh my god, chat. We had 1,000. Yeah, we had 1,000 in chat today. So pretty big stream. Thank you to the mods for keeping everything together, and I'm gonna end the short stream right now. We're gonna move into the full scale stream. You can watch me on YouTube, you can watch me on Twitch, but the short stream is ending. So if you're in that, maybe think about switching over. If not, I'm glad to have talked to you today. I hope I made you think. That's my goal, and I'll see you the next time I'm streaming in shorts. All right. Here we go, ending that stream. Wow, I didn't realize how big that stream had gotten. Just for you that don't know, yeah, we were only streaming for like less than 2 hours in shorts, right? And we got to like 1,000 viewers. And when it gets, I don't know, even over like 200, even over 200 is like hard to manage. But it was over 1,000 today, and that just means that there's like a lot of people that come in like super hot, or they want to advertise for their favorite candidate or something like that, or it just kind of it dirties the chat. It makes the chat impossible to deal with. Ben Shapiro represents intelligence. It's a terrifying statement. That's why I think that student loan forgiveness is so important. That's why I think that making sure there's a pathway to education is so crucial, right? Because the more people that are able to develop, now you don't always develop critical thinking skills in college. There's probably majors, business majors, that you can do that don't necessarily cultivate that type of thought. But it's one of the easiest paths for people to develop that kind of skepticism. And it's possible that some people could do it on their own. I'm not like shitting on autodidacts, right? There is the possibility of kind of picking that up yourself. But the more that the more that like higher education is available to people, the more likely people are to develop the kind of critical thinking skills that puts them beyond Shapiro's reach, that puts them beyond Peterson's reach, until you realize that the man standing in front of you, the supposed intellectual that talks like an intellectual, sounds like an intellectual, doesn't actually know what the fuck he's talking about. And when you know that, when you can think for yourself, then you can analyze. You can analyze with the Democrats too. I'm not saying that it's only right wingers that are gonna try to bamboozle you like that. But anyway, here we are. Wow, that was a very brisk stream, I guess. Oh my God, chat. I'm sorry. I'm like, I don't know if I just drank too much caffeine, but I'm hyped. I'm hyped. But yeah, I better be hyped because we're about to deal with something a lot more annoying than Shapiro. So for some reason, this Ethan Klein shit is still going. If you know the background of this, right? Hasan Piker and Ethan Klein collaborated on a podcast. That podcast was called Leftovers, right? Ethan had been sort of an anti-SJW, anti-woke streamer back in the day, back in the early 2010s. He slowly transformed into somebody that's a little bit less reactionary, I guess. And with that, he lost his original audience of like edgelord bros and started to cultivate an audience that was further to the left, liberal, maybe some of them a little bit more than liberal, some of them leftist, right? And, this is where he felt comfortable, right? So he brought on Hasan to do a politics, podcast because he was into that and he wanted to branch out into that. He had started to do more and more debates. He pretended that he was going to debate Steven Crowder and then switched himself out for Sam Seder at the last minute. But since then, he's kind of developed his chops on debates. His debate against Fresh and Fit was pretty definitive. His debate against Just Pearly Things, his debate against Ollie London, right? There were a lot of right-wing chuds that Ethan took on. So, so then he had a political podcast where he would talk to Hasan. Now, normally they would just talk about electoral politics, but it started to get more and more into socialism. And Ethan fancied himself, I guess, a democratic socialist, somebody that was at the very least socialist curious. Obviously, Hasan is a full-on leftist, right? So he started picking Hasan's brain about these sort of things, and it became more and more of an adversarial relationship where Ethan would at some point be like, but why can't I keep control? Why should my workplace? Why should my show? Why should workplaces be worker run? Right? It kind of seems like we could have socialism without that. Couldn't we just have co-ops or have this or have that? Market. So like he's trying to kind of cope with the idea of like socialism, but with the capitalists still in charge, which you might understand is not socialism. And Hasan, rather than going for the jugular and trying to just call him a shitlib, tried to be patient with him, tried to have the discussion with him, tried to walk him through some very, very basic theory. Ethan, however, was not really interested in this, and at the end of the day, his allegiance is more to capitalism. than it is to, any sort of sense of fairness that he pretends to embody. And again, that's because liberalism is a one side of the coin of capitalism, right? You got liberalism, conservatism. They're two different forms of capitalism, right? And that's what people don't seem to understand. I sometimes make a point to differentiate leftists from liberalism. Some people think that that's very gatekeepy of me, right? It's like, well, if you're a social democrat, you're a soc dem, a dem soc, what's the difference anyway, right? You've got the same goal. I mean, you kind of don't, right? There is a crucial place where this breaks down in terms of, do you want a moneyless, classless society, or do you not? And a lot of people aren't willing to make that. And a lot of people are too capitalist realist pilled, right? When we talk about capitalist realism, I'm talking about the tendency for people in at least the United States, if not in other places, European countries as well, to more easily imagine the end of the world, right, than the end of capitalism. Capitalism is so ingrained in their head that no matter how they try, they can't really imagine a world without it. And that's where you get some of this like fucking liberal brain rot. Now, I don't hate liberals, right? I make common cause with liberals when it comes to something like keeping Donald Trump out of another term in the White House, but I recognize that there's a limit to which I can trust liberals. And I think that Hasan's experience with Ethan Klein is a great example of that. In addition to the issue of capitalism versus socialism, after October 7th, the issue of Israel-Palestine came up. And while Ethan's take on Israel-Palestine is anti-Likud, anti-Netanyahu, ethnic cleansing of Gaza, Ethan, makes a strong point about defending Zionism, right? And thinks that being anti-Zionist means you want the 80,000 Jewish people born in Israel to have to pack up and leave and go somewhere else. That's not inherently true of anti-Zionism. A lot of anti-Zionists, they want something more along the lines of a singular secular state to exist. Other people want like a two-state solution, but either way, the apartheid government, the apartheid situation that the Palestinians find themselves in Israel has to be dissolved, right? And if you believe in that, you're anti-Zionist. If you're against a settler colonialist ethno-state, you're anti-Zionist. It doesn't mean that you want to, do displacement of people, because like if we're keeping score, if we're being real about it, that displacement has already gone on, has already been done to the Palestinian people, right? From the beginning at the Nakba, where they're displaced from their familial homes, to now where there's a strong push, to either, where the deaths of civilians is being brought about, where the extinction of civic life is being brought about, and the compulsion to push Palestinian people out of Gaza is going on. The West Bank's not immune from this either. There's, literal settlements being built in the West Banks. Imagine this, right? You're sitting in your home someday. Somebody breaks your door, comes on in with a firearm, and says, "We're settling this house. It's not yours anymore. You need to find somewhere else to live, right? We're going to live here now," right? You would probably call the cops, right? But what if there were no cops? What if instead there was an occupational army there? And if you call them, if they get involved, they are not going to be on your side. They might kill you, right? That's what people are dealing with in the West Bank right now. And so this stuff that I'm talking about is important. This stuff needs more attention to it. It's hard to pay attention to because it's awful. It's awful what's happening in Gaza. If you look at, on Twitter, right, you're going to see disturbing, fucked up images, right? If you read the New York Times, you're going to read the most recent story is about a IDF soldier who was tasked with operating a militarized bulldozer whose job was to run over people, both living and dead, in the pursuance of the destruction of civic life in Gaza, right? And that article very much centers the PTSD, the suffering of the soldier, and that's real, but almost to the exclusion of what's happening to people in Gaza. So it's I understand that it's really hard to pay attention to. What one strategy of the pro-Zionist advocacy after considering what bad optics for Israel and what bad optics for pro-Zionism this current conflict is creating is to change the subject to literally anything. And one of those things is interpersonal drama. And that's what Ethan Klein is doing, and that's what Destiny is doing, because worldwide they have lost the argument. Worldwide, Israel, has lost the argument and is now, throughout most of the world, considered to be a pariah state along the lines of South Africa. So it's incumbent upon people who want to defend, this Zionist perspective, this pro-Zionist perspective. It's incumbent upon those people to try to change the subject. And in pursuance of that, we've got this this toxic. So just to walk us back, last week Ethan dedicated an entire show, H3 podcast, right? Huge live streaming of not just Ethan, but of his crew, right? 40,000 to 50,000 people watch these streams. And he dedicated a whole one of these streams to blowing the whistle on Hasan Piker for enabling anti-Semitism in his community, for terrorist apologia, I think was another another phrase that he threw around. And so Hasan is left with a choice of completely ignoring Ethan Klein, which he's not doing, or taking some of the time that he could otherwise use to bring attention to what's going on in Gaza to address the complaints of Ethan Klein. And he has responded, right? It's not enough for Ethan. It's not enough for Ethan. After that, Ethan Klein took to his... Here, we got to switch this to something else. This one? Yeah, sure. We'll take this one. So, on Friday, Ethan switched his focus to Twitch, right, which is Hasan's platform. So Ethan Klein's attack on Hasan, despite him caveating it with saying, I don't think Hasan is anti-Semitic, right, has been, I gotta call it out, a push to get Hasan banned from Twitch, right? This is likely not going to happen because of how ensconced Hasan is in Twitch as a, what a big part of Twitch like Hasan is, and maybe to some degree the institutional sort of corporate culture of Twitch as well. I'm not entirely sure why, but this was perceived by Ethan and by Destiny, who joined along. Destiny's all, if you want to cancel Hasan, Destiny's there with you. He will ride with you, right? No matter how many other disagreements he might have with you, he's there for that, right? So it was, the determination was made that getting Hasan banned was not going to happen. So instead, they focused on smaller streamers in Hasan's orbit, right? Some streamers that are friendly with Hasan, that Hasan has supported, did a panel at TwitchCon in which they talked about it was like an all Arab panel, but just so you understand, you got a Christian Arab there, you got a Jewish Arab, you got a Muslim Arab, like, right, there's all kind, people, associate Arabness with being Muslim. It's not always, anyway, kind of a diverse group, but a panel of, Arab streamers. And they made they what do you do during a Twitch panel? I don't know, something that's going to be fun. something that you can do live, right? So they decided to make a tier list, right? A physical like tier list, and they got cutouts of different streamers, and they put the streamers on the tier list, right? So the idea was supposed to be something about like which streamer has the pass, right? This is similar to like the idea of like, you know, I don't want to like, you know, one-to-one this, right? But it's similar to the idea of like people talk about, you know, who's invited to the cookout or something like that, right? The idea is like, who are we cool with, right? You know, Arab or not. And so they did that tier list. The top tier was, you know, your Arab, and they extended that to, you know, people like Hasan too, who's Turkish, you know, literally not Arab, but to, you know, who they feel like Hasan is a brother in some ways, to like Arab coded to I'm trying to remember the has to ask permissions, and it was all around this idea of a word that Casey Tron had come across and asked if it was a slur, because she just wasn't like the word is habibi, right? And you know, it means something like darling or mon cher, mon chéri, like, you know what I mean? It's like, you know, dear, right? And so the idea was like, it was sort of like, it was a joking, you know, shitposty panel about like who has the pass, right? Because there's not really a Habibi pass, but you know, they're making it as if there was one, and they just wanted to, you know, sort of like rate like how they felt as a group about different streamers, right? So yeah, and it goes down to below that is like thinks it's a slur, and below that is Sabra hummus enjoyer, right? And the intention of the Sabra hummus thing was to say that you know, because Sabra is a hummus that in the United States is widely available, but people who enjoy hummus, people who've had homemade hummus or hummus at a good restaurant, generally don't like it that good, right? It's a shelf-stable kind of, you know, prepackaged hummus. It's not very good. And so the idea was, you know, what was that? Now, there's several meanings to the word Sabra, right? Sabra is the hummus that we're talking about, right? But there's a town in southern Lebanon that a Phalangist massacre happened in, and Sabra also, I guess, is a slang word for Jewish person born in, you know, Palestine after 1948 or something like that, right? And so they end up putting Hasan, yeah, on the top tier, you know, and then Ethan Klein's name comes up, and they put Ethan on, you know, probably Sabra, right? And even after that, there was like a lot of shit posting that went on. Like one of the streamers posted a tweet saying that his real meaning was about Sabra and Shatila, right? Which it's not. That it's a shit post, right? But when you're in this sort of space where you're being accused of being a terrorist, which these people are, right, as a way to get to Hasan, as a way to you know, attack you know, Twitch for allowing somebody like Hasan to do the content that he does, you're going to get the worst faith interpretations possible. So if you've written something where you say it means this, or, you know, it's going to mean that. So anyway, Ethan attacked this tier list as being an anti-Jewish, an anti-Semitic tier list. The idea that Ethan has presented is that like Arabs at the top, and so Jews at the bottom. And again, remember, there's Arab Jews, right? This wouldn't make sense. Nothing about this makes sense. If Sabra didn't really mean hummus, but it meant people born in Israel, Jewish people born in Israel, you know, born in, you know, what was, you know, Mandate Palestine, after 1948, it's not, it wouldn't make sense to say enjoys eating. Yeah, just nothing about this makes sense, right? But of course, Ethan is just extremely bad faith, and he wants to win. He wants to create drama, he wants to hurt Hasan, and he wants to win. So he interpreted this in the worst way possible, and he put out a video attacking the streamers, Frogan being one of them. Frogan's a mod for Hasan, and some other Arab streamers on Twitch, right? And so they have now been banned, right? There's another thing that's come into this, right? Which is that Twitch disabled signups that were made from Israel and Palestine after October 7th. Their explanation is that they didn't want people live streaming like, carnage. And they disabled signups via, there's two ways you can sign up for a Twitch account. You can sign up via phone, put your phone number in there, or you can sign up via email, right? They disabled both phone and email and apparently left the email option disabled. So for a year now, no one in Israel or Palestine could sign up for a Twitch account. Yeah. So of course, the Destiny, his friend landlord Dan, and Ethan Klein have latched on to the can't sign up in Israel, right? They're not paying attention to the fact that you can't sign up in Palestine either. And they've turned this into, oh yeah, this is, Twitch is anti-Semitic. Twitch is anti-Semitic. Maybe the CEO is anti-Semitic. Let's try to get the CEO to resign. Let's try to get the trust and safety team to resign. And ultimately, they kind of want to get Hasan banned. So that's the route that things have taken now. So on Monday, there was another H3 stream completely dedicated to going after Hasan, to going after Frogan, to going after Dan Clancy. And that's what we're going to watch today, right? There's also been stuff by Destiny. It's pretty toxic, and I feel like maybe my chat doesn't appreciate watching Destiny. You can't really take it the way that I can take it. I've dealt with these people for a really long time, so I'm used to debate bro toxicity. But in respect for my chat, we're just gonna watch the Ethan Klein stuff unless there's a real need to dig into the Destiny stuff. So that's what we're getting into. That's what we're about to do. That's an extremely long intro, but I felt like it was necessary to catch up those people who are not caught up yet. So let us now move to H3 and see what's going on. I should also probably check in with our bonus content poll. All right, so it looks like AOC versus Fetterman is in first place. Korean Granddad rides a boar. Yeah, pretty interesting story there. Is in second place. Jordan Peterson, a fashion analysis, is in third place. And the gaming option, which would be me either playing Metaphor ReFantazio or Fallout New Vegas, is in fourth place. Now, in addition to this, we've got... Wait, did I count all of the donos yet? It looks like we got 26% right now. I may have left some of your donos... like, I got Shaq's BAs. Wait, let me look. I probably left people's... maybe I might have left people's out. Yeah, it looks like it, maybe. Okay, yeah. So I gotta add, I think we're at 31% right now. Maybe 32% counting Omega Stars. So if there's are donations that you've made that I haven't counted towards the topic of your choice so far, feel free to let me know. I will put your money where your mouth is and actually allow you to use your donos to buff the topic of your choice. So far, I've only gotten Shaq's BA buffing gaming. So gaming's got like a 15% buff on it. But if you've already donated and you want to buff the topic of your choice, yeah, that pushes gaming up to what? Like, it looks like second place. So gaming's in second place now. With Shaq's BA's donation. If you donos are better than no-dos, I think so too. For the record, and maybe as I do want to see you game again soon. I do too. I need to game, if nothing else than to get myself out of. We truly thank you. He's so toxic. He gives me anxiety. You're not the only one who feels that way, and I try to pick up on stuff like that from chat. I don't want to make your lives harder, right? But yeah, we'll look into the, you know, the Twitch, the signups thing. We'll look into, you know, the Frogan thing, the panel, and all the rest of that. But yeah, I think I've got it all counted. We are at 32%. That is almost 1/3 of the way towards hitting the sub goal. What happens if we hit the sub goal? We get to watch some bonus content. So I'm going to do the Ethan Klein thing. And if we hit 100% by the time I'm done with the Ethan Klein, and it's fairly long. It's fairly long and involved. And I got to make sure to mute the music. I got copyright claimed. This is a weird thing. I don't know if the H3 does this on purpose, right? But they license certain music. I'm assuming they're licensing it because they use it all the time. And it's not, you know, if you don't have the license, then you get your stream. You know, they steal your monetization. They take your money. Not H3, but the copyright owner does, right? So I'm gonna have to be like on that mute button. As much as I enjoy some of the music that they play, the one good thing about H3 sometimes is their music. But yeah, I think I've got all the donos counted. Yeah, it looks like we're at 32%, so that's very close to being 1/3 of the way there. If we get the other 2/3 by the end of this stream, wait, did I count this all right? That's 30. Wait, no, I didn't. Somehow my counting is bad. My counting is sus. All right, let's try this again. 30, 40, 41, 44, plus 50. $51, $52. There we go. That's the correct count. I'm sorry, I miscounted, chat. We're actually at 52%. I knew there was something wrong with that. I was like, wait a minute. We're higher than that. So we're more than halfway through, you know, towards that goal. Again, if we hit the goal by the end of the stream, we'll do some bonus content, which hopefully will have nothing to do with Ethan Klein. In fact, I think I've set it up specifically so that you know, there's some wholesome options there, right? Korean Granddad rides a boar. That's pretty wholesome. Gaming is very wholesome. Even Jordan Peterson, a fashion analysis. That's a video by CJ the X. If you know who that video essayist is, they've got a video called Jordan. Oh my God, did I really spell it Jodron Peterson? Oh my God, I'm so embarrassed, chat. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. It says Jodron. I'm just going to leave it like that because I'm silly. Jodron Peterson, yeah. And AOC versus Fetterman, which is still hanging out on there. So yeah, we're 52% of the way there. Remember, if you donate, and that's through a super chat, a super sticker, if you get yourself a membership on YouTube, if you gift memberships to other people, if you are signing up for either my Patreon or you are donating to my throne, right, that counts as well. And if you're getting a sub on Twitch, gifting subs to other people, or gifting bits, that counts as well. So anything that's a dono, it counts towards the dono goal. And make sure to let me know in the chat which of these topics you want to cover, because I will add your contribution as a percentage to the topic of your choice, thus helping the content that you want to see at the end of the streams. 7 months of awesomeness. Thank you, Omega Star. Thank you for re-upping your membership. So that gets us to 55%. Even further. I smell, wait, RM Brown? Wait, what is this? I smell a RM Brown guest star? I'm sorry, wait, is there somebody in chat? Or is there something that RM Brown does? Hopefully there's a plug to remove license. That would be nice, Sanshiro. That would be really nice. I would love to find that. Like a plugin, like a browser plugin. That would be so good. I'm a pay-to-play scheme? No, you get like a lot of content for free. It's only if you want extra content. If this content is not enough. But pay-to-play in terms of video game, I guess that does make sense. Because otherwise, I don't really. The video gaming is not financially sustainable. But yeah, let's get into the Ethan Klein thing here. See what he's got to say. Rolling back to, I don't know, intro, about today. Oh, yeah, let's watch about today. We'll start with that one. All right, so let's, what am I trying to do here? Go to this one. There we go. And chat, I'm supposed to do this thing, right? People tell me that, like, videos, even live streams, are more watchable when I'm, like, talking about Ethan Klein down here, and then sometimes I go, like, here, right? Right, I'm supposed to do that. I'm supposed to do that, I'm supposed to do that, and I'm supposed to do that, right? These are my 3 screens to switch from. Nina Bofina just got gifted membership, I think. Omega Star, thank you for the the gifted membership to Nina Bofina. Nina Bofina, you just got weaseled. That pushes us up to 58%. God, I'm so dehydrated. What's wrong with me? All right, switch to. Oh yeah, then I gotta do this thing too. And then... Ethan Klein. Ethan Klein. Lilac, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. Thank you, Omega Star.
Free show. You're listening to.
Oh, there's music. There's music. WKETH. It's like he's trying to make it like a radio show.
Thought Hasan, while not being an anti-Semitic person himself, was proliferating and aiding anti-Semitic.
Look, here's the thing that bugs me, all right? In YouTube, particularly in commentary, it's almost considered to be a worse crime to call somebody a racist, to call somebody a homophobe, to call somebody than it is to actually be one, right? So there's this whole thing of like you don't call somebody you don't call somebody an anti-Semite, you don't call somebody but like honestly, Ethan, if you think he's anti-Semitic, which like your coverage of him leads me to believe you do, just fucking say it with your chest. Like stop being such a like say what you fucking mean, right? Because this whole like he's not anti-Semitic himself, but he's bringing on a anti-Semitic terrorist in Timothy Chalamet. He's got an anti-Semitic community, anti-Semitic mod team, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Just say what you mean. You're basically saying that at the very least you're saying he's a big fan of anti-Semitism, if that's what you fucking mean. But he won't say it because like the way that when they fight, right, they try to play by the rules, and one of the rules is you don't call somebody a this or that. Davy Cliff, thank you for the super chat. Wait, I need to. So wait, what are we on? 61, and then oh my god, not 62, 61, and then 5 to that is 66. Oh my god, chat, we're 2/3 of the way to the bonus content. Thank you, Davy Star. Nope, I just mixed up 2 chatters. Wow. Thank you, Davy Cliff.
Anti-Semitism to spread.
What is wrong with my brain?
Platform. And Friday we had a really fun episode about Twilight. And,
ooh, Jodrin Peterson.
I wanted to do a really fun episode about Twilight today, but blame it on the anti-Semites. Blame it on.
Oh my god, I wanted to do more Twilight. I wanted to do more fun stuff. I wanted to do a stream that I did not have to disable, chat, the comments. Look at that. 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 Ethan Klein supposedly, let me see if I can find this. He once said that if you can't allow like comments, it shows you're wrong. Well, Ethan, what does this say about you? What does this say about you?
And Clancy.
Oh my God, am I gonna get clapped for that? For that dar.
It's Dan Clancy's fault that we are not talking about Twilight New Moon right now.
So you're gonna call? Okay, I get it. The CEO of Twitch is an anti-Semite. Like, I'm not saying this about Hasan because Hasan can fight back, but
Thanks, Dan.
Oh, it's no longer Dan. You're free. You're free of the curse. He's talking about Dan Clancy. And this whole situation got, if you can believe it, way worse. Literally mind-blowing levels of depravity. Friday night, a clip came out. Oh, thank you to Mood, by the way. We love Mood. And trust me, after today, you're going to need it. My straw is too short. My straw is... He's a fallen...
Whose fault is that? You got a fucking little straw,
Whose fault
dude.
is that?
Yeah, whose fault is it?
Whoever's fault it is.
it's not an Arnold Palmer straw, that's for sure.
It's not. She's
probably the...
This music scares me.
For the hot.
Let's stay away from the music.
When I use a thermos to do hot, it's too fucking hot.
I know, yeah.
It never cools off.
The amount of times I've burned my lips on like school trips with hot chocolate.
I'm literally the executive that throws hot coffee in his assistant's face when it's off by the wrong temperature.
You're literally that? You're gonna do that?
No, I wouldn't. I could never. Oh, Lena, look, she brought me the tip.
Oh,
that's so what I do.
Just the tip.
Hi, I'm Dick Tip.
Squeeze that on there. Good stuff. Good start. All right. So, I guess first shout out Teddy Fresh with the Pygmy Hippo swag. 25% goes to the San Diego Zoo. It's on pre-sale for a limited time. Let's shout out to the Pygmy Hippos.
Shout out.
No, mute.
The pygmies everywhere.
Oh my God.
Also, Lena.
Mute. No, why am I just hearing the music?
Here, right?
What the fuck? Okay, I can still hear it, you can't hear it. You got like a house track going. They still got the music. Night.
Oh my God, I'm still so fucking.
What do you want, Duck?
Bro.
What can I do? I'm doing the show. When he wants to play now, he just sits and barks at me.
Oh.
And it's so cute and it's so sweet.
Well, if you give in, you're gonna teach him that works.
It does work.
Well, that's a problem. Right?
I want him to tell me when he wants to play.
Okay, well, let's just play with Ducky instead of what we were gonna do today.
Yeah. Ow!
What? No, there's music still. Oh my God. God, they're all about this music. Oh my God. Raquel, thank you for the 20 gifted memberships. Okay.
Hit me with that music, Zach.
No, don't hit him with the music, Zach. Don't hit him with the music. Why are we seeing his naked chest? What is going on? So they got like house music going on while he's showing his bare chest. It's okay to show bare chest on Twitch, right? I mean, it's very fortuitous that you gifted these 20 memberships right here, because otherwise you'd be listening to Ethan Klein's copyright music. Okay.
This is a nice fabric, a new fabric, right, Ela?
I love it, by the way.
Try it on.
Yeah, I tried one of those too, and it's so soft and perfect.
You get one?
Yeah.
Wow, everybody getting
I only
gifted memberships today.
That's true.
That's fucking hard.
Cruz Red Eye, you just got weaseled. Cactus Cat, you just got weaseled. Lindsay's Green Canvas, you just got weaseled. Maya Cat Chair, you just got weaseled. Matthew S, you just got weaseled. Ben N, you just got weaseled. Christina, you just got weaseled. Sparkling Dragon, you just got weaseled. Michelle, you just got weaseled. Robert G, you just got weaseled. Liz F, you just got weaseled.
Make me look like a Smurf.
Dylan Anderson, you just got weaseled. Adrian Vixen got weaseled. Anthony got weaseled.
Should I change? Is it that?
That Gen X dude got weaseled.
God dang it.
AC Barnes just got weaseled.
Is there another shirt?
Seven from the Sins got weaseled.
Gee whiz.
Jan, you just got weaseled. Joe Ellie, you just got weaseled. Grasshopper, you just got weaseled.
Sorry, guys. But I want to also say
and that's a good thing. Yeah, what's up with the shirt?
Who's been supportive in the subreddit and who's been backing me up and expressing that this is an issue to them. Okay, and I'm grateful for that because.
By the way, thank you for the gifted memberships. Am I pronouncing your name right? Is it Raquel or Rachel? It's Rachel, right? I think I feel like I always mess up people's names, but thank you for the gifted memberships.
It's not obvious today. It's really not, and you can tell by the amount of people who, instead of reflecting and wondering if they were
no, why is he doing it again?
Resorted to.
He's just doing this to us.
Calling me that I'm playing victim, that I'm making shit up.
Making it about you?
Accused of hallucinating. And this is just gaslighting. I care about racism. I've stood for that very consistently for the past like whatever years.
You've stood for racism?
You know what I mean? Like obviously I haven't been perfect, but I'm sure trying. Oh, this is nice.
Here we go. Here we go. All right, Chad, I want to show you this.
And so if you're against racism, you're against all racism or you're not. It's not like a pick and choose adventure.
No shit, but it seems like you care a lot about certain racism than against an active fucking genocide. I don't know. Let's see.
Oh yeah, you
check this out. Oh my god, the music! I'm gonna get fucking copyright claimed on everything here. Thank you everybody for supporting the stream. On days like today, when I have to wrangle Ethan Klein's sometimes copyrighted musical track, it very much helps that people are so supportive, right? They only turn off the comments. Oh my gosh, you can't even see it. I gotta switch to this? Oh shit. No, I gotta do more, don't I? All right, go here and then add. Okay, and then go here and all this work just to show you the tweet, right? See, we got a good. There we go. There we go. That's the way I show off tweets. All right. They only turn off the comments when they know they are wrong. Ethan Klein. That is a quote from Ethan.
Yeah, you can turn off chat. I don't need all that.
You can turn off chat, he says. You can turn off chat. He's not just turning off the comments, he's turning off chat. So there you go. I guess Ethan knows he's wrong.
Sure. Now, I felt I did a pretty good job of highlighting.
So chat, we've hit the here, let me switch back. We have hit the sub goal, the dono goal for today, right? Absolutely crushed it. So at any time we could switch into we can just use this as a free pass to do palette cleanser content. What's winning right now? I think it's AOC. I think AOC is still ahead. Gaming in second place. Korean Granddad Rides a Boar in third place. And Jordan Peterson's wait, is that right? No, or is it? Oh my God, chat. I'm gonna have to look at it. But either way, if you've donated, feel free to let me know in chat which of these topics you want to see next. I will, you know, you basically, if you donate, you get to put your donation as a percentage towards the topic of your choice. So, Ophelia, thank you for the super chat. Wow, chat, you're so generous today. Yeah, it's because of Ethan showing his nipple, right? That's you're donating for the Ethan nipple. Currently fighting the final boss in Metaphor. Just want to share. Is that a vote for Metaphor?
How Hasan and other members of his community, streamers, have enabled anti-Semitism to be commonplace on Twitch. And essentially, they're obviously not very receptive on them. In fact, Hasan, I'm sad to say,
the navel needs a biohazard sign. Yeah.
Did not watch any of it. He didn't watch a single point I made.
So he's mad because he can't do drama. And you know why he can't do drama? Because Hasan is streaming about shit that he actually thinks is important. He's not doing entertainment the way that Ethan is doing. The way that Ethan is even trying to turn Israel-Palestine into entertainment, right? Into drama, into intrigue, right? Hasan is trying to cover A, the election, B, you know, the continuing the continuing set of events in the Middle East around Israel-Palestine, C, the rest of the world. I mean, and then like leave a little time to talk about the intricacies of docking and how snail sex is just like docking, which it isn't according to Mayahiga, but maybe we should have made that the oh no, chat. Hasan responded again. He responded again.
Cliff super chatted $9.99. Actually put all my money Metaphor.
Metaphor. Yo, Metaphor is coming on strong.
Instead, he took to saying that I'm crazy.
Chat, there's another Hasan video. Oh my God, how am I ever going to cover this all?
Sam Seder about the drama today at the 128 mark.
Yo, he's covering freaking... What is this? Oh my God, should we start off with this? This is a little bit more wholesome.
The book. Yeah, exactly. Call him.
So
He literally pulled up MR.
Sorry, I'm like really nervous. I'm calling because I've seen like a lot of really crazy mudslinging towards one of my favorite content creators whom I know you have a good relationship with.
Chat, I think there's a non-zero chance that this caller enters my chat today. I think there's a non-zero chance.
As well.
We might very well have this person in our audience. This is a Hasan viewer, and I have a little bit of crossover. So if you're in the chat, let us know. Good call, by the way.
With Hasan Piker, and I'm not sure.
Damn, he's going straight to Unc, dude. He's going straight to Unc. That's Unc. That's my uncle. Everybody, calm down.
And keeping up with it because it's sort of like this intersectionality between like political commentators and like random crappy YouTube drama. But and I know that you also have a relationship or have been on the H3 podcast. So anyway, just to give like the spiel really quickly, if you haven't heard of it, Ethan Klein sort of has had this like crazy campaign against Hasan lately, insinuating that his fan base is anti-Semitic and that he's allowing this sort of area of his community to exist. And just going above and beyond to make the most bad faith arguments in order to like perpetuate this narrative, and it's really like been personally upsetting to me.
So, chat, I'm going to continue to count the dono goal for one specific reason. We're up to 139. We could potentially do like 2 different topics if we hit 200, right?
Specifically because here's this guy who, I'm sorry, I'm like,
God, Hasan has such good clothes.
Really fucking
yeah, no, good.
Really
You're doing
nervous.
Chat, I need to get close at some point.
There's this guy who's like defended Palestinian the Palestinian people for so long, way before like this year, like for years and years and years. I myself, I'm a Jewish person. I went on Birthright when I was 19, and I was radicalized by Birthright Unplugged. So I was able to see what was going on in the occupied.
Has anybody heard of Birthright Unplugged?
West Bank at the time, and it was particularly upsetting to me.
Sounds interesting.
Yeah, no, I guess the reason I'm calling.
If you don't know, Birthright is a opportunity that the state of Israel offers to every Jewish person around the world, supposedly, that they can come and visit Israel, and will be shown like all kinds of things about it. And I'm not, an expert by any means, but just to catch anybody that's completely like I don't know what Birthright is. That's my understanding of Birthright.
Is because I'm just curious.
But he's talking about something called Birthright Unplugged, which might be like a, I don't know. Let me look it up.
If you are aware of what's going on, because for me it's just so personally upsetting to see this happen to someone that I feel like has been so staunchly in the right place with this issue, being brutally attacked by people whom I viewed as
site can't be reached.
Figureheads of like a progressive movement, people like Ethan Klein, other YouTubers as well.
All right, so here you go.
I mean, I have not followed.
All right, so Birthright Unplugged is an educational organization designed as a response to Birthright Israel trips. The name Birthright Unplugged is a spin on Birthright Israel. Okay, so the official full name is Birthright Israel, and Birthright Unplugged is this. According to Birthright Unplugged, it was founded in 2003 by Donya Alwan and Hannah Mermelstein. Alwan, an Iraqi-American Muslim of Muslim and Jewish descent, serves as the organization's current director. In 2005, Birthright Israel filed a cease and desist complaint against Birthright Unplugged for trademark infringement, alleging unfair competition. Oh my God, what? I never thought of Birthright Israel as a, I don't know, like a corporate competitor. That's strange. The Unplugged trip sought to expose mostly North American people to Palestinian side of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict through travel and conversation with a range of Palestinian activists. In 6 days, they visit Palestinian cities, villages, refugee camps in the West Bank, and spend time with Palestinian refugees living inside Israel. The organization ran a second program, Birthright Replugged, which took Palestinian children living in Palestinian refugee camps on field trips in Israel to see villages left by their families in the 1948 Palestinian expulsion and flight. I presume they mean the Nakba. In 2 days, they visit Jerusalem, the Mediterranean Sea, and the children's ancestral villages. Wow, interesting organization.
This closely. I've seen and I'm on Twitter less and less these days, but I've definitely seen touches of it on Twitter. And I don't know if it was like last week or when.
Yeah, Narwhal by Nature, that struck me strange too. Remember, this caller is nervous, right? This Hasan chatter that's calling into a Majority Report for the first time, so just nerves, I think.
Hasan, had texted me that he found this whole thing upsetting, all I can tell you is right now, it seems like we have entered a stage where.
Yeah, Conrad, Sam Sahadi.
Strong supporters of Israel, ones who I would say have been, really intensely in denial as to what Israel is doing and what it's become. And put aside, the question of for the moment, for the sake of this argument, or this.
Is the Majority Report's music licensed? I don't know. I wonder, right? What's their I think at least the bat break music, like the surfer sounding music, that's probably not licensed. Some of it might be like the Pilot Light song.
Situation, the founding of Israel as being highly problematic. Just take this past year in isolation. If nothing, if there had been no history whatsoever, if this was completely outside of a context, there's just simply no way. And I think the context actually does not make it any more favorable for Israel. I think quite the opposite. But let's just assume for a moment that this only happened on October 7th. That Hamas came over, they broke through, they killed somewhere between 600 and 800 civilians, and then anywhere between 300 or 400 military personnel, which is the case. The idea that this is a proportionate response, the killing of
Shakespeare says there used to be another organization called If Not Now that the reference being If Not Now Then When, that did the same thing, but people would actually leave their birthright trips in protest. Oh wow.
At a minimum, I mean, I don't think there's
Hasan has become an L. The thing I don't understand about that kind of sentiment is that, like, if you consider me to be an L now, then I didn't become that. Like, I've always been this L. Because the one thing is, it's me. I'm the one who called. Yes, I'm the chatter. Yeah. The thing is, like, I'm pretty consistent, especially on stuff like this, right?
That person's been watching a lot of streams. They watched MR this morning. They're in Hasan's chat. I don't know. Is it too much for them to expect them to pop up in my chat? I somehow feel like they will.
So I think that it's not necessarily that I have become an L. I think maybe your opinion changed on the matter. And that deserves some, I think, self-reflection. And I'm always going to be open-minded. I'm always going to be open-minded to people.
Look, this is why I need to be able to somehow pay attention to Twitch and YouTube and Shorts at the same time. Miskatonic actually warned me that Ethan would take off his shirt using a watch streak channel points to do so. Okay, that's it, chat. I gotta figure out if I can get like I gotta bring Twitch chat into the app that I use on Chrome.
Who changed their minds. Maybe you changed your mind in the opposite direction, but I will still hold out hope that you will one day be charitable again to the things that I'm saying. I haven't really changed my framework, my perception, my attitude on the way that Israel operates. The only thing that I've turned into an L on is the size of the t-shirts that I wear. I used to wear triple XL, and now I wear larges. So I guess on that front, you are right.
There's any sort of reasonable individual that thinks it's less than 40,000 plus people, and that we know that almost 2/3 of this is women and children. We know that there have been thousands of
That jacket is an L? Really? Okay.
Of kids.
It looks warm.
Underneath the age of like 2 who have been killed. I don't think there's anybody. Even without the context, this just looks like war crime after war crime.
May I ask a question, Sam?
Yeah.
So getting to that point, like, I think what's particularly upsetting about this, like, obviously the entire situation
Iammer Bullprog called in to talk about their criticisms of you. Okay.
is incredibly upsetting, and it's one of the most horrendous things that
Is Hasan gonna watch the Bullprog segment too? Chad, do you know what this is? Right, this is kind of sad. Bullprog, if you don't know, is a MR chatter, but also a channel which hosts the DJ Danarchy videos, right? So they put up all the DJ Danarchy stuff on their site. So kind of a part of the MR family, so to speak. Bullfrog has, I guess, an issue with Hasan that I'm still not sure I understand. They IM'd with when Emma was it like last Thursday or something? To disagree with Hasan, and then called again today in order to kind of like explain themselves, because they got a lot of pushback from Emma and from he did watch it. Hasan watched it. Thank you, Ghost Queen.
I hope I'll ever have to witness in my life. But I think what's pretty upsetting, like I mentioned before, is seeing people whom I previously thought were fairly progressive become like radicalized.
I mean, I guess, chat, the only way I can explain it is that there is a thing called crossover, right? That you watch my stream, you probably watch some other streams as well. If one of those streams was like Lonerbox or something, you might hear some weird stuff about me from Lonerbox. Obviously, you're not going to hear good things from me about Lonerbox, but in this case, it may be some crossover that the Majority Report has with other sort of debate-oriented streamers, which for the most part are somewhat reactionary, whether it's Vosh or Destiny or Lonerbox or any of the stuff that exploded out of Twitch poll. I'm kind of the exception in that my point of view aligns more with what you're going to see on MR or, I guess Hasan. Now, I'm not a Hasan stan. I've disagreed with him before. I'm not afraid to say when I disagree with what he has to say. It doesn't ever go into the, I don't ever like look at him as like, he's like the kind of problem that Vosh or Destiny is. But I don't think he's always right. But yeah, in a lot of ways, like my viewpoint lines up with maybe Hasan more than other streamers in this space. But that's just because there aren't a lot of like intersectional leftists, right? For some reason, it's easier for people to pop off if they're like doing some kind of like leftism plus anti-SJW sort of thing. But yeah, this is crossover. This is crossover. This is Bullprog maybe having crossover with I don't even want to speculate who, right?
Against this issue. And
well, listen, you were
that were
new CIA drone pilot. Yeah, Destiny Dronerbox do not like me. Vosh does not like me. Like I'm hated in a certain like segment, that just kind of debate adjacent, like, Twitch poll crowd. Like they hated my guts. They tried to kill my channel. Vosh literally tried to kill, not him himself, right? But his sysadmin literally tried to get my channel taken down and try to get it fucking deleted, clapped, right? Yeah, I've fought. We don't have the kind of drama that we used to in the bad old days, and we definitely don't have the kind of harassment that we used to in the bad old days. But I've come up against a lot of these people, and just for speaking my truth, just for saying what I believe, and not being cowed by larger streamers with bigger audiences that I have crossover with, and that's been to my detriment at certain times.
That are so much worse with their bad faith arguments, and I wonder if you think it's more about that just hits home for them in a weird way where they're able to suspend their disbelief.
That was the point that I was trying to make. It's like, I feel like we have hit a stage of this now where it is so horrific. It is so obvious that even without
you can't even acknowledge it.
Even without context, that to remain in denial, you need to go further, right? Like you can't hunker down. You need to go on the offense. I will tell you this. I had a guy, family friend of my father's age, who called him this week and asked if I was an anti-Semite.
Yeah. So this is ironically enough, the reason why I wanted Sam to talk to Ethan as well, because this is like getting too into in a very public fashion, but getting too into like inter-community conversations, okay? Like, you know how sometimes we open the door? You know how sometimes we open a door and peek into black people's business? This is Jewish people's business to a certain degree. Like the way that American Jews analyze Israel and the opinions that they have, like this is a inside baseball conversation almost. Like I understand why that chatter is frustrated because he's like recognizing the cognitive dissonance demonstrated by people who he recognizes were progressive, who have like who have gone through a genuine attitude change, right? And yet that attitude change has like limits in terms of the analysis. I think that it's just slightly parasocial. I don't think so, because like I have two different camps here, right? I have like hardline anti-Zionist Jewish friends who are very close friends of mine, as you guys know, who I love and have so much respect for, who have already had these opinions very publicly for a very long time. And then there are a lot of young Jewish Hasanabi heads that I talk to who have basically gone through this journey into anti-Zionism, and that the communal attitudes that are reflected back at them, like the push and pull basically of your own personal convictions on this matter versus the way that your immediate family members treat you, and your sense of community basically being robbed from you because of your difference in opinion on this matter, because of how many of these communities are built around the concept of like defending Israel. I think that's a real issue.
I really wish Hasan hadn't made this point. Precludes any chance of Ethan talking to Sam Seder. My understanding, though, is that Ethan took Hasan's suggestion to talk to Sam Seder as being really offensive. Like, right? His rhetorical comeback for that was, oh, so I need to talk to a Jewish person. Oh, so I'll only listen to another Jewish person, right? Like that it was offensive or racist in some way for Hasan to suggest that he talked to Ethan. So I don't think there was really, as much as Ethan has worked, they did the fucking Steven Crowder op together, right? So they're, they definitely know each other and they're friendly, but I don't know. I guess it just wasn't to be.
Sense of community Lamau? No, I mean, it's true. What do you mean? You can't say that, like, sense of community Lamau. There are plenty of anti-Zionist Jews who, literally are just like, dude, I don't know what to do. Like, you have Hillel on campus. You have all these, like, Jewish groups on campus. And they straight up are like, oh, are you anti-Israel? Fuck you. You're a token. Get out of here. Like, you get excommunicated like a Mormon. To be clear, I've been pro-Palestinian since I did Birthright Unplugged at 19. I'm 33 now, but it's upsetting because I saw firsthand the propaganda. Yeah. No, I'm talking specifically about like when I go to the encampments and stuff and I talk to the students there. One of the most common things I heard from Jewish students at the encampment was like, you basically don't have the same like community resources all of a sudden, because like it's just they take that shit away from you. You're like not a part of it. You have to be pro-Israel, and I feel like that's a frustrating situation, and I haven't been able to find it like a good solution to that at all. When people ask me that question, I do understand how that would be. I can understand how.
Oh my God, chat! We're 39 subs from being over 10,000.
How that would feel. That sense of isolation is
that is wild.
Going to be something that is damaging to your psyche for sure. Like I get that. I don't know. This is 100% going to be clip chimped. Wait, why? Well, I didn't say anything. I did not say anything even remotely inappropriate here. I'm talking about my.
I mean, look, Ethan is watching Hasan's stream. He's looking for, like as much as he accuses Hasan, not in so many words, of basically cherry picking. Of not responding to his points, quote unquote, and only responding to clips out of context. Like, he's doing the same thing to Hasan. He's watching and he's looking for his chance. Like, what's the best, clip that I can mischaracterized. So
my own personal experiences talking.
I don't know if this one will be it.
To anti-Zionist Jews that are Hasan heads at college encampments, like if they, you know, if people clip this out of context to say that this is anti-Semitic, then so be it. Like I've been getting called a terrorist every goddamn day. I've been getting called an Islamist fundamentalist terrorist every day. I think the best phrase to describe the thing that myself and a lot of other fellow Jewish Hasan heads is internalized shame. And it's something that I struggle with every day. I literally feel ostracized from my Jewish friends every day because of my beliefs. I think the best phrase to describe it is internalized shame. Like, I don't think you should feel shame. I think that that is the social conditioning, right? I think that as a Jewish person, you should never feel shame about the actions of Israel. You should never, ever feel shame about the actions of Israel because it has nothing to do with you. It has nothing to do with you whatsoever. I understand where it comes from. I think it literally comes from like all of the social conditioning from you know, early adolescent stages in your life, and how like that sense of community and almost like a higher national religious understanding in the form of like Zionist ideology has substituted maybe some of the practices that you could normally feel that you normally would
Yeah, Ethan is going after Hasan's friend, so it's not too much of a jump to think that Ethan might go after Sam as well. And this clip, this you know, this video, this segment would give him the perfect vector for that. I don't know though. Does he want Sam's smoke? Because rhetorically speaking, Sam is kind of there's a reason that Ethan brought Sam on to debate Steven Crowder in his place, and it's not just because he wasn't confident with his skills. It's that Steven Crowder, Tim Pool, Dave Rubin, all these people are running from any kind of engagement with Sam Seder because Sam loves to debate, and he goes so hard that even Michael Brooks had to pull him back when he was debating Tim Pool. He was like, Sam, he's already, you know, rhetorically dead, right? You know, just like pull back, like, right? It's Sam loves it. He loves to get down into a back and forth.
Feel is a part,
and he's good at it. He's really, really good at it.
I don't feel shame. I just feel dismayed that people who raised me aren't living by their own teachings is very upsetting. Yeah, you should never ever in a million years feel shame. If you're an American Jew, you should never ever feel shame towards the actions of Israel. I will never allow it. Zionism is woven into Jewish communities from a very young age. It was taught to me at Hebrew school and amongst the word of mouth. Yeah, exactly. But once again, this is why I always talk about this issue. Like, I don't think a lot of people understand. When I separate Zionism and Israel from Judaism across the board, I'm doing this because I see what is going on. Okay, I'm doing this one because it's the truth. Zionism is totally separate from Judaism. It does not matter if your local rabbi says that it isn't. Okay, it doesn't matter. You can voluntarily adopt this ideology because you think that this will, you know, time will pass, and you can use this as a deflection to be like, oh, well, every Jewish person is ideologically and religiously tied to Israel. It doesn't matter. This is what's taught in Hebrew school or whatever. But like, and it's a part of my Jewish identity. It still doesn't matter because you are not recognizing that you are teaching people something that is wrong. And not only is it wrong, but it's also causing people to associate Israel's actions with Judaism when it is so far removed from Judaism, almost antithetical to the values that at least I have learned about Judaism and Jewish culture and Jewish history. That may be a point of contention, though. Do you have the right to make that distinction as a non-Jewish person? Yeah, I understand that. I understand when people go, people try to do like, well, it's, you know, my own ideology, my own choice, that type of thing. It's not because of Israel. It's because I'm shamed by my community for not being pro-Israel. I know this is a long shot, but I would also be more than welcome to guest star one day to talk about my upbringing and the constant struggle of being someone who is Jewish and anti-Israel. I know you've talked about this a billion times, but I still be open sometime if you want. I'm pretty sure Megaphonics will also be more than glad to do so as well. Yeah. I hate how insane everyone has become.
That's the caller, right? That's the caller that he's talking to. Ironically enough, I don't know if we'll get to this or not, but later in the stream that Ethan does, he talks about how lonely a lot of people, Jewish people, feel and have felt since October 7th, which I have no doubt is real. But what Ethan might not be considering is that the loneliness of somebody like this caller who's lost a lot of their support network because of them taking a principled stand on, and even Ethan's opinion on the onslaught in Gaza being, I think he thinks it's at least a violation of human rights, if not an outright genocide. Even that would be enough to burn his bridges with certain people. That it's not just like a it's not just Zionists that are feeling isolated and alienated during this conflict, and with all of what's going on. Anyway, like I said, I don't know if we'll get to that part.
It's impossible.
That's pretty deep in the VOD.
The family I used to be friends with on holidays. I've seen too many dead babies. I literally burst out at any of my family when they bring up Israel. Like, I want my grandparents on Haifa dead. It's my fault for seeing Palestinians as humans. Yeah. But like
Wow. I mean, that's fucking real. Like, right, and it actually like, family's a tough thing. There's parts of my family that are super judgmental of. I mean, it's not the same, right? But this is something I can relate to in a way.
Self has is personally talking about his own experiences. Like, people think people in his own community, in his own immediate circle of friends, is like looking at him and assuming that he is like anti-Semitic for his opinion on Israel. And it's a very weird situation because, like, when people say white people are under attack in America or Christianity is under attack in America, we all understand that that's right. That is the oppressive group trying to do a reverse racism narrative. But with anti-Semitism, there is real anti-Semitism. There is actually a sense of marginalization that is valid. There is actually a genuine impact of anti-Semitism that is a canary for fascist ideology. So when that gets diluted with anti-Zionism in a very nefarious cycle that tries to associate all of the actions of Israel with Judaism, you are literally, without recognizing, telling people something that is objectively false, okay? Just like Saudi Arabia and its actions have nothing to do with Islam, okay? Or the rest of the Muslim world, Israel's actions have nothing to do.
Oh no, so it has started. It actually has started already. Hasan says Ethan posted on Insta a heavily edited chat log from Reddit showing Sam's chat. Chat, that's some of you. I mean, potentially. I don't want to get anybody scared. Imaginary Music, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Ethan loves these like asymmetric internet fights, right? Whether it's a smaller streamer like Frogan or a literal chatter, right? He loves to use his fucking Insta to put people on blast.
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Okay, that's got me worried. That's got me worried. Like, I don't know. It's one thing when people fuck with me, chat. I'm used to it. But yeah, I don't like people fucking with my community. And like I said, probably the biggest overlap I have is with MR. It's getting a little uncomfortably close to home for me. My biggest challenge is just kind of keeping it together emotionally, because these fights, these conflicts, right? Any sort of display of emotion that's a vector of attack, right? You cry on stream, they're crocodile tears, they're fake. You know, you're manipulating your audio. Oh God, I've been through it, and you just gotta like try to like not show any emotion, even if you're feeling it. You know what I mean? Vox Populi. Project VO Pod, you just got weaseled. Willie Gutierrez, you just got weaseled. How did I get here? I don't know, but you just got weaseled. Nicole, you just got weaseled. Wait, there's one more somewhere. Oh, Iron Fawns, you just got weaseled. And that's a good thing.
With Judaism, or how American Jews or Jews wherever they live in the world and their day-to-day experiences, it has nothing to do with that. It is a state, right? It is a state built around an ethno and religious supremacist ideology that is built on top of an area where there are millions of indigenous people and tens of millions that have been displaced already. It has nothing. It has nothing to do with Judaism across the board, no matter how hard people have packaged it as such. And it always feels like I'm going crazy when people associate it when they are either Jewish themselves or pro-Jewish, right? It's like hearing straight up a Muslim guy.
I mean, let me just be real clear, okay? As far as I know, we're not involved in shit, right? As a community, right? Nobody's got their target on us. Like, we're not. I mean, I could change in an instant, but it's it's not that I'm worried about this community being targeted. It's that I'm worried about people in this community being targeted by things like Ethan putting the MR chat on his IG.
Thomas Jer, super chatted $5.83. Saw the Hasan Abbey react about someone sticking their paws into the entire Twitch madness.
Yeah, that's what we're watching now. I think that's what you're talking about, right, Thomas? Thank you for the super chat.
The Western world be like, claiming that like ISIS is actually good for Islam and that ISIS actually is the true idea of Islam. It's like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, what are you saying? That's what it feels like. And I can't. You've made a turn, man. Not a good path. Once again, I have not. Especially on this issue, I have not. You either weren't paying attention in the past or your opinion most likely changed. Unless you can identify what the turn is, unless you can identify in your mind what the turn is, we can't have this, we can't have like a normal conversation. It's just your vibes. In a Twitch chat, it's more nuanced than that. What? You can give some...
I'll find his IG. I'll find. It must be on Twitter.
Here's another story from Nandre. A little anecdotal though. When I lived in Israel, many of the younger Israelis despise Zionism because they live inside it and saw the garbage effects it has on life. It's why it's such a frustrating dialogue over there. The West is so far removed from it and pushes it so hard. Yeah, that definitely is the other aspect of it too. I'm giving you the opportunity to speak up. So what Nandre said, it makes all the worse that Hebrew school teaches us about such a politically fraught and deep topic like Zionism at such a young age, and now tell us it's the Palestinians who indoctrinate their children who hate us, as though hating Palestinians isn't the obvious lesson of Zionist youth lessons. I cannot even reconcile that obvious cognitive dissonance with people who still believe that even in old age. Yeah, it's just, you can point to videos that I have on this topic, ironically enough, with the same exact people that I'm still talking to on the same exact subject matter from like 8 years ago. You know what I mean? That's what's so funny about people being like, wow, you've changed. I have not. You either weren't paying attention to what I was saying for the past almost decade, your perspective on the matter changed, and now you analyze what I'm saying with a very different lens. Again, it's more complex than can be said in a chat. You were literally asking me for talking points and I refuse. What? Okay, so what do you want? You just wanted to chirp? That's what it was? You just wanted the wine? Is that what it was? I would hope anyone would.
Oh no, chat.
Years. I mean, if society
what is this? What is this?
On a lot of these issues, like, why would you expect me?
What is he doing?
To change? That doesn't make any point. That doesn't make any sense. Yes, I have been.
Is this related?
Been consistently now for more than a decade. Been
okay. Sorry, I should have given a
publicly more than a decade. Been pro immigration, right?
I should have given a content warning there. Self harm. Like I don't know what he's.
pro reform, rehabilitation over incarceration when it comes to the criminal justice system. I have, and none of those structural problems have gone away. I have been very critical of policing as an institution in this country. That has not changed, if not only gotten worse. So, and with respect to Israel, it's not like Israel 10 years ago was different. It was still an apartheid, and it still is. Like, my core values and the way that I understand the world have not shifted dramatically for most people, not just you. These people just started paying attention, not you. Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
And it's like, wait a second. First off, I'm not saying anything now that I haven't been saying for a year. And I've been critical increasingly over the years, to be fair. But starting in 2004, when we did this show on AM Talk Radio, we had the Israeli embassy contact our show, after our first segment about Israel, which was in, I don't know, second month of doing the show.
Chat, we should bring Kid Bandit back on.
Critical of Israel. I think I
just denounced terrorists. I do. Your voice speaks loud. Do with that what you will. I denounce terrorists every day. I denounce the terror state of Israel every day. I denounce America's actions that are state-sponsored terror every day. Every day.
More critical as
like she's been studying some
people are still
some Taekwondo.
Right? Like, they're still human beings. Whatever kind of sticker you associate with them does not change that dynamic. People understandably have a desire to live free. Okay? That is a normal human desire to have. If you understand that the standard of violence is set by the larger, more powerful party, which in this case would be the settler colonial country with nuclear arms that are getting endless amounts of funds and weapons from the largest superpower on the planet historically, then you have to recognize that the overarching harm, the larger harm, is always still coming from Israel. Israel is setting the standard of violence. The Nat Turner rebellion, albeit incredibly violent, which included white people being slaughtered in their bedrooms, you know what I mean, did not change the morality.
Oh God, I found it.
It didn't. Just like the ANC's actions did not change the morality of the South African apartheid. When the dust settles, you will not look back at these situations, at these acts of violence, resisting against, no matter how abhorrent they may be, okay? And October 7 had a tremendous amount of abhorrent.
So it looks like it's mods. It looks like he's got the he's got screenshots of the MR some of the MR mods.
Acts of violence, okay, specifically against civilians. When the dust is settled, if there is truly a progressive slant to history, you will look back at that as a dark moment in history, but ultimately the much larger harm will be accurately pointed to and the much larger issue will be in the hands, the larger responsibility will be in the hands of the settler colonial entity. The dust will never settle in this conflict. You're wrong. You're wrong on that too. No, the dust will settle on this for sure, because I don't believe that history magically has a slant towards progress, but I do look at history and recognize that the normal condition for humans is to collaborate with one another rather than being in a constant state of war, as evidenced by...
So my analysis of what I just saw from Ethan's Instagram, screen capping conversations between MR mods and I believe Matt, Majority Report channel. So I'm thinking that's probably Matt Leck. It's on that. It seems like he's trying to get mods fired. He's trying to put pressure on Sam to demod people. That's what it looks like.
The European collaboration that we now take for granted, despite the fact that not that long ago, they were warring with one another, right? It's not optimism. I'm just simply looking at the way history has worked, okay?
Hasan looks like he just came out of a rodeo.
People who have killed one another for centuries now collaborate with one another, and it's not even a question. And we take that collaboration for granted. We assume that that is the normal condition. The other thing that I also know is that
Thank you, Shakespeare.
this level of violence is inherently unsustainable, okay? This level of violence that Israel is dishing out to every single one of its neighbors and to territories that it currently illegally occupies is completely and utterly unsustainable. That's it. Fascism is inherently a suicidal ideology. It is
I agree. I just have no idea like where the natural limits of this conflict will be reached on the Israeli side, and I don't want to think about how many more people will be violently and irrevocably impacted before that happens.
constantly seeking out an out-group at the behest of protecting an in-group. History is riddled with examples of ultra-nationalist ideologies self-destructing, including, but not limited to, Nazi Germany. Its rise and its fall. Israel is now, due to these last 12 months of endless, unlimited genocide, a complete pariah state, not only by the third world, the global south, the developing nations, which always saw it as a colonial apparatus, but also now the first world, Western nations and their populations, especially younger populations in the West, recognize the reality. They can see right from wrong. This creates a shit ton of pressure. Israel cannot maintain itself as a Western adjacent nation, as a tourism destination, as a destination for academics to go and visit, as long as it keeps up this level of unlimited violence. There is a material harm, a cost that Israel is incurring right now, okay? A debt to all the bloodshed, both on the social front, the social capital that it's expending, but also on the economic front. Think about your own personal attitude. Think about your own personal journey since October 7, 2023, and how much your opinion has shifted on this matter, okay? Maybe not every single person is going to be as clear-eyed on this issue and recognize, Israel as an apartheid state, but many people have the capacity to still see right from wrong. There's only so much Islamophobic sentiment that can justify the burned, charred bodies of children that you see on a daily basis. Anyway, let's continue.
Over the years, more critical of just sort of like of Zionism per se. But the point is, I think we're at a point where it is so horrific that to maintain the denial, one needs to sort of like shift the entire conversation.
Jerry, it's actually YouTube mods. Like, right, Ethan's screen capped YouTube mods, and talking to I'm assuming Matt under the channel name.
I do not believe that Hasan is anti-Semitic. That has never
that's the
come
weird
up.
thing too. Like
where does this?
I watch a lot of his streams, and if you're making those types of arguments, it has to be in bad faith or you're at least like clip chimping, as he would say.
I don't know if
I just never have witnessed anything even remotely like that.
I haven't followed this close enough, but I don't know if it's in bad faith as much as it is, at least in the instance of Ethan, that it is very, very difficult for some people who are attached to an idea or certain realities or have family there or whatnot to reconcile what they're seeing. Yeah. I mean, I know people who literally don't believe that anybody has died in Gaza. They think it's all fake. I mean,
it's infuriating because I've experienced way more hostility and anti-Semitism from fellow Jews than Hasan, Morgan, or anyone who's been attacked this week. Yeah, I mean, because we're not anti-Semitic. Like, humans are intrinsically social beings. Civilization begins when we take care of the vulnerable, and it crumbles when we are violent. Fascism is anti-evolutionary, and progress and freedom is in our human spirit. I agree with that for sure.
The amount of denial, like we're in that era, that phase of the epoch where like it is so hard to deny, even if you can justify.
I've said it a billion times, Hasan. If at any point I felt that this chat's room status as one of the safest and best regulated places against anti-Semitism on the internet was in question, I would make it known or leave. I'm still here. That, I mean, I see it. I view the anti-Semitism allegations, smears, not even allegations, the smears in the same vein as I view people saying that I'm transphobic. And sure, there are plenty of people who still maintain this belief that I am transphobic, right? Some trans people online probably think that I am transphobic, right? This is one of the largest trans communities online, you know? It does.
Okay, so one thing that, yeah, like I said, I don't always agree with Hasan. If I was to talk about, you know, issues of race and stuff and be like, you know, there's some people out there that think that I am racist, right? I wouldn't say it like that because I know on an implicit level I probably am, right? It's like very rare for people to unpack the you know, the sort of white the whiteness that society imbues you with and that you absorb without realizing, and take in beliefs that you don't know you have, right? So like for your son, you don't need to say that you're not, you know, transphobic. Like I'm probably transphobic. All right, this shit is kind of universal. But I think more than like transphobia, people sometimes worry about Hasan's reticence to accept information from the trans community about how his advocacy, which he does because he's an advocate for trans rights, give him his flowers, give him his credit, give him his everything, but that you know, when you do that and you're shutting out, like, you know, or you're perceived as shutting out viewpoints from trans people about how you're doing your advocacy, and you're like, no, shut up, I know better, I know how to handle these. It's not for you. This is not for you. This is not for you. Right? That's what gets under trans people's skin. Right? I don't know of anybody who thinks that he's transphobic, other than in a implicit, you know, in an implicit sense that, but that's, you know, that kind of transphobia is virtually universal.
Does not matter. It does not matter what people say. This does not change my analysis. This does not change my advocacy. I can't counter a false framing that you have hallucinated. It's a coordinated and targeted smear campaign that is being laundered via this drama. It's completely selfish and bigoted. All of it is in bad faith and is coming from a very specific corner of the internet. Yeah. I think the dominant American version of Jewish authenticity is deeply cornered into the Zionist paradigm, one where you have to hold your tie to exist in exile, but now in relation to an actually existing Israel. I don't know how to resolve the contradictions between this national existence and humanist Jewish values, or what new Jewish authenticity would look like. I don't know if you can do that while retaining any national framework and what that mean for Israeli Jews. I don't. What's the second part of that? Time without an OWO. I know you're not anti-Semitic, but with the right clips, I can understand why some things make some people uncomfortable. I think that's a problem.
Oh my God, this is the problem with streaming. Yeah, you could take clips of me and make me look really bad. In fact, people have done that. People have literally put words in my mouth that were never there, implicitly, with clips. Yeah, that's a thing. That's a thing. And it's really annoying too, because some streamers will try to use that fact, which is a, you know, a fact you could put, you know, implicitly put words in a streamer's mouth with clips. They'll use that to fucking gaslight people, right? Vosh is the name that comes to mind of, like, you know, no, none of my clips are as bad as they actually sound. And indeed, some of them are disingenuous, but not all of them. Not all of the clips of Vosh are, you know, putting words in his mouth.
8 hours a day for 50 years, not everyone will understand you to the same degree.
So yeah, then when a streamer says, like, actually, that's not what I said, you took it out of context, yada, 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 you know, then it's sometimes hard to believe. I don't blame people for being skeptical of that particular defense.
Yeah, but the benefit of that, of my streaming 8 hours a day for 10 years, not 50, is that you can also find the actual context in which I'm saying certain things. No second part, I just don't know, is for American Jews to hold those discussions. Like, you will never be able to convince me that American Jews cannot arrive at this point if there are Jews in Israel who recognize it and are anti-Zionist, like Time Without an OO. You know what I mean? It's just crazy. I know what it's like to grow up in ultra-nationalist culture, an ultra-nationalist country. You know what I mean? I know what it's like. It takes a lot of resistance, resilience, intellectual curiosity to overcome things that people take for granted. One of the best things about America, I guess, one of the kind of weaknesses about American nationalism is that they're so hyper-focused on their treats that it's like much easier to examine this kind of thing, especially when paired up with the lack of interest in creating or cultivating this like national mythos in the United States of America, because like we care more about capitalism and upholding that than we do about like having some ultra-nationalist movement. If you're not willing to look up the context of the criticism about you, do you realistically expect your detractors to do that for you? Yeah, no, I know the context of the criticism because I know where it's coming from. I've heard it a million times.
EasyB says, I've seen people calling Hasan transphobic. There's just no winning. There's two incidences that come to mind where people might have said something like that. One is the Harry Potter game, a shit tier video game which was represented as being a possible game of the year, right? That you know, a lot of people who were all about talking trans rights were really quick to be like, oh, cool, Harry Potter, let me play that shit, despite the fact that that money does indeed go to J.K. Rowling, right? That's one issue that trans people have had with Hasan. The other being, oh my gosh, I'm trying to remember the person's name. I think it's Catboy Collector. Had an issue with Hasan's debate with, oh my god, what the fuck is Christian Walker? Yeah. And Hasan had kind of an over-the-top response. But those are the two issues that come to mind. Other than that, I really haven't heard anybody say anything like that.
And I've addressed it a million times over. And I think it's bad faith in general. So it's kind of silly to hyper-focus on it. What I also find really funny is that, like, it's literally packaged clip chimps, and then people turn around and go, why won't Hasan address these bad faith smears that are directly antithetical to his values and his track record on this issue, right? Why won't they address that? And then when I even remotely address it, people turn around and clip something else out of context to only extend the
Hasan being a nerd and wanted to play it. Yeah, and for the record, there was trans people who wanted to play it too, right? It's
conversation. It doesn't feel like a productive thing to do. There are videos out there with millions of views.
Say for the sake of argument.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Chatter put some effort and corrected this. Just a quick reference point to what Hasan actually believes versus the lies. One, Hasan enables anti-Semitism to be commonplace on Twitch. No, anti-Semitism has no place in the leftist movement and has never had space in the leftist movement. Oh wow, this is like a massive.
I guess the reason for me that I disagree with Hasan, and I'm not afraid to say when I disagree with Hasan, like, right, I'm not a stan or anything. I'm not, you know, but I don't consider him anywhere close to as problematic as like as like the debate perv streamers in the space. Oh my god, now I sound like a stan calling them debate pervs, but the debate bozos, right? You know, because the bar is in hell as far as streamers go. You know, it's like Hasan compared to Vosh, Hasan compared to Destiny, Hasan compared to almost anyone you could find is going to be like a positive comparison for him. So I compared to expectations of the streamer space, like Hasan, I think acquits himself pretty well usually.
Effort post, holy shit. Yeah, it's the why don't you respond to the criticism Innuendo Studios video
As
that
a reasonable moderate, ask, why don't you respond to criticism? There's a lot going on in that question, more than is immediately obvious, and it's worth understanding.
Anyway, there are smear videos of me on every single issue that I have extensively logged countless hours on. Transphobia, white supremacy. Though I guess the one thing that they haven't smeared me on is like that I am not sufficiently like pro Middle Eastern population. That's the one thing. But we'll get there was that too.
Look, I'll take Hasan's like cis fragility on certain issues over like Vosh's attempt to use trans people as a literal fig leaf. Like as fucking human. I shouldn't say human shields, but you know what I'm saying. Like Vosh when he's criticized for his, fucked up tax folders. Some people probably don't know what that means. So I probably have to explain that for the fact that he's got lowly horse corn in that he accidentally showed that in his folders on screen, right? On stream. And then his response to Ethan Klein saying that's pretty fucked up, man, is like, oh, that's pretty fucked up. Well, I guess you think all the trans people in my community are pretty fucked up too, right? And it's just like, no, that's not that is so fucked up that he's like, he takes Ethan's criticism and tries to deflect it using the fact that he has trans people in his community. I'll take Hasan on his worst day over that shit. You know what I'm saying? That's my perspective, right?
People were saying that I was not sufficiently pro Palestine because I drink Coke on stream, So I guess even that exists out there in the ether. Every single thing that is readily available for all to consume on my YouTube page, on the many VODs, thousands and thousands of hours logged on every single issue. It is out there for you to see. You can find it on your own if you have any real...
Karachi says... Vosh cultivates an echo chamber by mass temporary banning or perma-banning chatters who disagree with him at times. I figure Destiny probably does the same thing. Yeah, no, Destiny straight up purges his chat, right? He, like, after the blow-up with Hasan, he literally, I think, just mass banned any leftist or anybody that sounded like a leftist from his community.
Questions or concerns, you can figure it out. If you're like, is Hasan personally deeply invested in the success of a Shia militia group? Like, does he really like Hezbollah? Or am I getting manipulated into a false framing on the matter because he dares to explain the context in which Hezbollah exists or is seen by the broader population? That's it. A question you must ask yourself. At the end of the day, the existence precedes essence. I think we can have those unresolved conversations about identity and admit we don't have the full answers, also while maintaining full determination in our pursuit for human justice. I struggle with my Jewish identity all the time, and at the same time, it's true for every one of my Israeli and Jewish anti-Zionist friends, but that's never stopped us from believing in a free Palestine. Yeah. I think it's very different, though, as an American Jew to recognize Israel being bad, even though Israeli anti-Zionists are literally on the ground. We are being pounded with propaganda about Israel, but we can't actually see it. Just like how you wouldn't see the ads if you're subscribed.
Yo!
I have to rely on...
That is a high-level debate. I'm sorry, chat. That was loud. I'm sorry, roommates. That was loud. I just wasn't expecting for that to be related to the top of the hour ad break, which happens every hour. Not quite on the hour for us, but for 3 minutes at a time, and that you can get out of for free with a Prime sub, or for $6 by spending $6 to get yourself out of it, or possibly by being gifted a sub, which happens often enough, but is more likely to happen to you if you're active in the chat.
On you and other on-the-ground journalists to see what's
His debate reminded me that I gotta do the...
actually going on while Israelis can just look at it right in front of them.
That's a truly great debate. You witnessed it firsthand. Congratulations. That's like that's like being present for like a historical event.
Well, this is something I'll be looking forward to when I'm not running ads any longer, okay? If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. Opponent on the Majority Report made a great point that when these people analyze the terrorist groups are fighting, it's viewed as apologia, but when Western violence is put into the context and justified, it's normal. Yeah. Like, this is what I mean. The Ordinary Gamer made a video about you today. Like, dude, come on. Come on. I love how people...
Is he going to respond to Mudahar?
Want to defend...
So you have to, like, the thing is, like, that Ethan's, like, rhetoric. You have to watch Mudahar's video, right? And you have to make yourself accountable to Mudahar. You have to make yourself accountable to Nicholas Diorio. You have to make yourself accountable to Destiny, right? You know, you gotta, like, anybody that's chirping. Anybody that's chirping, right? It's you needing to make yourself accountable to them. It is not, you cannot reframe this as what it really is, which is you trying to hold powerful structures, powerful governments accountable, and that their quote-unquote accountability policing of you is an attempt to stop you from doing that, right? You're not allowed to do that. You got to take every single piece of criticism and you gotta watch it through, right? Can you imagine that? Hasan would never cover anything except for drama. If he did what Ethan's asking him to do, and he extended that beyond Ethan, because certainly Ethan doesn't think it's just for him, right? He would literally never cover news, never cover politics, never play games. It would just be drama, 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 drama. It would be Bonarelli. He would never stop talking about fucking Bonarelli.
Israel will always be like, it's complicated. Let's not talk about it. Let's not say anything. And then, like, guys who invest all of their time and effort into DEI initiatives in video games or whatever are now making hit pieces, and now I have to take that shit seriously? Like, get out of here. Why am I supposed to talk to someone who doesn't know what they're talking about? How am I going to sit here? Like, oh, I'm just going to sit here and listen to every drama farming centrist YouTuber with a alt-right adjacent crowd that they are desperately trying to capture the attention of every single time someone makes a YouTube video? Like, it's stupid. Like, let's be serious, man. Come on. Just a quick reference point to what Hasan actually believes versus the lies. 1, Hasan enables anti-Semitism to be commonplace on Twitch. No.
Come on. Anti-Semitism has no place in the leftist movement. It has never had a space in the leftist movement.
Wait, what's up with his voice? His voice, wait, is this just an old clip? Did his voice used to be higher?
Leftist movement is first and foremost comprised of revolutionary Jews to begin with, okay? It was literally a...
Yeah, lest we forget what the alt-right is constantly chirping about.
Attacked as a Jewish plot, as a Jewish conspiracy. That's what the Nazis said. That's why the first people they threw in the concentration camps were socialists. It is a very dangerous prospect to make this conflation, which serves the interests of anti-Semites. It sometimes feels like, especially for Christian Zionists, okay, that they have no fear in Nazis whatsoever. I know that Jewish ultra-Zionists still understandably fear Nazis, neo-Nazis.
He used to sound more articulate. Listen to his voice. Listen to his voice. His voice sounds higher.
Nazis and fascists, but I am afraid.
Did he used to smoke?
Of this wave of propaganda turning people's opinions and dropping them from being understandably fearful of the statistical probability that if they do withstand some kind
Yeah, you're right. It could be audio settings. Doesn't he have a plugin that
of anti-Semitic action, it will be in the hands of a neo-Nazi rather than a Muslim person, okay? But the other side of this also is very frustrating. A chatter said, what about anti-Islam? What about Islamophobia and actions such as Islamophobic actions? We do not have a good enough mechanism, unfortunately, in the United States of America, which has in the past 3 decades made Muslims globally their major enemies in an effort to justify
it's only Zens
their blood and soil propaganda and imperialist actions in the Middle East. So there is no mechanism to truly figure out exactly what level of
he did used to smoke. Yeah, I mean, maybe that, I guess that could cause I mean, people's voices change over time too, so it could be that.
Islamophobia, or what level of Islamophobia exists in society right now. There was a...
Damn, that's crazy. I guess I precogged all this That's why it's so funny when people say, Hasan, why don't you respond to this? Why don't you respond to that? The f am I supposed to do? I responded to it months before it became an issue for you, I guess. That's why I always laugh when people say, Hasan, your opinions have changed.
Wait, do Zens make your voice lower?
No, they haven't. Hasan denies this happened on October 7th. Hasan laughed at Kamala bringing up October 7th. No, he doesn't. Explain something.
Yeah, true.
Are a routine part of atrocities during war. It can happen, and it has happened time and time again, which is so time and time again, which is why there's a likelihood that it could have happened on October 7th. New York Times, the narrative of systematic that were conducted by Hamas on October 7th. The New York Times has absolutely made up their minds ahead of time before the story ever published and refuses to do their journalistic due diligence. They do engage in State Department propaganda notoriously and historically. This is why there is a likelihood that it could have happened on October 7th. This is a position that I've maintained since October 7th. There were plenty of atrocities that occurred on October 7th, okay, that are akin to acts of terror. Because on October 7th, it was...
Congrats, Ophelia.
Wasn't just the Palestinian Brigades, a coalition of resistance forces that includes Hamas, Palestinian Islamic Jihad, PFLP, DFLP, and many others. It was also, once the barrier into Israel was broken, there was also criminal elements that...
Chat, I gotta say, I low-key enjoy the fact that we found this video, because otherwise we would have been watching a lot of Ethan. And having watched Ethan's whole video, I'm finding myself agreeing with Hasan that there aren't points that Ethan's bringing up that Hasan has not smacked down like countless times. It is like, I don't know if he's literally going to, you know what, the subreddit. Like, look, the one thing that Hasan might be wrong on, and jury's still out on that, is like he is assuming that Ethan's getting his information from Bonercelli. And maybe not. Maybe not. I mean, that's something that Ethan pretty strongly denies. He, puts himself. He like, kind of separates his viewpoint from Destiny's viewpoint. Like he's acting like that's super bad faith to that Hasan's doing that to poison the well, essentially. And I don't know. I don't have any proof linking Ethan to Destiny or his community or his subreddit or anything like that. But in terms of the actual, Ethan holding Hasan accountable, there's not a lot of real substance there. And it just feels like Ethan wants drama. He needs that back and forth. And the fact that Hasan's not giving him what he wants, and Hasan actually is giving him what he wants, because Ethan can take these clips anytime Hasan talks about Ethan, like you can count on another video will be made, right? But he's acting like, I don't know what Hasan has to do. Put his entire 3-hour live stream, his entire effort post, does he have to platform that? Otherwise he didn't really respond to Ethan's critique.
Broke through said barrier. But as far as we saw, given how much of what happened on October 7th was filmed, including the actual...
Look, Bovine, I'm the same way. I can't handle my nicotine at all.
Atrocities
Cannot take it.
Forces executing civilians, shooting at porta potties and the like during the Nova Festival and many other circumstances. The likelihood that there wasn't firsthand accounts on rampant sexual assault in the way that the original coverage entailed, that didn't meet the muster, like the normal standard of the New York Times reporting. There are some...
So the background on this is that Ethan showed Hasan responding to an interview of Kamala Harris where she's asked about her stand on Israel-Palestine, and the first thing she does is talk about the R's on October 7th. And she is essentially... Hasan is, shown as like laughing, right? So that's being taken as by Ethan to say that Hasan thinks that the R's of people by Hamas or by members of Hamas or by whoever on October 7th are funny, right? Or that he doesn't believe the women reporting those R's. I think the problem is that a lot of these reports don't come with a victim having reported them. But he is pointing out, like he's not denying that occurred on October 7th. In fact, by just like the nature of armed conflict, right? It's very likely that occurred to a certain degree on October 7th. It's just that in addition to that, we've got claims that did not pan out, that do seem to be meant to justify atrocities against people in Gaza, right? So yeah, he is being mischaracterized pretty brutally.
Some reasons for it, because this was, for all intents and purposes, as far as the Palestinian resistance goes, a operation that was, in their own words, much more successful than they had predicted. They thought that there would be a lot more resistance overall, and that once the dam broke, there was a ton more violence than a quick in and out operation where they would be able to capture some prisoners of war as hostages in an effort to bargain, so there's that. Hasan is doing bigotry of low expectations. Hasan expects nothing from this kid, Yemeni genocide survivor, no decency, no quality.
Can somebody explain to me the nature of this thread? Okay, I see what it is. So it's somebody on his subreddit doing what Ethan is asking Hasan to do, right? Take each of Ethan's points that he introduces and respond to them, right? And what this person is finding is a clip, for each of these accusations so far that basically disputes what Ethan has to say. So in other words, they are coming to the same conclusion that I have come to, that Ethan's criticism is not valid, right? Other than if you want to talk about like his criticism of Twitch, his criticism of reintroducing Sneeko, reintroducing Fresh and Fit to Twitch, unbanning them, right? Which I think Hasan does not dispute either.
It's not reactionaries, okay? Because no one is born a reactionary. No one is born a conservative, but let's say someone is conservative here. They automatically teleported and adjusted the material conditions of conservatism in Iran. They would be no different than the mullah. No one is born a conservative. But let's say someone was someone that is conservative here. If they automatically teleported and adjusted to the material conditions of like conservatism in Iran, they would be no different than the mullahs. That's my opinion. Like, and not only that, but in terms of the Yemeni kid, like I went into that interview and I've repeated myself quite a bit, right? I went into that interview assuming that there is a likelihood that he might be Houthi, okay? A Houthi rebel, a Houthi pirate, right? Aside from the memes and whatnot.
So this was another thing that Ethan tried to catch Hasan on, that prior to the interview, somebody in chat had asked, are we going to talk to a Houthi rebel today? And Hasan was like, hell yeah. So Ethan tries to contrast that with Hasan's claim that that Rashid is not a Houthi, as somehow Hasan like lying, knowingly lying about him.
That was my overarching assumption. There is a likelihood that this person, because at the time we had seen him like going towards the ship and whatnot on a dinghy. I did not know that it was a tourist destination in Yemen, basically, that you can go to and take photos of or whatever. Having said that, however, in the interview, I wanted to first and foremost humanize him, okay, and make him feel comfortable despite the communications barrier that we had, the language barrier that we had. And beyond that, I wanted to dive a little bit deeper into the background of a person who has experienced only genocide, who has grown up under genocide, okay? That is real. You might not know about this. You might not know about the famine in Yemen. You might not know about like American-backed actions of Saudi Arabia.
Oh yeah, Tetros. Yeah, the non-Hasan takes, right? So like I'm trying to think of what all that was. Yeah, Sneeko and obviously Sneeko and Fresh and Fit being unbanned. And as Chatter brought up just a second ago, there's a lot of reasons why those people should be remain banned. In addition to their blatant anti-Semitism, you've got blatant misogyny, blatant transphobia. Like there's a lot of things wrong with Sneeko and Fresh and Fit. And for a for a company with the TOS that Twitch has, it just doesn't make sense why they would unban them. So yeah, that is sus. And then we have some unanswered questions when it comes to the banning of not just Israeli accounts, right? But Israeli and Palestinian accounts, new signups, right? And I shouldn't say banning. It was like disabled, right? Starting around October 7th, that account new signups from those areas were disabled, and Twitch says that there's two ways to sign up: one by phone with your phone number, and the other with email. And that these were set to not allow accounts from Israel or Palestine to sign up, and that the what was it? The phone one was lifted, but the email one was not, and they say that was a mistake. Right? There are some, I mean, that's a weird situation. I can't completely explain that. The other thing, non-Hasan criticism, I guess, would be about Dan Clancy being a creep. Dan Clancy, I guess at various times when he's opened up his phone to show features of Twitch, that streamers that have come up are bathtub and what's called like bathtub, hot tub, pool streamers, which are streamers that are, whose main appeal is trying to be showing themselves in an attractive way while not getting banned for it, while not violating TOS, right? So people say that he's a creep because of that. There's some really disingenuous stuff about against Dan Clancy too, including him like doing like a cheerleading maneuver with some woman on stage who ended up kind of falling, but it's not him. It was a trick that they both had planned to do, I guess maybe even rehearsed, and it just didn't go off. So it's not, so they took that as being like Dan Clancy hurts women, and it's just like, I mean, I don't know, it's a mixed bag. The other part would be the Frogan panel, and that is so disingenuous, right? And that's probably the lowest thing that Ethan did in terms of attacking smaller streamers and just blatantly mischaracterizing what was happening on that panel. He took something that was a fucking, tier list of like, what streamers are we cool with, and portrayed it as like a racial tier list was how Ethan saw that. And it's just not. It's not. Frogan and friends were not doing a racial tier list.
Arabia in Yemen, UAE in Yemen, but it still doesn't matter. Like, that is a real thing that occurred, okay? Having said that, in that conversation, and in many conversations since then, where this person has given interviews to Sky News, for example, he has reiterated the position that he is not a Houthi, that he is simply Yemeni. Like, he is simply a person from Yemen, a kid from Yemen, a social media influencer, okay? If he was a Houthi rebel, for the record, if he was a Houthi rebel, I still see value.
Ooh, yeah, I didn't even think of that, ECB. Yeah, the Wendigoon in Praise of Shadows drama, which I didn't really cover. I saw the Praise of Shadows video, and yeah, I was not impressed with. There was some things off about what In Praise of Shadows did. That being said, I feel like a content creator who is perceived as being quote unquote bread tube or a leftist is definitely got a target on their back in the current environment. And that is indeed, yeah, I think where a lot of the Hasan criticism from the CC comes from as well.
In interviewing that person, okay? But I'm not gonna sit here and be like, nah, there's this 19-year-old who has a gun in Yemen, the second highest gun ownership per capita country on the planet after the United States of America, is automatically a Houthi terrorist who is deeply invested in the...
Wait, did I get it wrong, Tetros? The IP ban only affected the phone side of things? Did I get it backwards?
Actions of the Ansar Allah movement, because people are screaming about it. And I know that the major anger and resentment coming from a lot of people is like, oh, you asked him about whether he watches anime or not. Of course. Yes, like I said, my job, first and foremost, was to understand this person's development.
Oh, I'm sorry, you were talking to another chatter.
Okay, how he got to this position that he is in. Houthi social media sensation compared to Hollywood stars calls on UK and US to stop this war. In this conversation, the 19-year-old Yemeni has been dubbed Tim Houthi Chalamet and the hot Houthi pirate on the internet. First videos on the Red Sea. Attacks by Yemen's Houthi fighters, officially known as supporters of God or Ansar Allah in Arabic, have been made against Israel and on commercial ships. The Iranian-backed group has defied repeated warnings to stop targeting ships. U.S. and British forces have launched strikes in the area. But Rashid told Sky News he has been posting videos about his experience to show solidarity with Palestine. Through translation, he added, "My message is that they stop this war and reassess the situation in Palestine. There are children starving, thirsty, dying under bombardment in Gaza, like a 2-year-old dying from bombardment. Why? Because of the actions of the Zionists. Yemen stood with Palestine and was being bombarded for the solidarity, but this hasn't affected us, and we continue to stand by Palestine." He considers himself a media personality, but his main mission is to spread awareness about Palestine. Rashid had to keep setting up new accounts as the previous ones on Facebook would get shut down. All of the Yemeni people are with Ansar Allah and with Palestine. Even if I appear with arms, all Yemeni carry arms. It's normal, he added. The reason why he answered this question is because they probably asked him, even though it's not mentioned in this article, whether he was a Houthi himself or if he was Ansar Allah, where he says all the Yemeni people are with Ansar Allah, as in he is not a part of Ansar Allah, as he said to me in the interview. Okay, just so people understand, just so there is no. Just so people have an understanding of this. This part is also interesting to hear. Sam talks about the terrorist apologist accusation here.
I said that he had been doing, I think it was like, he has been doing worse than apologia for Houthis and Hezbollah or something.
Okay.
And it was taken as like you can't criticize, resistance groups.
Yeah, I mean, I think...
And I could go into the examples of what made me recoil, but...
This is a different chatter. Context, caller had sent a message a week before this. This is Bullprog. I assume that's like another content creator.
That's not what I want to do.
Yeah, no, I get it. I mean, I think, like, look, it's a nuanced question because undoubtedly,
Sam doesn't need to know anything about the details of like whatever is like clip chimped or whatever. He might even take what this person is saying at face value. But you know what's interesting about this? It ultimately doesn't matter because he knows that when you contextualize...
Wait, I'm sorry. Did I zone out? Are we on Bullprog already? Chat, can you help me out here? Are we on to the next caller? Just Bullprog?
Any kind of violent resistance movement that is outside of American sphere of influence, you will get terror jacketed. Okay? He knows this because he has been doing this for many, many years. And he has been attacked viciously as well. Most of the time, however, these attacks used to come from the right. Liberals were, at the very least, a little bit more understanding and did not engage in this level of immediate, like, oh, you're a terrorist supporter, you're a terrorist defender.
There is an attempt to define these groups, whether it's the Houthis or Hezbollah or Hamas, or the Israelis for that matter, in the most absolutist terms, and certainly, you can have terror tactics and be a liberation movement. And people can make, assessments, as to tactics and to efficacy, because people always, make these assessments. The Houthis, I don't think are, I don't think they're role models, as it were. There was
one way to put it.
To some degree,
what I was getting at.
What's that?
And that's kind of what I was getting at.
Okay, but then there is no argument. Okay, because I have time and time again talked about this aspect of this, of their civil governance or their domestic affairs or their ideological positioning as being directly at odds with mine. Same with Hezbollah. It is utterly irrelevant in the conversation surrounding their actions against Israel's endless bombing campaign. And this is what I always say. This is what I always say. Always. If you look to Hezbollah's like ideological position on gay people, okay, or the Houthis' ideological position on gay people, or their actions that they've taken against gay people in Yemen, and you turn around and go, damn, dog, can't believe you're defending that. You're a idiot. I have never defended that, and I will never defend that. The point is, it is utterly irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. It is utterly irrelevant because the reason why they're being bombed is not because of their death campaign or destruction campaign upon gay people.
Or their flag.
Okay? If you personally believe that Operation Prosperity Guardian is being done to defend homophobia or to fight against homophobia, you are the biggest rube of all time. Hasan Nasrallah was not assassinated by the state of Israel for Hezbollah's actions in Syria. Hasan Nasrallah was not assassinated by the state of Israel for being homophobic. Hasan Nasrallah was assassinated by the state of Israel alongside PFLP and DFLP leaders who had nothing to do with the cross-border bombing campaign that was going between Hezbollah and Israel, by the way. But they still were assassinated in that same night because of his position as a figurehead that resists against Israeli bombing campaigns in Gaza. That's it. Not actually irrelevant. It's just that it should be treated as a different issue. No, it is irrelevant in this conversation. It is irrelevant in this conversation, especially in the same vein that, like, if you were to turn around and be like, well, sorry, I don't know what like America's opinion on gay people was in the 40s, so I will not talk about like their actions against the Nazi regime.
There we go. That's the proper context.
That's ridiculous. People would laugh at you if you were like, well, excuse me, America was a segregationist hole in the 40s. So what? Were they the bad guys in World War II? No, they weren't. The only reason...
Or even if you took the fact that the United States brought in Nazi scientists and, under Operation Paperclip, which happened after the fact, and use that as like, oh, well, I guess they're not really the good guys. Well, you know what? There are no good guys. We're not watching a movie. We're not watching a movie. No side is going to be not only perfect, but like, no side, looking back to the conflict that happened in the 40s, no side is going to be like, without a lot of real, easy to see from this perspective, like faults.
Reason why people bring it up in conversations like this is the exact same reason over and over again. They did this with the Taliban. Like, I'm not a fan of the Taliban. What are you, stupid? It's to justify permanent occupation. It is a way to try and be like, well, they're bad guys too. It's like, yeah, sure. Are you fixing it? Or are we the big bad? Yeah, it's like saying British sterilized gay people, so they actually were the bad guys in World War II. America was a racist apartheid regime during the 30s and 40s. Stalin was a racist conservative opportunist who was responsible for Holodomor. The British Empire was doing genocide and doing colonialism for many decades leading up to World War II and during World War II. The Nazis were such an insane evil that the Allies are very clearly and correctly viewed as the good guys. Context matters. Exactly. And yes, no, Stalin did have conservative leanings. Let's be real, okay? Calm down. Like... He did. He had a lot of right opinions, especially within the framework of World War II. And he also wasn't the best, wasn't the best governor.
I'm sorry, I definitely haven't interviewed Gal Gadot. Did you hear me say Kid Bandit by chance? Interviewed Kid Bandit. That's the only interview I've done that I've mentioned in this stream.
Okay, I don't think that is a controversial take. See, the reason why we can have this conversation, however, is because now we are having this conversation within the historical framework. Let's continue.
Yeah, I mean, look, there was value.
There's a lot of stuff going on, and
some of their tactics I found were valuable, right? Like somebody is at least trying to inhibit and make Israel pay a price that's associated with their
seem like
attacks.
the only people fighting for them. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I totally
But at
get
the
that.
same time, at the same time, you're exacerbating at one point the starvation in Sudan. Some of those ships are sending goods and are sending food supplies and aid to Sudan. I mean, so it's not, none of it is black and white, and I think, but certainly, like, the idea that, there's total denial that Hamas is a liberation movement. People can, I think,
disagree with their people can disagree with their methods. Okay, they can. And there has been many thoughtful criticisms of their methods and even historical reference points as to how they evolved into the violent actions that they thought were appropriate in terms of causing the settler colonial state to incur a penalty for its maintenance of the apartheid. Okay, I don't even agree with what Sam said in terms of like Ansar Allah is responsible for some harm in Sudan, but especially considering that one of the countries that
Kev99, you're wrong. You're wrong, and I do know about that use of that slang. Yeah, I know about. Sorry, I'm catching up with Twitch chat. I've just bear with me. We've got a pretty busy chat on both sides today. But yeah, no, I'm sorry, but you are straight up wrong about this. That was not a racial tier list, right? I can get where you would maybe like see a potential dog whistle there, but if you actually fucking read it and you actually understand what we're talking about, right? First of all, have you tried Sabra hummus? I gotta know, Kev99. Are you aware? Have you experienced the exquisite agony of a multi-hour heartburn that comes from eating the disgusting shelf-stable hummus that Sabra sells, right? I think the most sensible interpretation of that tier list is that you have, by saying like Sabra, eat Sabra, or whatever that was, right? Which doesn't make sense for the meaning that you're mentioning, which, yeah, I mean, I've been made aware of that, right? Yeah, I still think that's a fucking stretch. If you think that's a dog whistle, they're like, oh, likes to eat, as you say, Jewish people born in Israel? No, that doesn't fucking make sense. We're not talking about cannibalism. There was no cannibalism introduced. I don't know what how you fucking think that makes sense, but it doesn't. And I don't know what preconceptions you have about Frogan or any of the other streamers involved, but that is just straight up not true. And it should be obvious, right? I would hate to think that there are good people going around trying to spread this fucking slander. I would hate to think that, right? That have actually bought into, oh yeah, no, that's what Frogan's doing, a fucking racial tier list for a Twitch panel. Yeah, that's right. That's what, like, you really, god damn, I'm sorry. It pisses me off that anybody could be this, and again, if you're really being led along on this because you've only seen Ethan's presentation of the panel, I really feel bad for you. Right? I like to assume the best about people, that you're not just fucking going around the internet like lying because you hate Frogan for whatever reason. Because those reasons, I'm aware of those reasons. I'm aware of the reasons that people hate Frogan, and it's just not, it's pretty nasty, honestly. It's pretty fucking nasty. But yeah, I don't agree with, any of these people on everything, including Hasan. I've seen Frogan do some things that I thought were questionable. That being said, Frogan's not making a fucking racial tier list. Come on, get that out of your head. That is such an incredible stretch. such an unbelievable stretch. Right? Here, I'll give you one, all right? When somebody unfollows you on Twitter, you probably shouldn't, like, go complain about it. That's not a good idea. Frogan did that. That was a bad idea. Hasan's explanation was that Frogan was dealing with a lot at the time, and he encouraged Ethan to take that into consideration, and that was taken as Ethan, as Hasan said, saying, my mod can do no wrong, right? And it, it was just him trying to get people to get along. But no, I don't support, like, talking shit about somebody who unfollow. If you want to unfollow me, if you're following me on Twitter and sometime you decide that you want to unfollow, trust that I'm never going to go anywhere and be like, you piece of shit. Like, I can't, like, I'm not going to post about it. I'm not going to do anything. That is your right. You unfollow who you want to follow. You follow who you want to follow. Yeah, Frogan was wrong about that. But this, putting this, like, idea of Frogan being the fucking arch anti-Semite and doing dog whistles using Sabra hummus, come on. You don't really believe that, do you? Do people believe that? That's not, it just doesn't seem credible. It seems to anybody who's really looked into it and seen, like, seen more than just what Ethan showed, maybe even just what Ethan showed of Frogan's panel, that you would recognize that that is not what Ethan is characterizing it as.
Also was responsible for the famine in and genocide in Yemen is currently all
1/3 of her podcast. I don't know, maybe that sounds right. But yeah, definitely. There were, and I almost don't want to say this because Ethan is like, I know what Ethan's response to this is, but there were, there was one of the panel members was Jewish, and Ethan, if I were to say that, would be like, oh. So you think that just because one Jewish person approves that it can't be anti-Semitic? No, Ethan, I think you haven't shown that it was anti-Semitic. And I think that that's such a fucking incredible stretch that you should be pulling taffy. All right? Hopefully taffy does not have a colloquial meaning that I'm not aware of, because I'm sure you would bastardize that too. Because that's the territory that you're in. When you're seeing anti-Semitism and somebody saying Sabra does not make a good hummus, that is far and away.
Also responsible for the RSF doing a genocide in Sudan. Please just say anything about Sudan. I have talked about it before. What do you mean? Then talk about Sudan for once. I have. It's the UAE.
Immoral to kill civilians. People can, like I've already said, from an international law standpoint, I think Hamas probably has, more standing than most people give them credit for. I do know that the ICJ had or is seeking warrants for crimes against humanity, both for Sinwar and I think his number two, and Netanyahu and Gallant. And I do.
Shakespeare, what are you? I'm sorry, I'm not entirely sure what you're saying here. Can we just recall the fact that Sabra, which Ethan claims symbolizes Israeli-born Jews, is actually Mexican nopal cactus introduced by Europeans and is not native to the land? Is that the literal meaning then of Sabra? And
defer to those prosecutions as to the validity of those.
A person asked, like, where is this assessment coming from? I mean, you can Google it yourself, but to end Sudan's war, here's from foreignpolicy.com. It's one of those few issues where you can go to foreignpolicy.com and actually see exactly what is going on, because it's one of those few issues where, like, it's our
Okay, so Shakespeare is saying that, like, so you know how words can mean different things, right? They can mean things literally, they can mean things figuratively, they can be slang, in which, a phrase that normally means one thing actually refers to something else, right? So I think what if I'm understanding her right, Shakespeare is telling me that the literal meaning of Sabra is Mexico, nopal, a cactus from Mexico, and that the other, the name of the hummus, I guess, or the colloquial way of referring to a Jewish person born in Israel are derivations, right? It's a slang, meaning for that word, which literally means the cactus from Mexico. Wow, that is ironic.
Ally doing it, but like we don't really have a direct involvement, so we can actually criticize it. Why can't uBlock work anymore? What is happening here? I hate that. How do I? Oh, here it is. Never mind. I did it. I did the dang thing. Sudan civil war, fueled by secret arms shipments from UAE and Iran. Despite denials, weapons inspection. I like that they put Iran in there. Okay, Chrome is breaking it. No, it's fine. It worked. The ongoing crisis there has reached a catastrophic proportion, yet the international community's response remains woefully inadequate. A series of missteps and political maneuvers have undermined efforts to provide meaningful assistance to those in desperate need, and the Rapid Support Forces, the RSF, the paramilitary group responsible for much of the violence, has yet to be held accountable for actively destroying the country's food reserves. The situation demands immediate action and a drastic shift in approach from global leaders and institutions. At the core of this failure is the United Nations Security Council's persistent delays in addressing findings from its own panel of experts.
Am I going to get in trouble for not liking Sabra Hamas
on Sudan? These findings document credible.
Like, I'm sorry, I can't be quiet about it, right? I love hummus. I have made it myself. I've eaten it in restaurants, and I have bought it store packaged, even shelf stable. Right? And I do think that there is good store-bought hummus to be had. It's not as good as, if you make it yourself. It's not as good as if you got it from a restaurant. But it can be okay. Sabra is not one of those products that I will not eat it. One, it's a part of a boycott. But secondly, it does a number on my upper GI tract.
Allegations of the United Arab Emirates' involvement in violating Darfur's arms embargo by supplying the RSF with weapons and ammunition. Furthermore, The Guardian reported that the UK government officials have been blocking discussions of the UAE's involvement in the Security Council for months, including after the Labour Party took power in July. So if you want to understand, it is like somewhat associated with the...
If you are what you eat, you are hummus?
Western leadership refusing to reckon, Western leadership refusing to rein UAE in, but once again, we rarely ever get our allies in the region to rein it in, seemingly, especially
Crutch Johnson, I hope I'm not reshaping your memories.
When
I'm not doing that on purpose.
Laugh about
Yeah, hummus is really good. It's one of my favorite things.
Deny today. Chatter, I think you should probably watch this. You should probably look at this if you are legitimately concerned with this. This will probably cause you to understand that you are maybe deluded.
I wonder how much hummus I could reasonably make in a batch and just like keep it in the refrigerator.
Or wrong. I like that there is this massive effort post, by the way. Respect. Respect to the person who made that. I don't think that you care about the truth, though. You want to hear about how another person from a different community defends genocide calling into the majority report? No, hold on. Let's just finish this.
And so, I don't want to be rooting on someone who those prosecutors, neither of whom have been convicted, but that's not usually what I recommend. Is a
Oh my God, Thomas, you're right though. You're right. They finally have. Yeah, I did just condemn hummus.
Recommendation to me, but I also think
it condemned a hummus
that the preponderance of
and thank you for the super chat.
It's just a sheer propaganda war, right? I mean, there's no, like I say, that I have friends of my father's calling to ask if I'm an anti-Semite makes me feel like, hey, wait, maybe
homemade kimchi. I used to make the best kimchi. I'm like thinking about the ingredients and wondering if they are unreasonably expensive. You gotta have Napa cabbage, first of all, for the best kimchi. And I like to have some carrot, some pepper, and some spicy pepper.
Maybe this isn't just like a straight on assessment of what's going on here. And so I can certainly see from a rhetorical standpoint and from a propaganda standpoint, Like, you don't want to show up at a gunfight with a knife, as it were.
Right. And like one way to do that is if you come upon the top of the hour ad break, which isn't actually happening at the top of the hour for us. It's happening at the 45 of the hour because I started at a weird time. But if you come upon that ad break with no sub, that is like taking a spoon to a gunfight, right? You better be damn good with that spoon to reflect a bullet. All right, is all I'm saying, because you will have great trouble with that ad break, which you can get out of for free with a Prime sub. You can get out of for $6 with $6, or you could possibly get out of by being gifted a sub. More likely, though, that will happen if you're active in the chat and if you're very, very lucky. Right? Those are the two requirements.
But yeah, I wouldn't worry about it. I mean, I wouldn't worry about
I just say,
your
Bullprog, I
comments.
appreciate you calling in, and I want to say, like, I do, like, I feel defensive
This is a great channel. Thank you, Funkmaster Ka.
about what Hasan's going through, and I know so does Emma,
Yeah.
and we have a disagreement there, but just generally, I do think there's a tension here, and one thing, a quote from Fred Hampton weeks before he died after a Weatherman riot in Chicago, he said, "We believe that the Weatherman action is anarchistic, opportunistic, individualistic, it's chauvinistic, it's custoristic, and that's the bad part about it. It's custoristic in that its leaders take people into situations where they can be massacred, and they call that a revolution. It's nothing but child's play. It's folly. We think these people may be sincere, but they're misguided. They're muddleheads and they're scatterbrains." So, like, generally, I do appreciate all the work you've done out there, actually, in the streets, and seeing this stuff.
Okay, yeah, this is Bullprog. I mean, this was actually an interesting conversation that they have. I feel bad because I feel like I've been pausing it and then talking about something else to chat and then unpausing it. And so if you're like me, you might have zoned out, but I do remember this call from this morning. Basically, Bullprog is talking about an experience that they had while protesting at George Floyd Square in their town, where some people wrote in chalk, Minecraft all cops. And they grabbed the chalk and changed it to jail instead of the other word. And someone was mad about them, doing that, and their explanation was that that particular tag would have made them easy targets for the cops to basically arrest them and ruin their lives. And so he's likening this to what I guess Hasan's is Hasan talking to Rashid?
So yeah, no hard feelings on our part.
Yeah. Well, my closing message that I kind of wanted to get across is that, like, I care about you guys, I care about the rest of the crew, I care about all the listeners, and like, I just don't want people to burn themselves on some silly stuff. And like, there are ways to stay on message without.
Yeah, you're right, man. I should. That's a good criticism. Call missing some context. No, it's just like, it's such a silly thing, dude. It's such a silly type of criticism coming from someone who's like ostensibly on the leftist side of this issue, because it's like what are you talking about? You got primed into believing that like I want some kind of like Islamist fundamentalism to occur because of my contextualization of how resistance groups operate. Like, come on, like tone policing a genocide is ridiculous. Yeah, he says we should stay on message and then complains about something that happened a year ago. I know. It's like, it's almost as ridiculous as like, oh, I don't want an adpocalypse.
Yeah, I mean, like, I thought the story was interesting, but like, I really didn't get the application to Hasan. What is Hasan doing exactly that's like, akin to like, he's talking about a situation where in his mind somebody gave the cops a easy excuse to surveil and arrest them. I don't understand how that corresponds to anything to do with Hasan?
To happen, but also I hope it does, is ridiculous. You want it to happen. You're like demanding that it happens, as a matter of fact. He compared you to some teens at a protest who graffiti kill cops. That's the context. Yeah, except
God, Cat, I've never tried putting seaweed in my kimchi, but I need to. What kind of seaweed do you use?
I have also, ironically, criticized people who go to pro-Palestinian protests and then do that where they're like, we're going to kill all Zionists. Like, you live in America, man. You live in the United States of America. Like, what are you talking about? You can't be saying shit like that. So, you know, I understand how passionate people get in these moments and how frustrated people get in these moments, but that kind of LARPing is also ineffective. So on the optics front, I have also regularly talked about that being, especially in the West, not a appropriate method of protest. So that's another part of this equation, okay? I always say over and over again, you can never be as callous as right-wingers are, and you shouldn't anyway. Regardless, if you were to turn around and compare that to like some...
Chat, we're 33 subscriptions from having 10,000. That is amazing. We should do something special for 10,000.
Random 19-year-old in Yemen posting a similar image. You are insane. Okay?
I didn't do anything special for 5,000.
You have to recognize what these people's their lived experiences look like. Okay? Yes, I will always have smoke for someone who grew up in the Upper West Side saying some shit like that versus like it is immaterial in the grand scheme of things when someone living in Yemen is posting like that. Okay.
Wait, Trader Joe's, but what I mean is, are you using nori? Are you using hijiki? I'm trying to remember the different kinds of... There's so many different kinds of seaweed out there. Does Trader Joe's sell a product that's just called seaweed and it doesn't tell you? I would guess you must mean nori, right? If it says seaweed, it's got to be nori.
It's immaterial. Like it's still wrong, but it doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. You could die at any moment, okay? It's ridiculous. People have compared this dude that I interviewed 10 months ago at this point, like even before I believe the Houthis were brought back into the terrorist watch list, by the way, even though Brandon took them off the watch list, but then put them back on to launch Operation Prosperity Guardian, like to Osama bin Laden, you know, the architects of 9/11. It's like, dude, come on. Let's just be honest here. Someone in their community are here crashing out and punching at any pro-Palestinian streamers. Yeah. I don't disagree with Bullprog larger point, but the way he connected it back to you was just insane bullshit. I believe their gender pronouns are they, them, as someone corrected.
Wait, that I didn't?
Man, why do I get 50?
Wait, I said I didn't want to do something special for 10K?
15-year-old D fans in my DMs now trying to explain to me about some clip I haven't seen.
I might have said something about the fact that the last time we added a digit. You know what I mean by that, chat? So you add a digit when you go from 9 to 10. You add a digit when you go from 99 to 100. You add a digit when you go from 999 to 1,000, right? And then the next digit is going from 999,000 to 10,000, right? And I did say that I mean, like it's more apropos for like nobody really fucks with you when you're below 1,000. But yeah, we did. I might have said something about that I was like, watch it, you know, they're gonna come for me. But I hope that wasn't taken as being super serious. Like, right? That's
and how you were secretly using Sabra hummus as an anti-Israeli racial slur. God was trying to explain to me, an Israeli, what the term Zabar means and how it secretly has some racial meaning. It doesn't. Genuinely felt like talking to a paranoid schizophrenic. Any idea what they're referring to? I don't know what Zabar means. What is Zabar? I don't even know what that means. I don't think I've ever used that. That is pretty funny, though. Like telling a Jewish Israeli anti-Zionist whose family is also from Yemen, by the way. Like, I'm going to tell you right now, I'm a Christian guy. I'm a white Christian dude in Iowa. And let me tell you, okay, you, my friend. Oh, it means
just got weaseled.
Is it Zabar, like a different way of saying Sabra? I didn't even know that. Lamau is literally just Sabra in Hebrew. Oh, okay. Like, let me tell you, sir, a Jewish Israeli anti-Zionist, let me tell you what's what.
Oh, I didn't want to do something special until I hit 10K. Yeah, I think I did say that because I was like, I thought it was weird because, like, right, the digit's not turning over, right? 10K is special because the digit turns over, but 5K is not because you're just going from 4,999 to 5,000. It kind of feels like it should almost be special, but I feel like YouTube people will laugh at me if I celebrate 5,000. Whereas if I celebrate 10,000, I feel like YouTube people will not laugh at me. They'll be like, that is normal. Yeah, we're 33 away. We're 33 from being at 10,000.
You're actually under fire in this community. You are not recognizing you are not recognizing the danger that is presented to you.
Yo, his chat saying Sabra has an aftertaste. It does. That's true.
Zabar is a Hebrew term for Sabra and is historically been used by
I mean, a few hummuses have an aftertaste. Not just Sabra, but
Zionists to describe this new Jewish archetype of the Zionist era. It's very sociologically charged, but it's not a racial slur. He told me, you're so close. And he said, watch 5 minutes of a Destiny stream.
No. No.
Dude, they are so passionate. I just wish that they would use this passion. That's the handle? It's this guy? Oh, no.
Wait.
They are so passionate. I just wish that they would use this passion. That's the handle?
No! No! All right. Breathe. It's okay. It's okay. Wow. Okay, sorry, chat.
Oh, no way. Ain't no way.
When I said that there were Destiny people that freaking went in my chat way back, and that I wasn't surprised, I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, some of them were still around or popped back up or anything like that, or even like changed their mind and, like, you know, had de-radicalized themselves and gone through that DGG to Catboy pipeline that I talk about so much. But yeah, there it is. There it is. Somebody I almost got one guide by.
I know who that is. I know who that is. Ain't no way. This is a juicer. They used to be such a kind chatter, and their brain broke from the juicer fallout.
They got juiced.
Damn, that's sad, dude. I can't believe they've become that much of a Boner Chelly fan. Damn, I'm so goddamn parasocial with my own chatters. It's crazy. Yeah, someone fell in the rookie hole, dude. They said that
That's the rookie hole right there. Omega Star says 10K is worth celebrating. I think so too. Yeah.
You were secretly making a racial tier list with Israelis at the bottom. Again, I didn't watch TwitchCon, so I was clueless, but who knows? Maybe you're speaking in code, Hasan. He was, however, very kind and just said, I'm trying to help you. Strange experience. Wait, he thinks I was doing a tier list at TwitchCon? I wasn't even a part of
what?
A-Rap.
Wait. Is this a low information Andy? Like, I thought I thought they understood that this is about Frogan and Arabs and Denims and try to remember the other people that were there on the panel, but yeah, not Hasan was explicitly not there.
Arabs podcast tier list.
Basically, everybody on that podcast caught a ban, and that's what I really hate about it is that, like, this bullshit is being, you know, acted on.
What? The level of hallucination at this point is hilarious. Yes, and Sabra was code for Israelis. Yeah, no, it was. I genuinely felt bad. Hasan, dude, I avoided you for so long because of how crazy your haters made you sound. Even though I knew I probably agree with you about most everything politically, you got deranged haters, man. I know, but ultimately, you have to remember something. Okay, you have to remember something important. You're here. You know, it doesn't matter. I think in a long enough timeline, given that history does have a tendency to vindicate me on a lot of these issues that I speak of, many people, for one reason or another, will inevitably get to a point where they go, who is speaking out against this inequality that I am experiencing? And considering my track record and my political opinions on every single issue and the long history that I have dedicated to speaking out on virtually every kind of bigotry, every kind of issue, you will inevitably arrive at something you care about. And then you're going to see...
You're right, Godcat. Sabra Hummus is kind of unnaturally smooth. I mean, I'm not super. I don't need it to be like that gritty, but yeah, Sabras maybe got too much like water, and then there's something in it that's like, I swear to God, like that serves the purpose that tahini should serve. Like there's some creamifying agent in there that's just not good. Like I said, it's a, you know, I think it's supposed to be shelf stable, right? So it's, you know, preservative something. I don't know.
My coverage on that and go, oh my God, I was wrong. I was so goddamn wrong, just like that one chatter is.
Yeah.
Right. So what matters is you might have these opinions at first. You might be primed into hating me. You might be primed into hating me, but there is going to be a moment where you see the truth, either through genuine intellectual curiosity or because you want to maybe come in here to hate watch. Okay.
That's right. We're hitting the gritty.
And then you're going to be like, okay, maybe these guys are just lying about this person. And then once you start recognizing that those people that are lying are so malicious and so insane, you will probably look at other things that I talk about in a very different way. Once that bond of trust is broken, once the way that I was presented to you does not meet the reality, when you see it with your own two eyes, you will,
Sarah says it's largums and emulsifiers. Sounds about right. What's the deal with the Karagian, chat? Do some people, like, what is supposedly the deal? Isn't it like not chickpea? What am I saying? It's doesn't it come from like seaweed or something? It's like a seaweed.
You will inevitably.
Do some people like have an allergy to it? Is that what it is?
Taking stances out of reflexive reaction or spite, and because
they use soybean oil instead of olive oil. That should be I shouldn't. Can I say it should be a crime?
Will exploit your emotions and use your reactions against you. And we have to be careful about giving in to cynicism, because that's when we start letting go of hope and turning towards darker paths. And, a community might start saying something ironically, and soon enough people are just saying it, and the memes become what they actually mean, like what happened with 4chan and Pepe and all that stuff.
So Hasan's going to turn into what? Like, I'm trying to figure this out. Just like what happened with Pepe. Remember what happened with Pepe? At first, everybody was just like, feels good, man. And before too long, he was on weird fascist-looking flags, right? So Hasan is what, gonna become a Hasan is going to join Hezbollah? Hasan is going to join Ansar Allah? What is your concern? I don't understand. It starts off like when you're talking about Pepe, like I guess it's like I don't even know. Like this metaphor is so tortured in various ways.
We have an adage that we use at George Floyd Square about a snow globe, where something will come and shake you up, and it will be hard to see for a minute.
Yeah, the youth demand Shia Islam. The youth are going to demand Shia Islam. They are going to see the light of Allah. The American Christian dominance has gone on for far too long. Everyone knows that the United States of America must be led into the new era by seeing the light of Allah, recognizing Muhammad as his prophet, and changing our secular governance structure away from Christian values to one that reflects the true light of Allah, Shia Islam.
I don't know. For me, it's like kind of not hummus if it's not olive oil. I mean, could you use sesame oil? No, you couldn't. Sesame oil has a taste. Even though tahini, I feel, is a necessary ingredient. I've heard some people, there's some people are like, no, it's not. It's not. You just need garbanzo beans and like I sort of see what they're saying. You can still eat it. It doesn't need tahini, but it needs tahini. I need to have tahini in it. I need to have tahini. I need to have lemon juice. I need to have tahini and lemon juice and I need to have a little bit of gel from the garbanzos themselves. Like I find that really helps. If the garbanzo, I mean, I guess it gels in the refrigerator anyway. Even if you, wait, what am I thinking? It's gotta have olive oil. It's gotta have tahini. Obviously, it's gotta have garbanzo beans. Oh no, actually, it doesn't. You can make hummus out of other things, right? The same principles that work for hummus. I feel like I've tried them with black beans. I've tried them with. Have I ever tried it with lentils? That would be interesting. That would be interesting. But I feel like you could do it with almost any legume. Or you could hummus that. It can hummus. Oh, fava. Wait, are there fava water? Agua fava? So wait, now fava is an ingredient in some, what's it called? Falafel. Yeah, there's some falafel has fava. But I've never, I mean, I guess you could do it with hummus, right?
It's literally going to be like those two communists with a book club in Disco Elysium. Very worrying. Bro, you need to say this as a joke. They will believe you. I am saying this as a joke. That's nuts. This is what the English right actually thinks is happening? Yeah.
But if you take a moment to settle, the vision of the core goal becomes clear again. So, yeah.
Well, Prague, appreciate
goes out to everyone.
Thank you. Really appreciate your.
The only reason why 4chan memes become real life is because it's homegrown extremism. It's homegrown fundamentalism. This is no different than assuming that like.
Thoughts on beardless Hasan? I want to say he's not real and he can't hurt you, but he's standing right before me, right? It's kind of hard to deny the existence of. You can forget over time the existence of beardless Hasan. When you're watching him, it's hard.
America is going to.
It's like my dad did this, right? My dad usually had a mustache, and at various times he shaved it, kept it shaved for. He would turn into a different dad. I don't know if you knew this, right? But he was a different dude to me, depending on whether he had the mustache or not. And I almost felt like he had a different personality. The mustache changed his personality. Because it's like kind of like I got used to his mustache, then he shaved it, and then I got used to him not having a mustache, then he grew it back. And every time he would change it, it'd be weird. It's like he's changing to a different dad. Kind of.
Adopt Sharia law. Okay? You have to be insane. Worry about, as do I, our own domestic extremism instead of assuming that magically Americans are going to turn to Hezbollah as a form of civil.
Beardless Hasan to me looks like there's a boy band missing a member. You know what I'm saying?
Governance here in the United States
doesn't make me think of Hasan. It's very un-Hasan somehow.
Of America, you're insane. Having said that, there are some other points. No, Hasan supports Russia. No, he doesn't. He also raised $200K for Ukraine. Hitler, which by the way, Vladimir Putin is bad. Look at the sign. Actually, sorry, I forgot we elevated that to Vladimir Putin is very bad. From bad to very bad. Look at the sign. Hasan and his community are fundraising for Care.org Ukraine Crisis Fund, $200,000 so far. Here's the Russian military ad. According to Russia, they don't know who the f you are, but they don't seem to like me a lot. Meanwhile, turns out, according to Russia, they don't know who you are, but it seems like they don't like me a lot. Uncanny. Okay, do you put my face on a cup? Yeah, I got dunked on by the Russian government. That was cool. Hasan,
oh yeah,
Chinese colonialism openly. He's pro-genocide in Tibet. Not even debatable. He said it himself. He said their culture is in.
Wait, this is his twin brother?
And that China did them a favor by taking them over. That's genocide. No, he doesn't. Tibet was a feudal, oppressive, slavery-backed autonomous state. Guardian, 98% of the population was enslaved.
Way to describe Taiwan as well. The American federal
Similar
government
term.
going into the South and killing, unfortunately not all of them, but a decent amount of slavers and defenders of slavery. This is violent retribution from a powerful federal government.
That comparison is very frustrating for a lot of people because they were like, how dare you say that? Yeah, it's not even an apt comparison because the Maoist groups would not have any kind of, would have no motion whatsoever if it wasn't for Tibetans themselves that had a anti-feudal uprising. Anyway, what is this?
This is from The Guardian.
Wait, I actually don't know this history. He's talking about Tibet, which China, I guess, annexed. And, you know, from his perspective, or what he's adding to the conversation is the idea that the government of, I guess, the lamas was not great. I don't know much about this.
Until 1959, when China cracked down on Tibetan rebels in the...
Yeah. It's just like, it's...
So wait, he's saying there was a popular uprising that was being crushed by the lamas, by the government, and then China stepped in after that?
I don't think that, like, Tibetan culture is barbaric or anything like that, okay? It's the Tibetans themselves that, you know, rose up against feudal slavery. The only place we deviate...
Yeah, that's what I noticed about that particular criticism, is that he wasn't talking about the Tibetans. He was talking about, I think, the Tibetan government. But again, I don't know a lot about this history. Like, I haven't looked into the circumstances around Tibet.
Is that I don't think we should displace 8 million Jews that were born there. Hasan agrees. Why I don't believe in a two-state solution any longer.
So, there are...
Yeah, not only do I agree with that no displacement of Jews that live there, I have had this conversation directly with Ethan. So I don't know what he's talking about in terms of, like...
I need our 70s Turkish dad to come back.
In terms of his belief that I think, like, I believe that we should displace all of the people that live there. We had this conversation directly. Here it is.
There already is a one state. Like, the way I see it...
Ophelia, you're going to get a snack?
The actual legitimate reason as to why I don't believe in a two-state solution any longer is because there is a one state, right? And that one state is an apartheid state. It's a constant Israeli occupation in the West Bank and constant control over Gaza as well, which has been a demonstrable failure for Israeli security, obviously. You and I agree on that. But my solution, basically, when I say I want a one state, is first and foremost a moral one, because I do want the end to the apartheid so that Palestinians can have recognition, it can continue a life of dignity, have autonomy, and participate in a secular democratic process. But the alternative is, the way I see it, is like, is it a one state that is an apartheid, or is it a one state that doesn't have an apartheid? And
You're saying it could still be the state of Israel.
I don't care what it's called. I have no interest in discussing that. I care more about, like, human beings that live there.
I guess, it's like this.
I have said time and time again that I think it would be unimaginable cruelty to displace hundreds of thousands of people living in the West Bank. Okay, that it is completely, it's just not going to happen. Like, not only will it never happen, but also on top of that, it would be cruel. Okay. And that is precisely the reason why I believe that Israel has made it inevitable that there can only be a one state if there is a just solution to all of this. Okay?
So now that aspect of what Hasan believes, it never gets characterized. And if you listen to Ethan, you'd think that Hasan was in favor of deporting not only settlers in the West Bank, but the entire 80 million Jewish people born in Israel that live there, right? That was Ethan's straw man of Hasan's viewpoint. And the fact, like, I haven't heard him speak to that, like, what he thinks should happen, but I know he's for the one state solution, which is not a solution which deports anybody. And from what he says about the West Bank, he doesn't even Yeah, so yeah, the gross mischaracterization by Ethan of Hasan's viewpoint on Israel, and Ethan's understanding of the phrase "from the river to the sea," meaning deport all Jewish people, which it's not. That's not.
Admission to slander for a year. Hasan was constantly elevating people that want me to die and running defense for people that. Wait, what is this? Ease admission to slander
for a year. It was just constant, like, elevating people that want me to die and running defense for people that hate me.
Yeah.
Like I said, like, Jewish people, Christian people, Muslim people are, have lived in that land for thousands of years and should continue to, under a state that's not an apartheid state, under a state that doesn't have a kind of formalized segregation or is constituted on the base as a religiously codified state.
That's also completely untrue. There was another effort post specifically on this on my subreddit. That there was also another post on this on my subreddit specifically about how I had consistently defended Ethan throughout the entire process for the past year, saying that all things that I have heard from him directly, all things that I have seen from him directly contradict, like, him being this Israel defender. Having said that, however, of course, I have also tried to communicate to Ethan that, like, while I know that you are not a defender of Israel, okay, people are not going to know what's in your heart and what's in your mind, and they only respond to what you are putting out there. So if 12 months of genocide and your output is specifically about, like, people calling you a Zionist over and over again, including but not limited to many different moments where, people would come in here and be like, he made fun of Aaron Bushnell, who self-immolated. He did this, he did that.
Oh my God. No, I'd forgotten about this. I'd completely forgotten about what Ethan said. Oh my God, this got him canceled by his own community. Chad, I forgot how, like, this was actually kind of integral to, what happened, right? It had just completely slipped my mind, right? So Ethan's doing a, I believe it's called a See You Next Tuesday. He does, like, a members-only show on Tuesday from his basement or something. And he started talking about Aaron Bushnell and just doing, like, a comedy routine. And his chat didn't appreciate that, like, completely separate from anything to do with Hasan. So for Ethan to say that his pushback that he's getting is somehow from Hasan's community and not from his own, I don't know. Is that wishful thinking? Is that aspirational? Is that just...
kept repeating certain talking points over and over again. And it's like, all of that is going to obviously cause people to assume that you are more invested in one side of this conversation. Even in that conversation that we had months ago, that last conversation that we had in person, when he made a comparison about JVP, Jewish Voice for Peace, saying that there were capos as well in the Nazi regime that collaborated with the Nazi regime, that, like, I tried to explain to him that, like, I don't think you mean this, and yet people will hear that. People will hear that and assume that that's what you mean. Of course, people are going to assume that that's what you are saying. That's what I meant at the time when I tried to explain, like, there's only so much I can do in terms of, like, stopping the flow of criticism coming your way when you present yourself a certain way to the broader audience and you don't actually show the audience, like, what the full scale of your framework is. The moral of the whole story is what you said. If you repeat what Zionists say, you can't stop people from thinking you're a Zionist. Exactly. Here, this is the other effort pose. Timestamp breakdown. Hasan defends Ethan on September 13th, 2024. Ethan took a clip from this stream out of context to show on his show, so I figured it would be a good idea to add context by breaking down the stream with timestamps. Impossible to argue that Hasan is doing anything but standing up for Ethan and telling off his chat in the stream, regardless of what Ethan's unhinged, untrue rant calling for his friend to be banned on Twitch will have you think. Ethan turning off comments on the video when fans disagree with him in the comments is insane. I think a lot of people fail to consider that when I choose not
The chat's saying effort post.
to show certain things,
It's quite a post. It's quite, look. I can't pretend to understand the ways of Reddit.
it is not because I'm fearful of the brilliant points that he's making. It's more so that it's disappointing, it's sad to see, and beyond that, it's more so to, in some ways, not present him in the worst possible light that he is desperately presenting himself as. Hasan begins reacting to the video why the Leftovers podcast ended. Hasan talks about why he never talks about Ethan, why Leftovers ended, because parasocialism and him not being at odds with Ethan on Israel-Palestine. Hasan says he doesn't care that Ethan calls him out because he knows Ethan's heart is in the right place about Israel-Palestine, regardless of how he treats Hasan's community and mods. Hasan defends Ethan, telling off his chat and saying that Ethan will never become MAGA. Anti-Semitism is abhorrent and completely unacceptable. I've never allowed it. It is my red line. Hasan says when he looks back at Leftovers, he's happy that it happened. Hasan supports enjoying Ethan's content, even when people disagree. Stark tone difference from Ethan saying Hasan should be banned on Twitch because of how Hasan's content makes him feel, don't you think? Hasan says that he got the feeling that Ethan thought Hasan was trying to turn the H3 community against Ethan, when Hasan was instead offering him more charitability and banning chatters who came into the stream to shit talk Ethan / cause drama. Hasan defends Ethan's character, even when Ethan gets too passionate and flies off the rails, because ultimately Hasan thinks Ethan's heart is in the right place. Hasan says Ethan is 90% of the way on the correct stance on Israel-Palestine. Hasan says, please point to anti-Semites in the chat so we can ban them. Says anti-Semitism is banned in his community. Of course, because it always has been. Hasan tells off a chatter for condemning Ethan instead of commending Ethan for having the correct take in 2021. Hasan tells...
Okay, so chat, should I like try to grab a little bit of food? I'm not gonna disappear for too long, but I feel like if I have some food, that'll make playing... what are we at? 35% for Metaphor Refantasio. Is that winning then? Yeah, it looks like it's winning. It's winning. So if I do that, I need to get some food to make sure I...
And he hates that they don't care about his well thought out opinion, and hates how they call Ethan a Nazi, and why he hates covering drama with Ethan, and he knows that people will spin his opinion to prove his community is anti-Semitic. Hasan goes off on chat again, calling them crazy and telling them they can't be normal, saying that it's not Destiny chatters cosplaying, but rather people who say he is not sufficiently leftist. If I ever catch someone talking maliciously about Gila, I will ban you. You are an unhinged psycho. Permanently bans chatter talking bad about Ethan. Hasan correctly predicts a reasonable take on the issue will not get clipped, but instead an out of context take will be clipped by Bonercelli's community.
Bonercelli.
Ethan did use, by the way. Not only did he go directly to the subreddit, but he also straight up used a clip from a clip titled Hamas Abi.
Yeah.
How can I view that in any framework but pure, unadulterated, unregulated Islamophobia? An unlisted clip titled Hamas Abi. Like, that's insane, man. That's insane. That's actually insane. That is not good faith at all. There is no way for me to actually look at that and treat that with like kindness and charitability beyond what I've done. I think the most charitable thing that I can do is refuse to talk about it. You know, it's insane that you support CCP. Okay, dude. I just want high-speed rail in the United States of America. I want even development in rural communities in the United States of America. Okay. I want healthcare in the United States of America. I want good college education in the United States of America that is free. I want better educational opportunities for every single American, okay? Hasan identifies someone posting in the H2 subreddit as a D-fan. LSF stalker who's been clipping him for 5 years. Frogan clip from Ethan's podcast. Hasan correctly predicts that all that will come out of the situation is drama that turns into drama.
I'm going to be right back. I'm going to grab some food so that I can be in it for a little bit of the long haul.
Ethan showed them on stream today. Hasan rage quits on chat, explaining how their acting is why leftovers
stellar gameplay
focus on what matters
after
advance the cause of a free Palestine.
This.
Just felt this VOD / response from Hasan deserves a voice because Ethan didn't mention that Hasan defends him and tells off his chat about it. This is from September 13th, 2024. If you look back at the early stages of the saga and the drama, you will recognize that I had time and time again done more than this, okay? more than this. Such a well thought out record keeping of Hassan's reasonableness, but have you considered that Hassan is a Muslim and sending waves to signal his audience? Is there any chance at all he sees this and gives you charitability? Oh, I want it for him. I don't know, maybe. Like that DanClancySucks.com website is literally reskinned Hamasabi.com, by the way, because even they realize that like that level of Islamophobic fervor is probably not going to present well to a broader audience. So they like basically reskinned it, and it's all clips that are completely clipped out of context that go directly against things that I believe in. And this has been ongoing for the past year because that community, Bonercelli's community, is way more predisposed with making a mockery and presenting a false narrative surrounding one of the loudest voices that is pro-Palestinian emancipation than the actual genocide. They don't give a, they do not give a, why do this? He's just going to misconstrue your points like last night. It's okay because there's 38,000 people in here and not every single person in here is totally primed and totally tuned into this. So it deserves some level of recognition for those who are in here who are like, I don't really understand. I thought you were a cool guy, but now I'm thinking that you're a pro Islamist fundamentalist terrorist, dude. Like what the for a year, Hassan was constantly elevating people that me. Hassan has always defended I think you're a good person. Just understand that people don't know the empathy that you have and simply see similar talking points that they've heard from others that don't demonstrate that same empathy.
That's all
Ethan,
I'm doing.
I know. I never
You
said that.
disagree, clearly. That's it. And that's fine.
I've never said any of those things against you. And I don't believe that. I'm simply trying to describe the position of Palestinians in this matter on this front. And,
You've done that, and I understand,
Palestinians,
bro.
Anti-Zionists as a whole.
I understand. I've listened to you. I agree.
I'm sorry. I don't want to fight. I think this is like, I mean, it sucks, and I'm sorry that I made you feel a certain way. I'm sorry that my community. He's pretending that he has nothing to do with this. Ridiculous. He pulled a sub up on stream. I don't know why he's embarrassed about the association with Destiny. Like, I actually don't get it. Like, it's not like we've seen it. I know where these talking points are coming from. Like, I know where these clips out of context are coming from. And it's like my position on this has not changed, which is ironic because people at the time did not comprehend this. Like people at the time were thinking like, oh, he's saying he has no control. He has no control over his own community. Hasan has no control over his community. That's not what I was saying at all. Okay. There's only so much I can do, but I cannot mind control people into assuming that you are pro-Palestinian when you are using similar talking points to those who are, pro-Israel. I think people know that community is unhinged and obsessed. So Ethan knows it discredits his narrative. He's receiving all these clips served on a platter, trickled down long after you've dealt with them, and he probably knows it. No. So yeah, I think like this does a pretty good job. I think this does a pretty solid job of like, maybe showcasing like what the narrative is. You said this exact quote. I know it's weird that I repeat myself so much and have to do it time and time again. It's because D called ex podcast buddy R word several times, so it's pathetic for him to capitulate that openly. Yeah, aren't there logs of Destiny time and time again saying like Ethan is R worded over and over again? He's like pathetic and all this and until basically this was a good vehicle to unload the frustrations that you feel. Because it seems, I remember people at the time being mad at you in bad faith, obviously, for being nice to people you know personally. He saw the same critique come up recently too. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. But the point is you've always been courteous and have never done anything that could possibly be construed as leading your followers to harass anyone. Yes, even this clip itself says, please be nice in the comments and do not harass Ethan. Hasan and Ethan are friends. Be respectful. Not just logs, but clips. He said he had an IQ of 80. Yes, there are tons of clips. It's just strange that like this level of serialized, systematized, open cyber stalking and mass harassment campaigns is so normal, and there's like not really anything you can do. But yeah, I have to obviously still address some of this slander, you know? What is this? We've seen such a weird progression of Twitter wokeness to where now a plainly reactionary community like Destiny's can employ tools of shaming and canceling while still using slurs in the very same tweet that they do with. It's crazy that Hasan will shit all over me and call me a racist for using the N-word in quotes while doing a podcast with this guy, Lamau. Not trying to defend H3 by any means. It's just surreal how the previous generations of people calling cracker a slur would have rallied around H3 for using slurs in that clip, but have now found a way to have their cake and eat it. Appear progressive while reactionary. That's from, you know, all the way back in 2021. That's not his account. Yes, it is. The talking about. It was. I don't know what his new account is, but this was at the time his account. That's so funny. People are like, that's not his account. Yeah, he's been banned 1 million times over because, you know, I think you know why. I know you know
Honestly,
what everyone knows, but this was hilarious. Imagine lying to your audience so comfortably. What is this?
Pretty severe the way that he draws everything back to Destiny. I don't know him. I've never talked about him on the channel. Because Destiny's been getting like mega canceled by every conservative for saying he doesn't give a about the guy who died, which is whatever. You know, here's the one where he actually had a debate with Destiny. And main guys, there's Vosh, Destiny, and Hasan, and they all hate each other. They're all social, or no, Destiny's not a socialist, but they're all like libs, and they all hate each other. And Destiny was digging in on him, rightfully so, in my opinion. I mean, geez Louise. Being like, I'm a terrible person. I'm the worst. And as soon as Destiny gets on, he goes, yourself. You're a terrible person. He says, Destiny and Ethan Klein call me foolish for supporting the Tate's innocence. Then once Destiny calls in, he starts tilting him so bad and just more and more and more deranged. I guess Destiny has a problem with this guy. I think everybody has a problem with this guy outside of Fresh and Fit. Like Destiny was saying.
These are the same same type of out of context clips that D watches. Like, I know he knows who he is, dog. What do you mean? Like, of course I know who. I know he knows who Destiny is. What are you talking about? He knows that the subreddit was being brigaded at the time too. It's not necessarily that like he knows who he is. It's more so what my point is not that he knows who he is and he's lying about it. Everybody knows that. It's not that. My point is he's getting his compilation of clips, I don't think from his own production staff to do like this clipped out of context, like Hasan is extremist, loves Russia, loves China. I think he's getting it directly from Destiny's community, which is odd. Bro, the Destiny subreddit are straight up celebrating providing ammo. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, he's scouring that subreddit to find oppo on you. It's clear. It's like if I went to H3 snark, which I talked about yesterday. I was like, it's not normal to follow someone that much, especially if you hate them. But like, it would literally be if I did a H3 snark subreddit review where I compiled all the things that H3 snark put together, and then I was like, well, these are my valid criticisms against Ethan. And then be like, he's too afraid to address them. You know what I mean? I mean, yeah, I saw this. Here, this is, yeah, I saw this. Ethan Klein scrolling Destiny subreddit for anti-Hasan talking points. Once again, how do you arrive at a Hamasabi, unlisted Hamasabi clip? A clip titled Hamasabi that is unlisted. For the clip of you watching Kamala and grimacing when she said Hamas graped women, what's the missing context? I don't know. Do you think that I haven't written extensively or talked extensively on October 7, the atrocities, what actually took place, the media coverage surrounding it, creating additional atrocity propaganda when it wasn't even necessary, but exclusively to make it seem as though all of, what do you call it, all of Israel's actions that came after October 7 would be justifiable? Or do you think that a 2-second clip is the sum total of my entire perspective on this matter? I'm a political commentator. Do you think I haven't talked about this extensively? Ban me. You were a pretty good person to get into politics with, and I appreciate that. But after going through yours and other streamers' history, you are the most cowardly individual when it comes to defending your takes against others. DGGer for life. I'm not going to ban you, brother. I don't know if the mods already did. I hope you live a happy life. I do mean it. Like god damn, dude. How do you get here? 2022. It was Dearborn. I live near there. We're going to vote on an upcoming election. We're voting on the Dearborn situation. It seems the book should be allowed for public viewing. For real, why am I here? Why am I even a liberal? Oh yeah, because I got a 5-figure check coming from TYT. Like, that's how much of a fan he was that he was joking about TYT checks. As someone who's watching in the TYT days, always so wild to me seeing people who known about you that long turn against you. I know why, and I know how it happens. People are very passionate in this community. Okay, people are very passionate in this community, and if there is an issue, and I'm a very passionate person, if there's an issue that they find to be at odds with their worldview, it causes them to like be shocked. It strips their identity almost, and they're like, what the f-? I'm no longer welcome in this community. And then they seek out other places where they can get this kind of they look for another hug box, basically. And there are plenty of anti-Hasan communities out there. Obviously the number one is the number one anti-Hasan community has been the cult that it has been cyber stalking and meticulously logging every moment that they can use through all of the political things that I've talked about to just basically create like haters in every sector. Chronically online people that behave in a cultish way that will change their political opinions on a whim as long as their divorcelli God decides to change his perspective. I know this because he had a dramatic perspective shift since 2018 when I first met him. Over the course of the past 6 years, he has gone back on a litany of positions that he argued for with passion. Okay? Serious question. Do these trolls do this for free? Yes. Yes. Why was that? Why mine changed? I don't know. I don't know what a person's personal motivations are. This is going to be every stream until the election. We're 13 days away from the election. Is all internet drama bullshit. I know. I just felt it. I felt the need to, clear certain things, like to clarify certain things, considering that I'm getting, a barrage of slander. After watching so much shit, I want to just say thank you. I don't care about specific American policies, not from there, but the way you break down policies and reference actual journalists is so commendable. Appreciate you caring much about the world. I don't know if it matters, but I'm referencing you in my master thesis. Sorry for brain rot, just ruining chat. I don't think I've ever seen anyone get hated as much as you do. Like, I stayed away from your content since 2020 because everyone was always ranting about how problematic you are and other bullshit. Find out you're just advocating for human rights. Yes. When you are depressed, stuff like this gives you a sense of being in a community, but long term, this will just harm your existence. Yeah. That's what I also try to explain to people in general, that like this kind of championing for someone else, like an internet content creator that doesn't know you, and fighting their battles like this is not going to make your life better. It's just simply going to increase the toxicity in your life. Most people do not have the time to watch an entire stream or to fully comprehend what my worldview is, and therefore they just often make up their own mind. They see like a bunch of people being like, this guy sucks, and then they go, okay, maybe this guy sucks. I don't even fault them for it. I don't even care necessarily. If they also did not dramatically change their worldview and start advocating for like white people being able to say the N-word or whatever it wouldn't matter to me as much. Like, if someone is pro-Palestine unconditionally, right? If someone is pro-Palestine unconditionally, but they have issues with me in general, I think that anger is most likely misguided and misplaced, but it doesn't matter. Jake Tapper just said Bernie Sanders is doing an interview with Valkyrie and Pokemon. Yeah, it's true.
Oh
Maybe
my God.
It's also an indication of how much this community touches grass, for sure. I mean, there's plenty who don't touch grass in this community as well, let's be real. But last sentence on the bottom of my effort post, please. What was it? When you shit on the rainbow flag was the point on my journey where I realized I'm not immune to being reactionary. It's funny because it's a stupid reason to be upset with you talking about how tier its colors are. We disagree on a lot of topics, and that's okay. I will never say farting on planes is okay, but understand that planes are loud. So maybe everyone does it, and you're the only one brave enough to say it out loud. Yeah, that's the other side. I mean, that person is joking, but like, there can be a bunch of things that you disagree with me on. The point is, bro, your take on Ukraine was so bad, you lost a lot of people there for a moment. See, like, people are still rehashing this shit. No, I was wrong to assume that Russia, specifically Vladimir Putin, would do such an unimaginably insane thing. An unimaginably insane thing that is ultimately harming Russian lives as well as Ukrainian lives. I'm saying that, like, obviously Putin should at the very least care to a certain degree about his own self-governance. So, like, if you at this point still think that, that I am You said you didn't care about the Ukrainian constitution. Yeah, I care about human lives. I care about sparing human lives. I care about making sure that Ukrainians don't die in the meat grinder. What do you mean? Like, again, do you think I don't care about the sum total of like Ukrainian sovereignty? I do. I think it's unconscionable and completely unjustifiable that Russia invaded Ukraine. There's never been a moment where I've considered that to be acceptable or appropriate. And yet you still are pointing to something that is like, you're in the community of a person who has fundraised for Ukrainian victims of Russia's unjustifiable war. Someone who is, you know, okay, you learned a lot, I said for a moment. No, dog. You misunderstood my point that I was making. I don't even remember exactly what this was in context to, but like, again, you're doing the thing. Your take on Ukraine wasn't wrong. We're probably too early for most of us to take. That has happened. That is what happened to me for a while. Alman DeLorean says, the issue is so many people have with you is that you point out the double standards and flaws within the hegemony we all live in. Most streamers and content creators and streamers are Western chauvinistic, and you're one of the few large creators that actively battle that. It's about bigotry, white supremacy, and better than thou attitudes. Yes, I think that plays a big role. Do you ever admit you were wrong on anything? Yes, always. Anyway.
Oh my God. I was away for longer than I realized. But yeah, I got tortillas with hummus and lettuce. Like a struggle food for sure, but so I don't know, chat, do we need to see the Ethan
Accusing me of hallucinating.
stuff?
I made a whole episode calling him anti-Semitic, which I never even called him anti-Semitic, if I'm being honest. I said I don't think he is.
The thing is, you're begging the motherfucking question. Am I wrong on that, chat? I mean, those of you that have seen Ethan's first entire stream dedicated to like, and now technically he set out to show that Hasan was cultivating an anti-Semitic community, I think, something like that, right? Had a dream that some day everyone should be able to sing the lyrics to any song when we understand the social context and grow. I figure all of history of slavery and racism. Wait, what song? Oh, are we talking about Trump and the who let Trump near the special sauce?
And honestly, gaslighting me and and anyone else who cares about this, instead of responding to a single point. You know, he sets up these caricatures.
If it's Sabra hummus, I wish I had hummus. Not Sabra though. Like I said, it's that would be pretty bad if I was like sitting here dipping into a red and what is it, like kind of red and yellow label
of points without actually looking at the question. I think it would be nice if he went through that at least a little bit. But in the meantime,
I guess the question I would ask, right? And look, I don't think that Hasan owes Ethan what Ethan feels entitled to here, right? Because here's how I take it, all right? Ethan is turning Hasan's attempt to hold world governments accountable for human rights abuses, and that's the United States government and that's the Israeli government in this context, right? He is trying to subvert that with a appeal to hold Hasan accountable, right? When really the goal, the end game of all this, what this accomplishes is distracting from a major historical atrocity that's going on right now before our eyes to interpersonal drama, right? Using left-wing language. When in fact, he has been a grifter and a faker in terms of being, you know, in some ways of even being progressive, right? And this is the thing that pisses me off about Twitch pull in general, right? You get a lot of right wingers who use like left wing concepts as like talking points, despite the fact of like you literally don't agree. You literally don't agree with this, right? The logic that you're using is not a logic that you will support in other situations, and yet here you are using it. And Ethan is much the same. Like, I don't know, I gotta put him in the same category. I put Vosh, Destiny, and the Restiny. The Restiny.
I'm not surprised though. It's kind of what I expected, you know. So, but we went over showing terrorist propaganda with no zero analysis, interviewing terrorists with zero critical analysis. Sneeko was unbanned, and Fresh and Fit was unbanned. And now I noticed also over the weekend that the Houthi pirate kid.
Yeah, what I'm asking, I guess, is like, granted that I don't think that Hasan has the responsibility to play Ethan's fucking drama game. All right, he has. Like, a lot of what we saw was a direct response to things Ethan said. In fact, I feel like he kind of went over like everything, almost like in that video, in that much shorter. Look at this chat. This is, let's see. Starts right here at what? 7 minutes to. Okay, I guess the Hasan part. Yeah, it's like an hour and 30 minutes. Then the ban wave happens. Frogan. I mean, he also talks about Dan Clancy. He talks about Frogan. And then, yeah, Frogan and company get banned, like, as he's on air. And he's like, just basically like, my work is done here. Fucking asshole. So we won't watch all of this because we don't have time, and I owe you some video game playing, apparently.
Yes. Was also.
If anybody's donating and you want to get your donation towards a specific topic, and I haven't put it on there yet, let me know in chat, because I want to make sure to count like all the donos as well. And I've only got a few of them accounted for at the moment. So if that's you, let me know. If you donate anything else, also let me know which of these topics you want to see next. I just want to get a flavor of what Ethan's going to say, his complaint of like what Hasan, the way in which Hasan's response was supposed to be lacking, and kind of ask ourselves, did what we just saw from Hasan, does that fulfill like Ethan's, you know, albeit entitled request?
Oh wait, not this one. So this is kind of a weird drama, but so he was. Oh yeah, this is it. He was unbanned. The Houthi fucking pirate terrorist kid was unbanned. They want him on Twitch. That's crazy. He has 2 channels. One is his throwaway. Wait, no, this is just his main channel. Okay. And this is an intentional choice by someone at Twitch to say, I want this kid unbanned. Now, if you think he's a terrorist or not, yeah, I will get to that. If you think this kid is a terrorist or not, we have proven that this and other images are real. This man is making actual death threats, calling for violence on Twitter. In what world is this not disqualified back? Again, the evidence is lining up, stacking up. His account was later banned. I don't know when, sometime over the weekend or this morning, his thing got.
So he's talking about Rashid, the kid, that the One Piece kid that Hasan had on his stream. God, I thought this would work better with tortillas.
banned. And I don't know what's going on. Like, for sure, there's a level of incompetency at Twitch that is unmatched in any other social media network of their size. It's unmatched. Dan Clancy is a pathetic excuse of a leader. Like, this man just is literally running a shit show.
Thanks, Dan.
And I kind of jokingly said that I think Dan Clancy is anti-Semitic in our last episode, but I'm downright convinced that this man hates Jewish people. That's like the only explanation to account for everything I'm about to show you guys. So the Houthi kid was unbanned after I did my video. And now that this new thing is happening, there's like lots of controversy now with a Twitch panel that Frogan did. A lot of Frogan stuff. She made a Twitch panel where a lot of people, including myself, felt was deeply anti-Semitic. And then she went on Twitch and said that all veterans should get PTSD, which, so there's lots of, and then they banned Israel. There's a whole lot. But now that there's actually eyeballs and media talking about it, then all of a sudden he's banned again. Okay.
God, word salad.
So, Hasan, by the way, of course, once again, I think you guys should, I know there's lots of, oh wait, I don't have access? Hold on. I put this document together last night, and I'm off Twitter, right? Oh yeah, you can turn off chat. I don't need all that fucking...
There we go.
I'm not looking at chat, but I can only imagine during these combos, it's... Fuck me.
Twitter's a rat hole.
Do we have anybody who was watching the stream by chance? Like, I wonder what exactly made him... So before he had turned off the comments, and I think he had turned chat like this one, it just cut off the chat, right? I'm off Twitter, constantly screenshotting Twitter, yeah. In solidarity with Hasan, we have to eat on air. Yeah, solidarity with Brogan too.
Yes. Fuck. Why are these all... Sorry guys, one sec.
No! Music! What am I thinking? Fuck me.
What's the best way to handle...
Oh my god.
Anyone with Link?
It's easier to
No.
Sweet.
No, music is bad.
This problem can't be approached with nuance because he is a teenager.
Music takes my monetization away.
In Yemen, dude. These people have no material power. They cannot touch you. They cannot harm you. That's the point.
This philosophy is so fucked. Like, first of all, you're the one platforming him. He is influencing people because of you. And by the way, I'm not even criticizing the Houthi pirate kid. That kid can go in Yemen and fucking do all the memes he wants about spearing Jews. I'm criticizing you. My commentary is about you. And he does this thing where he makes it seem like it's all about the pirate kid. And by the way, you know, people, it's like saying, you know.
Damn it.
There's a lot of like, you know, these kids in Congo who are taking people out of their houses and doing crazy genocide. They grew up in really shitty conditions. They were getting genocided. So, you know, it's like the bigotry of low expectations. Like, I expect nothing of this kid. I expect no decency, no quality at all because he grew up in Yemen, so he can post pictures of Jews being spiked. Like, not even a single word of...
It's kind of incoherent here, right? First, it's not about Hasan. I don't think Hasan is anti-Semitic, but some of the people, like, right, a person that he brings on, right? It is about Rashid, and then it's like, but it's not about Rashid now. It's about Hasan. I thought you weren't. He needs to make up his mind.
Condemnation for this disgusting, heinous fucking tweet, which, by the way, everybody was insisting was fake when I first mentioned it. Now that it's proven real, Now it moved from it's fake to it doesn't matter.
I love Ethan's idea of what constitutes everybody. Did you see how he's got like a... Like in his mind, like the world's against him. And obviously that's not how it goes. There's a literal like hate movement that he's like become a part of with Destiny and Landlord Dan. And not oh my god. Don't swallow tortilla. Oh my god, Chad, I like, inhaled the thing or something. Damn. Not to mention the organization that doxed university students that were protesting earlier. That is also part of it.
Interesting how that happens. Like once again, this is the image Hasan is talking about.
Fucking Nazis in the United States of America. And also,
guess what? Just because there's worse things, like the way that he's skirting criticism here is just so fucked up. He's saying there's bad things happening, so nobody can criticize me. It's like, dude, get real, man. Just fucking take it on.
No, you get real.
It makes me sad that people let.
You get real. You're trying to do drama. You haven't fucking changed. This is Frenemies Part 2. You benefited from the drama with Trush. Now you're going back for a second helping with Hasan, all right? And you're mad that he won't fucking respond to you. He's not at your beck and call. This is just...
People in his audience let him get away with this types of, like, hand-waving of what was sincere and well-constructed criticism, in my opinion.
what do you mean? It's just a person on a pike. There's no Jewish person on a pike on that photo unless I saw something different. Okay? This is why... For some random fucking...
Because you platformed him. How fucking hard is that? You're the one that put him on your channel unapologetically and then memed with him about One Piece. Didn't ask him one single critical question. That's you. You did that. I'm criticizing you. You're not accountable for him. You're accountable for yourself.
18-year-old in Yemen's tweets. What is happening? How many steps removed are we from this situation?
None. You're none. You did it.
How? How is this the conversation that you want to have right now? I fucking despise all of you, dude.
And is it really cute the way that he like says crazy shit to his chat? I don't think it's really that cute. I don't know why people let him get away with that. So again, he says, the execution that we will carry out on all Zionists. And his thing is, oh, the guy's not Jewish. It's like, what did you expect him to be wearing a kippah? To be wearing a fucking yarmulke or some shit? Execution that will that. But anyway, moving on. Also, there's...
No, I expected you to be able to disambiguate a term like Zionist, which not all Jewish people are, and to which there are many people who are not Jewish who are Zionists, right? In the United States, there's more non-Jewish Zionists than there are Jewish Zionists. I would hope that you'd be able to disambiguate a term like that from Jewish person, right? That's literally not what he said.
There's one, before I get to the new stuff, there's this guy, I don't know who he is, but I found this to be a particularly heinous point made by one of his socialist leftist friends. I don't know who it is.
I think today, where he's talking about...
episode.
Is it just me, or is Ethan unhinged as fuck here?
He dedicated an entire podcast episode, I think.
First of all, scumbags, we talked about Kobe also. And to make them a Kobe. And to make a Kobe into like what, a nothing segment is literally, these people are fucking punting. You might as well just drop kick this baby.
Chat, we watched the Kobe, okay? I explained Kobe to you, and I explained how I thought that maybe it almost sounded like it was like there's subtext of the crew being a little bit annoyed at Ethan for dragging them into this shit. But I don't know. The crew is talking to Ethan in this episode and seems to be on board.
This pygmy.
Or at least the ones that are there. I'm trying to remember. We got Dan. I guess we'll see who else here.
Okay. First mark against them.
To like how
He's kind of joking there.
terrorist, pro-terrorism.
Again, he didn't watch any of it. He's basing this based on, like, I guess, chat. And, you know, it's like, what do you talk about it or don't, man? You know, don't do this shit.
And how I let anti-Semitism fester in my community.
What did like the 13-year-olds who watch it, like, what are they thinking?
You know what's funny about that? Who do you think's watching Hasan, you fucking moron? The same 13-year-olds watching me, you absolute gremlin. You fool. Like, you just insulted Hasan as much as me. And by the way, it's just dumb. It just means you don't know anything. My audience is not 13-year-old. Everybody knows that. I have a fairly mature audience, so, you know, suck my dick on that point, bitch.
I mean, point granted, but goddamn, he's mad. Ethan is mad.
Are they like, can you talk about the bold guy again? This sucks.
No, I think
this guy's a fallen fan, by the way. Bold guy? That's what I was like, oh shit, I haven't even heard anybody.
You literally just called Ethan a fall. You're not sorry, Ethan. You literally just called Felix a fallen fan. No, he's just aware of your shit.
He mentioned bold guy. I thought he said bald guy. I said I talk to Dan every day. And I was like, oh no, it's bold guy. Love you, Dan.
Hasan's community is mostly in their 30s.
I think that most of his, and I think it's pre-recorded too and no chat. Wait, oh, it was? I don't think so. But
Wait, Joey.
I've told this to Ethan a long time.
Joey, do you mean Ethan?
Time ago, I was like, listen, a lot of your community is very, very, very progressive. Like, it's not me that's like making people upset at you for, you know, saying a lot of things that might be damn near identical to like a Michael Rappaport about like, oh, I bet queers in Palestine wouldn't have an easy time. Or
so he's doing a nice trickery here where he's like, instead of, again, watching or reacting to anything I actually say, he goes, oh, Ethan's just like Michael Rappaport because he said that, you know, in Gaza, there's not great LGBT rights. It's like, really? Well, do you want to actually, you know, listen to what I said? I didn't even fucking talk about
I mean, I'm sorry, but it's just an Islamophobic talking point, right? Like, bringing up that in the context of, like, the morality of what's happening in Gaza is fucked up. And Ethan, even if you are not on board, right, for what is currently happening in Gaza, I have got to remind you that the post-October 7th attitude was really fucking similar to the post-9/11 attitude in the US. And that shit enabled what happened, right? Just the degree to which every single claim was accepted with zero scrutiny and like like I'm trying to remember what his reaction was, but I think it was something along the lines of like, yeah, any display of concern for the Palestinian people, you know, immediately after October 7th was like this gruesome crime or something, right? When a lot of us could see what was coming down the line. If you pay attention at all to the history of this conflict, you will know how that works. And you will know that the response will be extremely disproportional.
at all, okay, on the last episode.
If you were a sex worker in Palestine, you'd get thrown off the roof. Like,
also, like, how pissed is, like, notice how pissed he's getting at Felix. Like, he obviously doesn't know Felix at all.
Muhammad.
Yeah.
You know, that sort of stuff is not.
Look, I missed the mark on those, and I've apologized and moved on. The fact that he wants to keep, like...
Oh my god, yes! Yes, you were really fucked up, Ethan. You were really fucked up and Islamophobic. And the fact that he wants to keep bringing that up, I mean, I think it's pretty important context for what we're dealing with here, for where shit is coming from.
That up as if that encapsulates my entire opinion on this is, again, disingenuous and downright fucking
God, he is shaking. He's so mad. I mean, sorry, I'm not trying to.
wrong.
Do I have him at? Maybe I have him at no.
Not
He's
going
at
to be
normal
read
playback
positively
speed.
by your audience, which is going to be very upset at you because your audience does not agree with.
I'm not. To be clear, I'm not talking about the text. I'm talking about he is. You can tell he's agitated.
What you're saying.
Well, apparently, unlike you, Hasan, I refuse to be captured by my audience, and I will stand by my convictions and say what I believe, despite knowing that it might piss off some of my audience. If you tried that, you might not have ended up turning into a terrorist sympathizer.
There we go. That's what you really think. Thanks.
Propagator.
That's what you really. But he's not calling him anti-Semitic. Just for the record, just so we're.
It's like me goading them into, feeling a type of way about you.
Yeah, didn't he had like a whole thing where a lot of YouTube guys had to do this during the Trump years, where like all their videos from like 2013, when you could do anything, like get recirculated among their new audience of people who were like 15 or 16 in 2017, and they're like, oh my God, I would never do that ever again. I would never. My character from 2013, AIDS man, is retired. He's gone. I'm so sorry. You would think that like after that, and he is, and this is not bigoted, a very nervous man.
I don't think I'm nervous. I mean, he's obviously just talking about my Tourette's. Once again, Hasan knows that, and he doesn't say anything.
Again, like I've watched enough H3 to know that what I'm seeing is not, it's not tics, it's not Tourette's. I'm seeing something vastly different than.
Also, I don't recall ever doing AIDS man. Certainly, I have some blemish. I've said some fucked up things, but I've.
Oh my God, Ethan, you really want to go into it? There's a whole fucking Twitter, like all of Twitter, is reposting your shit, right? Yeah, you might not have done AIDS, man, but you did a lot of other. Oh, you did this.
Our apes or whatever, right? Our Neanderthal cousins were probably just raping like crazy. So there's definitely.
There we go. There's definitely
in us to like conquer. Men want to like
right.
So it's
what the fuck? Yeah, not AIDS, man. Exactly.
Women are in a nature setting, like to be conquered.
The fuck was that about?
Our apes or whatever, right?
The fuck was that? Wait, what the fuck is this? This cannot be real. Such a whiny loser. Even the Sabra Hamas intern. Even turned the Sabra Hamas intern against Israel. Okay, that's gotta be fake. Fake. I mean, yeah, there's the Aaron Bushnell thing. Oh, that's Ethan Klein pushes the 40 beheaded babies hoax. Argued that the IDF would never bomb a hospital, called anti-Zionist Jews anti-Semitic, and then went completely silent on the Israeli-Palestine, except for to mock Aaron Bushnell. But I'm seeing people insist he's pro-Palestinian. I'm also looking for, is this it? Oh my gosh, this one.
The Jew, well, and I mean, Ashkenaz, or, yeah.
I don't know. He talks about, I can't play this on Twitch. I'm not sure if Twitch would allow this, right? But basically he goes off on Hasidic Jews, talks about them as having a smell and talks about their hair and and then suggest that they are the product of, I don't even want to say it, chat. I don't even want to say it. Some pretty anti-Semitic stuff from Ethan Klein, though. Oh shit, this is the worst, though. This one's, I'd forgotten about this.
Why? What is going on with you?
I know, sorry, don't mind me.
Trying to make it bigger so that.
If you were able.
No. Okay, we could. So now that part's Zach, right? That's his music / soundboard guy that threw on the chestnuts roasting song. But like, what? Let me see if you can see this. I'm trying to get this big enough. Okay, so he's cracking up. No, you can't see it.
Sorry, don't mind me.
Yep, right there. See? So before the music comes on, it's not just like him cracking up at the music, right? He wants to show Hasan, cracking up over Kamala Harris, right? Here's Ethan cracking up over somebody being like violated by having their deep fakes generated of them, right? And porn made of that.
Nobody. There is not a single dissenting voice with his fucking straight up radical, anti-American, anti-Semitic fucking.
Bro, I can't believe this man went from dunking on Steven Crowder to saying Steven Crowder ass shit. He's anti-American, radical anti-American.
Now, instead of actually addressing a single point, he stops it before he gets there. He conjures the image of.
Oh God, maybe we should just watch this instead. Ethan Klein. We'll watch this and we'll play some metaphor. How about that? We don't need Philly D. We don't need the quartering, that's for sure. Where's the Ethan Klein? There it is. We'll just watch this.
Again, my friends, an emergency.
All right, so just so I'm giving Ethan's side of things, even though I cannot hang in there for his entire. I mean, we saw enough, chat. We saw enough of his podcast to know the sort of the nature of the reaction, the emotional state that he was in, despite the fact that he wants to deny that, despite the fact that he wants to accuse Felix of having a go at his Tourette's. I don't think that's what Felix was doing. I noticed what Felix was talking about. I'm not talking about, his tics. I'm talking about a nervousness on top of that, right? Not
Ethan Klein video
trying to mischaracterize.
is in order. Been talking a lot about my former co-host Hasan Piker and leveling some pretty serious criticism against him. I knew that he wasn't going to take it well and wasn't going to respond to any of the points made. And basically, it's turned out that I've been right about that. There's one clip, though, that I just saw on our subreddit that's especially kind of nefarious. This is the type of character assassination and propaganda that I think is really important to call out the minute it happens, to get ahead of it. This is also what would be especially good for fans of Hasan's, who's been listening to the podcast to help drive home some of the points that I've been making. So here it is. Let's just go ahead and jump right in.
Did you see this? I mean, yeah, I didn't.
But there's what's crazy is there's nobody on the entire platform to call him out. Nobody. They've all been banned.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Yeah, Destiny should be unbanned so he can call me out is a crazy take.
I said there's no dissenting voices, and he said Destiny should be unbanned is a crazy take. At what point did I say that? He's drilling into his audience brain already, trying to draw this association between Destiny, knowing that his fan base hates Destiny as a way to poison the well against me. There has been no... I've mentioned Destiny on my channel over the last 10 years, maybe once.
I don't
All
recognize.
right, let's rewind that just a bit.
Knowing that his fan base hates Destiny as a way to poison...
Just watch, Ethan.
...well against me. There has been no... I've mentioned Destiny on my channel over the last 10 years, maybe once.
Look, I'm not a big believer in, I don't know, like, what is it called? Like, body language? But something about Ethan, something feels less than sincere.
I
with that particular point.
Recognize Ethan any longer. I'll be honest. Like who would call me out? Like right-wing shitheads? Like, what do you mean?
Well, I'm not a right-wing shithead. I'm a liberal progressive who basically had some criticism for some of the stuff you've been doing, but mostly agrees with everything you believe in. Not everybody that disagrees with you is a right-wing shithead. And that's part of the issue that we're having here. This is, once again, he's trying to put me in the bucket with right-wing shitheads.
Not only that, but I do get fucking yelled at all the
As if Destiny is staring at him off camera. You know, I mean, what I'm imagining, though, the thing is, I don't want to look. I have no evidence. All right, I have no evidence of this. So take it as you may. But I could easily see Ethan, like Destiny, feeding Ethan talking points, like literally over, I don't know, like Zoom or whatever, Discord.
all the time. Who do you want? Like some fucking weirdo Nazi? Like who?
Once again, implying that I want Nazis on the platform.
Once again, implying that I want Nazis on the platform when clearly I know this is a character assassination underway. He's poisoning the well of his community so that they will think that they will see me framed in a certain way as a known quantity, if you will, as a member of the Bonerelli hate cult.
Literally all I said is that there's no dissenting voices on Twitch, and he's building a fantasy world.
But what kind of fucking conspiracy theory is that, bro? What kind of conspiracy? You're saying that the far left has like this is like Trumpian. Like the idea that there's no way that Hasan's viewpoint is actually that popular. There clearly his competition is being picked off. Who would it be then? Are we talking Rob Noor? Do you think that they are artificially holding down channels like Lonerbox and Dylan Burns and are relevant? I'm trying to think of the other like Destiny adjacent streamers or similar streamers who are on the platform still, but yeah, like what is it? It's like he looks at Hasan's numbers and he's like, there's no way. Obviously, Dan Clancy presses the 40K button on Hasan's stream, and 40K people magically appear there, right?
World in which I'm a right-wing shithead that wants Nazis on the platform to criticize him.
There's only one guy I think he means, and that's Destiny, which is crazy.
Bonerelli.
He's honestly pretty severe the way that he draws everything back to Destiny. I don't know him. I've never...
It's pretty severe the way... Who says that? It's pretty severe the way he draws everything back to Destiny. What the fuck does that even mean? That's so weird.
About him on the channel. I don't know what's going on with this Destiny thing. The only explanation I can have is that he thinks that it's just an easy way for him to...
I don't know what's going on with this Destiny thing. He checks his phone. Oh, hey, Destiny.
Make me look bad to his community?
And you look on the phone and it's like those words. I don't know what's going on with this Destiny thing. Like Destiny's literally like writing a script. Like he's reading Destiny on Discord. I don't know what's going on with this Destiny thing. I've only talked about Destiny once in my entire career.
Nobody. There is not a single dissenting voice with his fucking straight up radical, anti-American, anti-Semitic fucking...
Bro, I can't believe this man...
Anti-American. Seriously?
Went from dunking on...
And he's talking about tankies now. Have you heard this recently? I don't know. if this was on the previous one or this one or.
Steven Crowder just saying Steven Crowder ass shit. He's anti-American, radical anti-American.
Now, instead of actually
That is some Steven Crowder ass shit.
addressing a single point, he stops it before he gets there. He conjures the image of Steven Crowder, who's got nothing to do with this conversation. And he says, how did you go from dunking on Steven Crowder to being Steven Crowder? Once again, this is a crazy amount of well poisoning, and it's so disingenuous and it's so bad faith. I hope it's clear to everybody just how bad faith this is right now and how desperately he's trying not to respond to any of the actual criticism that I've made. Criticizing Hasan does not make you Steven Crowder, as much as he wants it to.
Like, what's next, dude? Should I leave the country? Should I go back to my own country, dude?
Once again,
Easy B says, I would bet they have a group chat. The attack is so organized. Yeah, it's Destiny, it's Landlord Dan. They've got that organization that doxed all those students that were protesting earlier this year as well. Right, that's who's involved in it on Twitter. In fact, Dan is like kind of like the point man on Twitter from what I can see. Obviously, you know, Destiny's signal boosting it all, but I think that Ethan recognizes that Destiny is poison, doesn't want his cancellation campaign to be associated with him. Well, it is. I mean, like, they're on board whether he wants them or not. They're watching every second of this shit.
Again, putting heinous words in my mouth, implying that I want him to leave the country because now that I disagreed with him, I'm a heinous right-wing Nazi. Didn't say that. Don't want that. Don't believe it. But he's trying to...
Wait, Narwhal by Nature says, and I didn't know this, the comment right before he turned the chat off was a $50 super chat begging him to stop this fight in public. That's when he turned off comments. Yeah.
Build this image of me in his audience mind to turn them against me and to not listen to any of the legitimate criticism that I've leveled against him.
The fuck is this? This is the reason why I don't want to watch a single fucking clip of Ethan, because I feel like I'm gonna lose my goddamn mind, okay? Not because I'm like escaping accountability. Like, come on, dude. Come the fuck on. You think I haven't heard these fucking talking points a million times over?
If Hasan could at least just respond to the point instead of saying...
I mean, to be real, Tetris, I'm reading this from chat. I wasn't there either when... Unless you're talking about, oh my god, what was that person's name? Colonel Hollandaise or something? Something with Hollandaise. But I think that was the time before. This Destiny thing, literally the same on Destiny's subreddit and repeating the same thing he says. Destiny complimenting him and Gila like crazy, wasn't exactly subtle.
I'm Steven Crowder. I'm a right-wing Nazi. I want to kick him out of the country. Just talk about what I'm saying.
For the record, check. I'm not saying that I have proof this is coordinated. All right? It just...
Can we try that?
Over. I know the fucking subreddit that you basically scraped these fucking bottom of the barrel talking points from. I know. I hear it all the time from his pathetic fucking fans that come in here and hit me with it every single fucking day. The real reason why I don't want to fucking watch these videos is because I don't want to like lean into the fucking mania that he is expressing every single damn day.
I genuinely have no idea what he's talking about. Presumably he's once...
I mean, yeah, you wouldn't. Would you? Like, I'm totally fine. Everything is completely normal with me. This is just a normal response that I'm having. It's not troubling, certainly.
Once again, trying to tie me with Destiny, but I really don't even know.
I think that Destiny put him on Adderall. Or Vyvanse. Yeah, he's on Destiny's Vyvanse.
I don't know what's happening here.
He's hanging out in DGG offline chat.
All I know is he's not...
He's playing DGG-ware. That's it, chat. He's playing DGG-ware.
Responding to any of the points I made.
Because I think it's utterly irrelevant in the grander point that Israel is committing a fucking genocide, that Israel is an apartheid state. And I think it's like very selfish to have a conversation about my radical anti-American views over and over again.
This is a logical fallacy that you'll see Hasan leaning on pretty frequently here. And what he's saying is because there's a genocide happening in Gaza, he shouldn't be accountable to talk about anything else because...
No, Ethan. If you go by your logic, he doesn't just have to be accountable to you. He has to be accountable to Diorio, accountable to Destiny, accountable to Willie Mack 24/7. All of the fucking ripcord people, right, have the right for him to platform their critique of him. And by that logic, Hasan should not talk about anything, right? No coverage for Gaza, no coverage for the political goings on in the United States, no coverage for anything. Definitely no video games. Definitely no video games, right? Like that, you're entitled in a way that is kind of gross.
This terrible thing is happening. But again, I'm not talking about Gaza. I'm talking about Hasan. And he's done this.
Well, guess who is talking about Gaza every day? That would be Hasan. And this fucking bullshit has taken a chunk out of the meaningful stuff that he's doing, right? Because he is giving you like the benefit of the doubt. He is responding to you. He responded. We just watched him respond to you in fucking detail about every single one of your shitty criticisms.
He's doing this smoke and mirrors where he's sidestepping my criticism and putting it like I'm trying to take away attention from Gaza. The truth is that we're smart, thinking, feeling.
I don't know what you're trying to do. It really feels more like to me like you're trying to get him banned, but.
And we can hold two thoughts in our head at once. We can chew bubblegum and walk. And frankly, we all.
Yeah, I'm sorry. This guy's not being honest.
Know that. And so this is a really cheap way of essentially avoiding accountability or avoid talking about anything he wants. It's very disingenuous.
Except plenty of people do, okay? Steven Crowder, Ben Shapiro, Tucker Carlson, Fox News.
Once again, I've talked about this quite a lot, and he's isolated one part of me saying that I think he's doing anti-American propaganda. And what he immediately does is he takes that and he associates me, immediately and directly with who do you say? Ben Shapiro, Tucker Carlson,
Dingus
Steven
Gambit.
Crowder. I mean, these are all people that I despise, who have openly criticized, who I think are just a blight on this country. And once again, because I disagree with him on some issues, now I'm basically Tucker Carlson. I mean, can you believe that leap in logic?
And now your favorite, Destiny. A person.
Wait, is he fucking? I'm just trying to figure out how did he get to?
This is a really cheap way.
Crowder, Ben Shapiro.
Avoiding accountability or avoid talking about anything he wants. It's very disingenuous.
Except plenty of people do, okay? Steven Crowder, Ben Shapiro, Tucker Carlson.
Plenty of people call him out. That's what he's saying.
Fox News.
You wanna see what a disingenuous piece of shit Ethan is? Check this out, right? Right? Ethan's like, nobody calls him out. Hasan's like, except plenty of people do. Names the people that calls him out. What is Ethan's response to this?
Once again, I've talked about this quite a lot, and he's isolated one part of me saying that I think he's doing anti-American propaganda. And
wait, let me just make sure. Let me make sure I know what we're talking about.
Talk about logical fallacy.
Genocide.
I don't know what's happening here.
Because he's kind of pause fucking Hasan. You notice that? Right now, I do this sometimes by accident, right? But if you're going at somebody, if you're coming at somebody, right? One way to make sure that nobody understands what they're actually saying, gets their point, is to pause, in the midst of a sentence.
All I know is he's not responding to any of the points I made.
Because I think it's utterly irrelevant in the grander point that Israel is committing a fucking genocide, that Israel is an apartheid state. And I think it's very selfish to have a conversation about my radical anti-American views over and over again.
This is a logical fallacy that you'll see Hasan leaning on pretty.
I just want to hear where does the Ben Shapiro. I want to make sure I'm right about his mention of Tucker Carlson, where that comes from, because I think what he's saying is that plenty of people do call him out
frequently here. And what he's saying is because there's a genocide happening in Gaza, he shouldn't be accountable to talk about anything else because this terrible thing is happening. But again, I'm not talking about Gaza. I'm talking about Hasan. And he's done this.
You're talking about your grudge. That's true. You're not talking about what's important. You're not talking about a historical atrocity that's happening before our eyes. You are talking about drama with motherfucking Hasan. That's true.
He's doing this smoke and mirrors where he's sidestepping my criticism and putting it like I'm trying to take away attention from Gaza. The truth is that we're smart, thinking, feeling beings, and we can hold two thoughts in our head at once. We can chew bubblegum and walk. And frankly, we all know that. And so this is a really cheap way of essentially avoiding.
Kind of wild, because it seems to me like your show is not about politics unless it's to go after Hasan. I don't see you chewing bubblegum and walking at the same time. I see you, either doing your normal content, which your community actually likes, or taking these vendettas out on people.
Avoiding accountability or avoid talking about anything he wants. It's very disingenuous.
Except plenty of people do, okay? Steven Crowder, Ben Shapiro.
God damn it. What is that connected to? Plenty of people do. I'm pretty sure it's connected to people that call him out. God damn it. I wish he wasn't pause fucking Hasan like this. I think there might be some editing too. I don't know. I'm not saying it's necessarily like purposeful.
Any of the points I made.
Because I think it's utterly irrelevant in the grander point that Israel is committing a fucking genocide, that Israel is an apartheid state. And I think it's like very selfish to have a conversation about my radical anti-American views over and over again.
Okay, so there's definitely a part cut out. God damn it, to know for sure. I'd need to get the Hasan video. I want to be sure, but it looks to me, chat, like if Ethan's, like Hasan's saying, except plenty of people do, and he names a bunch of right-wing commentators, right, who have called him out. And Ethan is acting as if he is comparing Ethan to Tucker Carlson, which I don't think Hasan would do. And I'm pretty sure it's not what Hasan's doing. But again, to know for sure, this one I'd have to pull the clip somehow.
This is a lot. Is that
anyway? Let's get back to where we were. I'm sorry.
And direct a blight on this country. And once again, because I disagree with him on some issues, now I'm basically Tucker Carlson. I mean, can you believe that leap in logic?
Yeah.
Now your favorite, Destiny.
Yes, Ethan. Except that you're the one making the leap of logic.
A person who has literally told me to go back to my own country. Okay, a person who has fantasized about executing me.
That's terrible. I've never said that. I didn't talk about destiny. Why are you talking about destiny when I've articulated points that are very easy to digest and respond to? But he's going on about how destiny told him to get out of the country and destiny fantasizes about murdering him. And I'm saying, well, that's all terrible. But what's that got to do with me? He's poisoning the minds of his audience, trying to, once again, associate me somehow intertwined with destiny, even though I've mentioned him maybe once in 10 years. I have never talked about this man.
A person who has...
Actually, the only time I've talked about him is in the context that I used to watch him play StarCraft 2.
Oh my God. You are... That's a pretty early connection to Destiny. Jesus Christ. All right, chat, that's like, I don't know how many years ago.
Like, it's not even political. It's just like, oh yeah, I used to watch him play StarCraft 2. Like 15 years
ago. I just completely lost touch with everything he was doing after the StarCraft.
Okay.
Sure.
Who has fantasized about executing me.
I don't know what you think this makes you look like, Ethan, but it makes you look like an old school DGGer. Like it makes you look like early fucking DGG.
Times over, a person who has had prominent Nazi figures.
I'm not saying, like, again, Chad, I got no, we got no proof. All right, this is one thing that we kind of got to take Ethan at his word for, right? Unless there is something showing otherwise, which I think Hasan did established to a certain degree.
On his broadcast, talk about killing me. Prominent Nazi figures who hate you too. Now you like Destiny? Really?
I have not said anything about Destiny, but okay.
Fucking Sam Hyde doesn't like you either, dog.
I didn't say anything about Sam Hyde either. Once again, I don't know what's happening.
That's so crazy. That's the craziest part. Like, how do you not recognize that these people who fucking call for your death and have said horrifying shit about you over and over again, now you are aligned with, now you're reposting?
See him literally scrolling our Destiny during the podcast?
Fucking Keemstar and shit.
That is a terribly bad faith recounting. What happened in that case is that Frogan and her friends were trying to blame the harassment she was getting on me, even though it was quite obviously from people responding to her telling vets that they deserve to get PTSD. What I was doing, clearly in my story...
Chat, what do you think? Is the Paradigm Shifts video worth watching?
...was I was showing tweets from all these conservative sources showing that the harassment she's getting is from them. I in no way endorsed it at all. I showed a picture of like Donut Operator tweeting about it, some cops account tweeting about it, Drama Alert tweeted about it, and a few others that had massive presence on Twitter and were talking about Frogan. So to say that I'm now reposting Drama Alert, implying that I'm co-signing or supporting him, is so bad faith that it could only imply that he knows exactly what he's doing, that it's actually that bad faith. That he's, he's just essentially lying and doing a character assassination.
What a silly, sad, pathetic state of affairs, dude. Jesus Christ. It makes me so fucking sad.
Okay, well, apparently he's disappointed and he's sad about a bunch of things that have nothing to do with me. So going back, you can see there's layers and layers and layers of character assassination, propaganda, logical fallacies, and not one response to any of the points that I've actually made. And it seems obvious to me that he's trying to poison his audience against me by misrepresenting my beliefs and just straight up lying about things that I said and things that I believe. Now, this just came out. I just saw this on the subreddit, but things like this I like to get ahead of as quickly as possible, because I do not want him to be allowed to set this tempo as if this is the official narrative. I must fight this at every point. And once again, if you're a Hasan fan, challenge him to do better than this. This is dishonest. And more than that, I'd like for him to just respond.
Anybody's not responding to their own fucking chat, Ethan. It's you. You turned your chat off, right? I mean, before it was just the comments. Now it's... Oh, no, actually, I guess he did the other time, too. Yeah, like, literally doesn't want to hear from his chat. Doesn't want to give them the chance to opine on anything. And he's talking about holding Hasan accountable. What a piece of shit. All right, well, with that bad faith characterization, as Chatter said, of Ethan Klein taken care of, I feel like I need to take a look and see at the confirm. Okay, so let's see what we got. Metaphor, or the gaming option, has 11% as far as the vote goes. And yet, somehow, it has 35%, 35%? 35% as far as the donos go. So that brings it up to 46%, which is higher than AOC at 40%, Jordan Peterson at 30%, and Korean Granddad at 27%. That would suggest that gaming has won the day. Stop the steal. Metaphor. He's basically, yeah, debate me, bro. Discourse, all he cares about is the drama side of this. He won't even address the larger issue at hand. Yeah, it's a great way to avoid that. I hope Ethan loses significance because he's awful. Ethan forgets these people hate him too. They just hate Hasan more. Yeah, at the moment. Yeah, I mean, these people will definitely divide and conquer if they can. And look, Hasan's right. Like it's disturbing, right? And I didn't know what to make of it when I first encountered it, right? Just doing streaming, you look at it from the inside out, you watch other people do it, and you don't recognize that some of these motherfuckers are just cutthroat. And I don't even mean the streamers. I mean the community members. In communities like Destiny's, in communities like Dylan's, like some of these people are just kind of fucked up. Like they are stands in the worst sense of the term. And it makes me realize I gotta get stands too. No, just kidding. But yeah, it looks like we're doing metaphor. Is that what I'm hearing from chat? He's literally disappointed with you. The way he doesn't give a fuck, and Hasan defending him. He's my friend. I don't want to talk about him. Yeah. This is pretty gross. But yeah, I didn't realize like the kind of like the fucking Reddit shit. Like these people straight, you want to talk about character assassinations. And I feel like Ethan's been playing the same game. The same game that DJG plays for much longer. The only difference is I kind of think that he doesn't have... I kind of feel like he doesn't have the ride or dies. I kind of feel like he's not cut out for this shit. But what do I know? What do I know? You're back again? Okay, so we should probably do this. Let's make this happen. That for figure of speech? No. Steam. I guess I gotta open Steam first. Hopefully gaming works. I have never opened this, so I don't know what to expect. When I hit the play button for metaphor, Refantasio. Again, chat, sorry for going so long with the content, but it makes the bonus that much shorter. Okay, so it's doing something. Come on, metaphor, launch that game. Please don't take too much of my system resources, if you can help it. Do you think this will take too much of my system resources? I hope not. Metaphor. All right, what's going on? It's running supposedly. Yeah, let me read you off my Steam list because I'm sure some of you are interested. Among Us, Apex Legends, Backrooms, Free Edition, Catherine Classic. Some of these I can't really explain. There's not a good explanation for why do you have Catherine Classic of all things. Chrono Trigger, Final Fantasy VII. Oh, I've never played that. I have Final Fantasy VII? I guess I do. Final Fantasy VIII Remastered. Final Fantasy VIII Not Remastered. Final Fantasy 13 2. Oh, hell yeah. I gotta play that soon. Final Fantasy 15 Windows Edition. So a lot of these I haven't played. Golf with Your Friends. Hades. Inside the Backrooms. Oh, wait, I have Left 4 Dead 2? I have Left 4 Dead 2. Wait. Is Lightning Returns Final Fantasy 13 3? Or is it 13 2? I have Lightning Returns as well. Lost Ark, Metaphor Refantasio, Path of Exile, Persona 4 Golden. Still have not played that. Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh. Realm of the Mad God. Somebody out there has got to know that. Rocket League. Tell Me Why, Terraria, Valhalla, Valheim. That is my Steam list. Morpheus Dragon, thank you for the gifted membership to Coding Crusader. Coding Crusader, you just got weaseled. And that's a good thing. Why is it not opening? Chat. Chat. What's going on with this? It says it's running. What? I don't see an icon. Oh, I don't want this game not to work. That would be so silly. What's going on? Metaphor, I need you to refantazio. Do I like hit stop? Why is it not like, it says running, but it's not like loaded. I've only played the original Final Fantasy on an NES. I took the title literally. They thought when they were making that game that it would be the final game for the studio, and that's why it was called Final Fantasy. They thought that the studio had run its course and they were going to just release one last game and be done with it. I doubt Ethan wants to listen to the guy who runs the show, who gave Hasan his best ideas. You still play Star Trek online every day? If I do another, sponsorship, I'm going to make sure it's not through Stream Elements or Streamlabs. Those are two companies I do not want to make any money for. In fact, I should probably get switched to some other version of OBS. Why is it not working? Okay, I'm going to press stop. Stop. Exit game. Unsaved game data may be lost. Well, yeah, if the game was running, it might be lost. Confirm. Okay, we stopping the game? Why did it not open? I've never had anything do this to me. I've played Rocket League on Steam. I've played Golf with Your Friends. I've played Hades. I've played Apex. I've never had any Terraria, Valheim. I've never had any problem with any of these games. And yet, for some reason, this is acting weird. Let's take a look at my task manager. Okay. Ooh. So Google Chrome is taking up. Okay, let me try shutting down some of these. Oh my god! Lost my headphones. Alright, I think I just have to shut down some of these. Like, some of these tabs. Maybe that'll help. Shut down the tabs. Play the music. Okay. Whoa. So yeah, chat, I'm a little bit in a holding pattern here, just trying to trying to get this game that I've never played before to work on Steam. It looks like my memory is a little high. And so I'm shutting down Windows to try to... I mean, I guess I could shut down this one too. What else is taking memory? OBS a little bit, but not really. I'm down to 73. Maybe I should try opening it again. Yeah, it's at like 73, 74. I don't know, I guess we could shut down this Ethan tab. I just want to play this game. Play. Launching. Come on, actually launch. Actually launch. Brr. I will fight you. I will fight you, game. Oh, it's launching! Yo! Yo, chat, it's working! It's working! There's a little fairy! Oh my god, this is so cute! Okay, so select text language. That one's easy. Here, let me put it up on screen so that you can all see. Ooh, wait. Can I alt-tab out of this? I can't. Ooh, geez. Let's try that. Okay, so I need to at least shut down this. Then, alright, so. See if we can make this happen. I think we're good. We appear to be good. All right, let's move into this, chat. Are you ready? Oh, the one other thing I need to do on Twitch. Even opening a Twitch tab is dangerous because like my system resources are that tight. I need to switch it to and please, if somebody can tonight, just remind me to switch back into politics. Because I'm going to switch it to Metaphor Refantasio. To bring in the Metaphor Refantasio fans, if there are any. Alright, chat, here we go. We're about to go into the fun half. Oh my gosh. Look at that. It's the game. It's the game. Alright, so what am I going to do? I'm going to select English. Or, wait, no. English text, yes. Yes, I'm okay with that. This really does feel like Atlas menu. This feels strongly like an Atlas menu. Proceed with English text. Yes, wait, why isn't my thing not working? Oh, this isn't plugged in. This is not plugged in. Okay, so what are we going to do? We're going to plug it in. Thank goodness I have this USB hub. And I have the USB hub thanks to Throne Gang. So thank you for making sure I have extra ports. There we go. All right, so here we go. We're gonna oh yes, chat. Are you okay if I do Japanese? Japanese audio, yes. Will enable some in-game features. I don't think we need them. And change the... Adjust the brightness until the monster is barely visible. That's a monster? Wait, seriously? Like, it's super visible. Like, I gotta put it all the way down to make it not visible. Okay, confirm the brightness. You can adjust it later, yeah. Game has an autosave feature. Do not quit or turn off the power while the icon is displayed. My first gaming stream. Unauthorized reproduction, distribution of all or any of the parts of this product are prohibited by law. They'll come after your ass. This is a work of fiction. Names, characters, places, events, and incidents are either a product of the author's imagination or used in a fictitious manner. Any resemblance to anything real or perceived, very small percentage of the individuals may get seizures, dizziness, involuntary spasms if you were a member of your household. So, possible seizure warning, flashing lights, kind of stuff. All right. Studio Zero. And I might have to move my window. Let's see. I want the music. I need the music. I trust this will suffice. God smiles upon the generous. Berg, away with you. Back to your cesspit. A land grotesque of its people. Wait. You dreamt of utopia. You say the tribes united as one. That dream died long ago. You should have done the same. Your kingdom will perish alongside you. By my hand. I cannot fathom it. His Majesty, killed in his own bed. The bloom upon the prince's cream has yet to wilt. Without a heir to wear the crown, what will become of the royal magic? Thus vulnerable, an invasion must begin. From within or without, the state hangs at the precipice. It may even come to civil war. In dark times, we must stand together. Your Eminence. Who could do this? You could even enter the king's chamber, let alone draw...
王子殿下はすでに創生。他に王位継承権のある方々には王の魔法をなす王爵を告げるほど素養ある御人はおられないのだ。こうなると果たして誰が次の王か。
Okay, so we got a villain reveal super early before we even got a hero reveal. Wow. There's the music. It looks like Kingdom Hearts. That's one copyright they don't want to infringe. That would be Square, their rival. Is that some sort of persona? Wait. Shit's getting redacted. Shit's getting redacted. God damn, I'm gonna have to turn the music down. It's powerful though. Yo! Press any button. New game. Wait, no. Wait, I want to do the system. God damn it. I need to turn some of this down because it's like out of control. It's too loud, isn't it? It's invest. Yeah, you're invested. It's. Scheming man. Who's there? I can feel you watching me from a place beyond my sight. Whoever you are, please tell me, does our world pique your interest? Pardon my curiosity. Would you tell me your name? That is to say, tell me who you really are. One whose meets my eyes across a strange threshold. We do have to type it in, right? Oh wait, I'm supposed to be a boy, aren't I? In this game. No, wait, what? No, okay. No. Let's change it, right? What is the right way to say this? Noko-san. Right? Or is it Noko-kun? I guess so.
Oh, 珍しい響きだ。こちらの世界ではあまり聞かない。なるほど。君は異教の住人らしい。私のいる世界の出来事は君にとっては絵空事、別の地平の物語。
Should I move myself? Oops, it makes it all quiet when I do that, but what do you think? Is it gonna be up here the best? Here? It's gonna have to be up here, I think. I don't know, chat. There might be some important game mechanic up here. We'll play it by ear.
すなわち幻想だ。だが、すべてが君とは無関係だと言い切れるだろうか。こちらの世界に触れようとしているなら、初めに聞いておこう。幻想とは、現実に影響をもたらさない無力な作り物か。
Wait, what is the L log? Okay, wait, let's read this again. I zoned out. Okay. It is a curious thing that in your eyes, my entire world is but the dawn of a story yet untold, or to put it another way, a fantasy. But can it truly be dismissed as something so far removed from you? If indeed you wish to cross to our world for a time, I would first ask that you indulge one question. Is fantasy limited to the confines of imagination? Would you call it a powerless creation? Not always?
ただの夢物語ではなく、幻想が己の生きる現実に何かをもたらすこともある。
More than wishful thinking, more than fiction, something capable of affecting our realities, the realities beyond its bounds. This must be what you believe.
私には未だ答えがわからない。
I must confess, my own answer still eludes me.
だがもしも幻想とは世界がこのままである必要はないという願いなのだとすれば。
But consider, if fantasy is born from hope, a desire to make the world better, then it is.
幻想こそが世界をも作り変える新たな現実となるかもしれない。
Then that hope can be made manifest. Thus does change come, and thus is fantasy forged into new reality.
それを確かめるため、君が体験しようとする物語を見守ってみることにしよう。
Perhaps the story about to unfold before you will tell us. I'm thoroughly invested now myself.
それでは始まりだ。
So let this tale begin. Soda. Okay. So this is like battles pose no threat of death. Okay, storyteller. Breeze through battles, difficulty can be changed. Standard. Hard or regicide. Let's try down normal. What do you think, chat? Sone hajimete? So, what do you think, chat? Normal? Is normal good? I'm normal, yeah. Yeah, I have no idea what to expect from this, by the way. I know it's not a turn-based combat system, though. That's the one thing I know, is it is a, so, if you, just to give you, like, some background on...
ここを抜ければもうすぐ王都よ。
本当なのか、王様が死んだって。軍は葬式の支度に兵を取られて治安は最悪。
Final Fantasy didn't invent turn-based combat, but it got associated with it. It got known for it. Over the years, Square has moved away from turn-based combat. And like SMT and Persona in particular have kind of kept that tradition alive. That being okay, so that's the asshole, Lord Luis. Okay, so that must be important. Okay. So I'm gonna, as soon as I can, I'm gonna try to turn down the volume.
ルイ様の世が訪れるとか言っちゃって。
Okay, so her name is Gallica. Alright, memorandum. What is that? Skip, you can skip, you can auto.
ちょっと大丈夫？まあ首がつながってるだけマシね。
Chata daijoba? I know what daijoba means. Chata daijoba?
匿名のことはバレずに済んだし、幸運だったと思いましょう。
Well, at least they didn't figure out our mission. Definitely could have gone worse. What mission?
ちょっと冗談でもやめて。
It's no times for jokes. I'm not. Choto daijoba? Choto is like, wait, like, hold on.
分かってると思うけど、私たちの正体が誰かにバレたら終わりだからね。
You don't know if anyone finds out who we really are, it's all over, right?
命より重い任務よ。失敗したらもう行き場なんてないんだから。
The mission's more important than either of our lives. If we screw this up, there's no going back. For some reason, this is giving me Zelda vibes. Maybe it's the fairy. You don't look hurt, though, so that's good news. You can move, right? Think we should find a place where we can see the whole area? So climb up to the top? Oh my god, okay. Use movement to move. Press B to dodge. Hold RT while moving to dash and B to dodge. Some actions can be performed and their corresponding controls displayed at the bottom of the screen. You can also use the mini-map to see which way to go. You can also view tutorials that you've seen before with main menu.
行くわよ。
Ikubayo. There's an achievement called Hey Listen. Bo talks. Talking to her 100 times. I was gonna say Zelda vibes from the music too. Oh my god, I can move around! Okay, wait. Run. Run. And dodge. Yo. Jump? No, I can't jump yet. Alright. Story so far, memorandum. We get like... Wait, is there not like a... Oh my god, I need system. Settings. Sound settings. Let's turn that background music down. Sound effects down. Somewhat. Master volume down, I guess. I think we're good. Oh, this is so cool. Chat, you know what this reminds me of? Grand Pulse. I mean, obviously the art style is very different than Final Fantasy 13. And actually, from what I've seen of the combats, sensing something don't move. No! It's a sandworm.
気をつけて。
Don't think they've noticed us yet? Yeah, let's like... press LT. So RT to run faster, right? LT to use face sight. See what Gallica senses in the environment? Nice. You see an enemy you've never confronted before. It shows up as unknown. Prepare as best as you can. Wait, can I use... avoid the enemies on...
何もないね。警戒して。強敵が近くにいるわ。
Yo. Okay, these things maybe. Where are we running? Where are we running? Oh no, that's a big one. That's a big one. Yo, it's like jumping around. Oh no, don't let it jump on me. Oh my god, we gotta run away from this shit. We lose it in the rocks, maybe? Oh shit, there's a sandworm. Oh my god, it's like right behind us. It's right behind us. We don't want to fight a chimera. Right, I'm not feeling very John Barth right now. Where are we fucking going? How do we get out of here? We're supposed to find a place where we can, like, see for, like, miles. Maybe up there? We go up there? So hopefully there's no... Yeah, she said look, right? I know a little bit of Japanese. The chimera, lion, scorpion thing? Yeah, scary. Look, we found... That's the place we gotta go. But there's also lots of vultures and bad stuff. So we still gotta get through that. Refresh my memory.
手順ってなんだっけ?
命より重いって言ったよね。まずは王都に入って母兵者で新兵として採用されるよう動いて。これは王国の命運がかかった特命。遂げるか死ぬかよ。でも死ぬのは嫌。絶対やり遂げましょう。日が暮れる前に抜けないと危険ね。めげずに急がなきゃ。不安は現実に恐るべき怪物を生み出す。これ、私たち妖精に伝わる言葉よ。いつもの魔法をかけてあげる。気休めくらいにはなるでしょ。
My usual spell for you? What did she do? Heal me? Oh, wow.
この世に初めて生まれた魔法は音楽なのよ。
That's my favorite magic. It's my favorite magic. I love music. That's the road. Grand Trad.
行くわよ。いい?
So there's lots of those things. We should probably get the little thing here, right?
気をつけて。この感じ。
So where was that road at again? Like, I think it's over here, right? Stay away from the bad guys.
なんとか振り切れたみたい。
Here's the road. Wait, why is this thing bad? Oh no, we gotta fight something, don't we? Is it a sandworm? Run for it. RT. RT to run. Oh, okay. I guess we automatically run.
ユークロニア連合王国歴785年ユークロニアは突然の王の死に揺れていた不安から種族同士はいがみ合い格差に引き
I thought we turned this down.
かつて歌われた英雄譚を覚えている者もない
I guess I could just turn it down like this. We made it, chat. We made it to trad. Wait. I'm just trying to understand. We're a femboy, and we're going to trad. Oh, great seeker, bearer of fantasy, empowered. It's interesting how every Japanese anime or game takes place in the past, takes place in Europe or America, never in their own past. I mean, there's probably some exceptions to that. He's telling... Okay. It's a good chance to read chat. What's up, chat? Seems like it went back up. Honestly, it's not that loud on our end. Well, tell me if it's... I turned it down, so... Okay, what's going on here? No! No! Why are you doing to that dog boy? Why would you... Oh no. Why are they being super meanie butts? They're being super meanie butts. No! Super meanie butts. There's no way the crowd was going to listen to... Oh no. Oh no. You gotta stay away from the puppy boys, apparently. I don't know.
遊びに来たんじゃないからキョロキョロしないで馬車でも分かったでしょあなたと同じ種族なんて一人もいないんだから
Chat, noted, we have not had to do combat yet. Is that strange? Feels a little bit weird.
にしてもさすが王とねいろんな種族が行き交って田舎じゃありえない
The capital's incredible. Just look at all the different tribes. You never see this kind of diversity in the countries. Uh-oh, chat. Is this sweet baby ink at work? Has this game got DEI? She's talking about diversity. They're making the games woke. They're making the fairies woke.
でも決まった種族が幅を利かせてるらしいよクレマール族とかルサント族とか
Not that it's very balanced. I see more Claymars and Rosants than anyone else. Claymars and Rosants. So it must have something to do with the, you know, if you have horns or you have ears.
ただでさえエルダ族なんて珍しいから絡まれないよう気をつけて
A dopey Elda kid's gonna stick out like a sore thumb. Thanks. Try to keep your head down, okay? Oh, look at chat. He's got blue hair.
病気じゃなくて本当は殺されたとか
As did I once, at one point. Have blue hair.
知りめったなこと言っちゃダメよ 確か王子様の時もそうじゃなかった襲われたとかって嫌だわこれ跡目争いよね
I'm kind of surprised they didn't make the lips move.
辺境で怪物が出たってよ。今度も兵隊を送るらしい。ここんとこ軍はふぬける一
Does he have a... He has a Benjamin! Chat!
ビシッとしてたのに。
Bro's got a Benjamin! Vape Nation! Vape Nation. Yeah, you deal like 2 damage to enemies in the desert, and they hit you for 80, so you die in 2 hits? That's not good.
この国どうなっちまうんだろうな。
Hard to see how a nation can come back from this.
せめて後継ぎの王子が死ん
A vape nation. Look, he's hitting the vape. Sorry. This is not a children's game, I take it. Uh-oh, what's happening, chat? Are we gonna go to the Velvet Room? Velvet Room. So that's us in a flashback, right? Is that what we're doing? We're doing a flashback. Okay. So we're not in the Velvet Room. We're doing a flashback. So the king got murked. The prince got enchanted.
王国一の聖女ですらも清め得なかった呪い。いかな我らであってもどうすることも。
Not even the saint could purify this affliction. Who is the saint?
襲撃から早10年以上だ。お体の衰弱ももはや限界か。このようなやり方、殿下はお許しにならぬであろうが、やむを得まい。
So who are we in all this?
陛下のお命までも奪ったあの男だけは決して許してはならぬ。軍へと潜り込み、同志に伝令を届けてはもらえぬか。まさかお主に頼むことになるとはな。
Okay, so infiltrate military, deliver message to contact.
手立てがないのだ。これは匿名である。よいか。
This is your mission. For all our sakes, you cannot fail. Meow. Meow. Okay, so I'm guessing we're gonna go out of the flashback. We're back in regular time. Are you listening? No, I was flashing back, actually. Main character looks like Marth from Super Smash Brothers.
まあ、いろいろ思い出しちゃうのも無理ないか。王子様、あんたとは特別仲が良かったし。
You and the prince were pretty close. That's what I was gonna guess. That was gonna be. I was asking like, who am I in this story, right? And I was like, so a friend of the prince, apparently.
オートには入れたけど、こっからが本番よ。伝令のために同志が潜ってる国軍に入隊しないと。
Okay.
正統後継者の王子殿下がまだ生きてること。それに、私たちの正体。
Okay, so that's the deal. The prince has been enchanted. But people think he's dead? The king is dead for real, though. And so, like, for the prince to inherit the powers of the king and the kingdom and all that shit, yeah, we don't want to get busted.
まずは母兵舎の建物を探しましょう。そこで新兵を募集してるはずよ。
We're gonna get ourselves recruited. I hope you were good at turn-based. This is turn-based? This is turn-based? I think I assumed it wasn't. I thought this was Atlas trying out a new thing. So that it, well, I mean, if this is like Persona, yeah, I'm fucking experienced. Plus RB to open the local map. If you're unsure what to do, try pressing Y. Gallica is always has good ideas. So you can press Y to talk to Gallica and ask her what's up. Press RB for the local map. Press up in safe areas like towns to save your progress. Okay, so I guess we should save. This is the first place we can save. Hitting that button. And it feels so good. Okay, so we can talk to her. We don't have time for detours right now. If you're lost, check your map. Just head straight for the main street and you should find the recruitment center. Main street. I mean, I'm guessing it's just like down here. Oh my gosh, I feel like I'm being rude by running so fast on a... Wait, can we talk to them? Sorry. We can run into them. Oh, I see. There's a person. Damn. So this is spell shop? Everyone in their... Oh wait, but didn't that guy get executed for improper use of a... Yeah, what's a magic igniter? Just up on the window, like an instrument plays a tune, and an igniter casts magic. Pretty hard to come by out in the countryside. So fairies can just do magic, right? They don't need that shit. Shady lady. Wonders never cease. A fairy and an elden child. Are you new to our fair city? Well, I suggest you keep a low profile. Trust me when I say you don't want to catch the eyes of the lords and ladies. Ha, but I'm getting ahead of myself. I run this humble shop. Are you in the market for an igniter, are we? Here's something that might catch a foreigner's eye. This model is the royal scepter. It's modeled after the royal scepter. Would make a perfect souvenir. The royal scepter? We're really showing ourselves to be... A symbol and an instrument of the crowd's sovereignty, passed down through generations. If you believe in legends, it houses incredible magic, world-shattering power. More practically, you might call it the world's most potent magic igniter, and in the king's hands, it was enough of a deterrent to stave off invasion. Now he's dead without a living heir either. And tragic, isn't it? Kingly magic is of little use without a king. You picked a bad time to visit, boy. I don't know why you're here. There's trouble brewing. A word of caution, then. Your survival is your own responsibility. Wait, should I have tried to buy that shit? It seems like I shouldn't be able to afford it yet. But maybe we're rich, who knows? Well, that was unnecessarily ominous. She has a point, though. We need to be careful. Anyway, we don't have time to hang around chatting with the locals. We've got a recruitment office to find. God damn it. I was going to buy that igniter. Then you are straight with the taste in outfits? Straight people do not have no taste. Wait, maybe you're not talking to me. There is no straight explanation for her outfit. True. I love it when I am window shopping and it summons a random lesbian. I mean... Oh, sorry. Oh, I shouldn't do that. Oh my god, I'm bumping into everybody. I'm gonna get in trouble. Keep a low profile. Why? Okay, back to looking for recruitment center. Wait, I can talk to this fucker. Of course it's a Claymar? Just joined the army because I look up to Lord Luis, but now I get my arse handed to me if I so much as mention it? What's the state army gonna do now? We can't find any decent recruits, given the messy state of things currently. Of course it's a Claymar. Claymar. Oh, here's a person we can talk to. You think you're better than the grime and Sunshade Row you crawl in the Sunshade Row you crawled out of? You're in for a rude awakening, boy. Wait, so maybe they don't go to the royal. Maybe they don't like Eldas? I don't know. What do you think Eldas are coded as? What are the... I was hoping that we'd blend in with the crowd and no one would notice that you're an Elda. But people here have sharper eyes than I thought. You don't want to draw attention, but hiding your tribe is only going to make it worse. People may insult you, but do your best to stand tall. Easier said than done, I'm sure. But it's for the sake of the mission. And on that note, the recruitment center we're looking for should be just ahead. On the left. Oh, look, a farmer's market. Is that it? That's it, right? Press D-pad down? Must be the recruitment center.
面接で何か聞かれても任務に触れない限りは素直に答えていいから作り話なんて怪しまれるだけようまく採用されるようがん
So we gotta impress.
じゃあしっかりね
ああ貴族出身
A blue blood, are you? The army's no place for velvet swaddled lordlings. Why are you here? Wait. Oh, is that they're not saying it to us, right? Perhaps your noble family collapsed under its own weight. Is that it?
ここでは強さを家柄で測るのか。
Lineage seems a strange measure of a soldier's worth.
俺を軍に入れるのか。
I'm looking to enlist. Is that not enough for you?
若造が
An uppity one, aren't you?
いいだろう。入隊は認めてやる。
Fine lordling, welcome to the guard, where it'll be your privilege to die screaming and bloody in the service of your country.
現実を叩き込んでやる。
But mark my words, war will turn your arrogance to piss. When your corpse is plucked from the mud, do try to look patriotic.
貴重な味方を脅して統率か。
Rousing words, Captain. You think that threats will buy loyalty? No wonder. Nobody respects the guard anymore. Oh, shots fired.
俺が変えてやる。
Oh yeah, the ending nay is like, do you agree? Yeah, yeah. I wonder if uppity is a word in Japanese. Insolent pup. You will learn your place. Don't. The healers have enough on their plates already. Oh, he said Teme! Yo, chat, we've gotten our first Teme. Like, it's really rude to, like, formally address someone in Japanese, even if you just say anata. But when you say Teme, you know it's fucking on. It is on. Be gone and be thankful you're still in one piece. Alright, next, hurry up. That's us. Huh? An Elda? I thought your kind was long gone. Oh, we're supposed to be extinct? Age 18. An orphan too. The army could always use more of those. So what brings you to enlist? Wait, oh, the title still doesn't reflect that we're playing, that's a weird one. Good point, though. Let's change that. Thank you for letting me know that, Undated. I just have to remember to change it back. Alright, I think we're good. Alright, so what do I want to say? I need the money. I'm just bored. I want to fight for change. I just want to kill some time. And a kingdom-sponsored bloodshed will spice up your life, eh? I know your type. Though I suppose this work attracts degenerates? Are you crazy? Did I fuck this up? Wait, am I setting my, like, stats or something? What is this? That's a skill. Wait. I don't understand. I thought I was naming... Oh my god, chat. Oh my god. I thought that... What was I naming before? Can somebody help me? Can somebody help me out? What? I said a name. Was that supposed to be the name of, like... Oh no, they're like your true name. For that one. If you make a melee build, luck is super important. Right, Duck? Okay, this is kind of messed up. Yatta, indeed.
手の通り、怪物騒ぎやらで人手が足らん。生半可な覚悟じゃ最初の認知で死ぬことになるぞ。では、受付の中で装備一式と新兵用の魔導機を貸し与える。受け取っておけ。言ってよし。
Okay, so this means that like the first thing we've accomplished.
Oh. Hmm. Ma.
Oh, so Reeve is like the money. Oh, shut. A papyrus I can deal with, but an Elda? Wait, there's something called a papyrus? Oh, he's a papyrus. Papyrus, sorry. Papyrus? I don't know why I called it papyrus. Papyrus. He's a papyrus. They said the tribe doesn't matter in the army, but they'll probably put me in the front as a meat shield. Not that I can find better work. Wish I could join Count Louise. His army's built on merit, so even a papyrus stands a chance. Okay, so I guess we kind of like learned something. So he said the line starts behind him. And if I try to cut, I'll get in trouble. Join the queue. Can I join the queue? Join the queue! I'm queuing up.
出るらしいぜ、あれ。見たこともない怪物だっけ。兵士が足りないのはそいつにやられるからとか。確か名前は人間。
よし、次。クレマール族か。違う。見かけない種族だな。
Okay, so he thought we were a Claymore. Which must mean... Are the Claymores the one with horns? So he couldn't have mistaken us for one of the, like, ear dudes. Or the fox dudes.
まさか、エルダ族ってやつか？こりゃ珍しい。
どけ！こっちが優先だ。
Rusaint. He's a Rusaint.
こんなガキに貴重な魔導機の無駄だろ。たくいまいましい。俺ならもっと手柄をあげられる。こいつはもらうぜ。強いなら奪うのは当然か。なんだてめえ。戦う理由は誰にだってある。列に並べ。うるせえクレマール族だ。
He's a Claymore. Yeah.
力じゃ俺たちにかなわねえってのによ。
Pure restraint strength?
種族は関係ない。これは教授の問題だ。謝れ。俺と。
おい、そこの新兵ども、死闘は禁止だ。
チェ。騒いで悪かったな。大丈夫か？
大丈夫。I had it handled.
構わなかったけど。正しいことをしただけだ。俺には大切なことなんでな。じゃあな。早死にするなよ。
たく、揉め事はごめんだぜ。ほら、
Yeah, we got the igniter.
初めからマグラの結晶もついてて、練習次第で誰でもそこそこに魔法が使える。ま、一日で使いこなせとは言われねえよ。新入りはまず命の心配してな。
That's a magic igniter around his neck. Okay, so it's like a jewelry thing.
それとだ。こいつも渡しておく。
Get the map.
これ地図よ。外は危険なのによく調べてある。確かに。
聞け、新兵ども。今日から貴様らひよっこどもを預かる兵士長のクリンゲルである。知っての通り、陛下が崩御され、多くの兵が国葬を警備する。だが、貴様ら新兵風情には荷が重いというものだ。よって貴様らにはまず訓練を兼ねて北の国境近くの砦の警備に向かってもらう。あそこは歴戦の兵士も多い。可愛がってもらえ。
よしよし、狙い通り。同志はその北部国境の砦に潜入。
Cool.
今夜はせいぜい最後の安眠を味わっておけ。
かなりの数が集められてる。よっぽど兵が不足してたのね。そういえば潜入してる同士とは初対面だろうけど、あんたの剣を見せれば大丈夫よ。それが死者の証になってるから、向こうの顔は知ってるし安心して。それじゃ明日のために早めに休みましょう。
We're getting some sleep. Final Fantasy VII? Wait, which one? Is 150 gigs? Are you talking about like the new one? The one that's like something or other? It's like a...
ねえ、起きてる？
No, I'm asleep.
起きてるじゃん。なんかいろいろあったから眠れなくて。話には聞いてたけど、未だにこうも差別されるとはね。大丈夫だった？
こんなもんだろう。
私はそこまで割り切れないけど。怪物騒ぎも汚れた種族たちのせいだって噂してる人もいるみたいだし、ま、昔エルダ族の集落を焼き討ちにしてきた連中だもんね。
昔の話だ。
それはそうかもしれないけどさ。けど王子だけは誰でも分け隔てなく優しくしてくれた。その恩をしっかり返さなきゃ。そうだ、あんたがいつも読んでる本、王子にもらったものでしょ。見せてくれない？
本って？
いや、あんたがずっと持ってる本よ。馬車で襲われた時は取られなくてよかったね。ありがとう。
Oh my god, wait, so wait, is that like what you call a fantasy story, right? Wait, are they looking into our world?
存在しない幻想の世界を描いた珍しい本よね。王子が好きそうな話だわ。何々？若い旅人がその世界を見て驚いたって書かれてるわ。その世界には種族は一つだけ。誰もが互いを認め合い、生まれでの差別など存在しなく、一つだけ？私みたいな妖精もいないの？まあ、種族同士の揉め事は起きなそうだけど。彼らに魔法は必要ない。学びと手技だけで巨大都市を築く。天をつくガラスの塔、闇のない安全な夜。そして満たされた彼らの法には、民の命は平等だと書かれている。なるほどね。魔法がなくて、種族の争いもなくて、命も平等？夢物語って感じだけど。ってあんたもう寝てるの？私一人じゃめくるの。
We fell asleep.
それじゃ今日はここ
She's like, I was just getting to the good part.
おやすみなさい。
Good night, Galaka. Waters Day? Is it like a day of the week? Record the events thus far? Yeah, let's save that. Overwrite existing file? Yes. Save complete. Harper's Day. So like there's a water day, a tree day. Is that the prince?
休んでなくていいの？大丈夫。今日は君と話しておきたいと思ってね。僕の夢はいつか王国がこの本に描かれた国みたいになることだ。理想世界を描いた小説だったね。どの種族が
It's a metaphor, refantasio.
生まれで人生が全部決まってしまう。そんな世の中は終わりにしたい。この里のエルダ族だってそうさ。君らは何もしてないし、僕をかくまってくれた。なのに。
にゃお。
もう誰もあんな目にあってほしくない。誰かが変えないと。大丈夫か？無理できる体じゃ。現実が残酷なのは分かってる。でも最後まで諦めたくないんだ。僕は王子。王様になる者は英雄でなきゃいけない。英雄？辛い時こそ先頭に立って困難を打ち倒す人のことさ。父上から教わったんだ。この国にはかつてそんな英雄がたくさんいたって。だから諦めない。どんな生まれの人でも自分の未来は信じていられる。そんな理想の国をね。笑われるかもしれないけど、きっとできるさ。いつもそうだった。苦しい時に君がいたから、どんなことも乗り越えられた。叶えよう。君ならなれるよ。英雄に。
COVID, says Soul Life.
僕だって諦めないよ。
I won't give up either. Trust me. Yo, we're going to the north side of the city. Yeah. Okay. I'm so glad that nobody's like trying to take away his book, because it seems very important, whatever it is. A fantasy, metaphor. Metals Day? Wait, did it take us a whole fucking day to... Oh, it's really far away. Let's find our destination, the northern border fort. Oh, it's the world map.
ここだな。
There it is. It's manned frequently due to monster sightings, so that seems kind of shitty. You would think they would train us someplace safe, but no, they're sending us out to fight the monsters. Time to sleep again. What day will the next day be?
目的地へとたどり着く。
Idol's Day.
北部国境の砦。併合戦争の時代。
You know we're in another world because the days are different.
だが近年、怪物の増加によって王都の守りの重要度は増しており、送り込まれる兵士の数は再び増えつつある。新米の兵士たちは砦へと続く急勾配の坂の手前で馬車から降ろされることになる。
You have dysentery. Oh no, what is that? Oregon Trail?
やっと着いたか。
Finally, I can feel my legs. Yeah, you've been in the...
おい、そこの若造、戦場で隙を見せるな。国境は平時でも揉め事が起こる。常在戦場だ。
The border fort. The forter fort.
背筋を伸ばせ。幾多の視線をくぐったこのクリンゲル様が兵の心が
付き合いきれん。それよりお前が読んでた本だが、どんなとこが面白いんだ？
What's the book that's got you captivated? So it's part of the Twilight series.
うまく言えないけど。確か幻想世界を書いた小説だったよ。
Some kind of fantasy novel, you said?
要は理想郷を書いてるわけか。
So it's describing a better world, a utopia perhaps. I'm something of a reader myself. It's not like any book I've ever read.
国王もあれで即位したての頃は。
You know, when the late king took the throne, he was quite the idealist himself. He made grand claims about unifying the people under his rule.
途中で投げ出して。
Never managed to do it in the end, of course. Form takes more than a high-minded, eloquent speech. Maybe he was too blind to see that himself.
貴様、新兵の分際で陛下の悪口か?
Listen to you. A babe with his first sword, thinking he knows better than the king. Keep your mouth shut. No one cares what you think. Ugh, nobody asked you. Something to say? Go on, I'm listening.
Oh, 見ろ。劣等種のガキの方が道理を分かってるぜ。まあいい。今回はそいつに免じて許してやるが、 あんま調子乗んなよ。文句つけたがりのクレマールさん。
やれやれ。
Yare. I made him yare yare. I made him yare yare. Yare yare. That's the last thing I need. Though I suppose I deserve it in a part. Speaking ill of the dead and all.
思ったことがすぐ口に出るたちでな。
Destiny.
だが、
My mouth tends to get ahead of my thoughts sometimes, although I'm glad a bad habit seems to have drawn us together.
まだ名乗ってなかったな。
Oh, I never got around to introduction. I'm Stroll. Leon Stroll. Stroll. Leon Stroll. Son of Count of Hyla. And who are you? Wait, should we be all weird? I can't tell you personal reasons, no.
志願の時書いてただろ。
Well, come off it. You wrote it down on your enlistment papers.
大丈夫だから逆に怪しいでしょ。
うん。いい響きだ。嫌いじゃない。
Noko-chan. Do I have that right? It's got a certain weight to it, does it?
身分の違いは忘れていい。
I picked it for its lack of weight.
気兼ねなく行こう。
For what it's worth, my title doesn't mean much. Here and now, we're peers and equals.
という話があったわけだ。よし。では貴様らひよっこどもには
誰か。
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's not good.
俺は兵士か。おい、大丈夫か。何があった。
Yeah, Daijobaka indeed.
気をつけて。あれは普通じゃな。
Why is this guy all hunched over? It's a weird way to squat. Bad posture. I don't know. Bad form. Bad squat. He looks like he's taking a shit though, doesn't he?
我が隊のものじゃない。砦の兵士だ。まさか陛下なき今を狙って隣国が反乱を。とにかく全員急ぎ砦に向かえ。私はここで救護活動を
待て。状況もわからないのにか。せめて隊を分けるか。応援を。
We should get reinforcements. We should get reinforcements, though. We get reinforcements. I want some reinforcements and refreshments, too.
臆するな。貴様らも栄光ある王国軍兵士だ。手柄を立てろ。褒美は約束して。
もうやるしかねえ。稼ぎたくて兵士になったんだ。これで一気に金持ちだ。
He's gonna poke down the back of his legs?
よし、行くぞ。
Let's go.
くそ。無視もできない。
Suppose this is what I signed up for. Onward to the fort, then. Yeah, I mean, I guess we're probably gonna have to fight some monsters, though, right? We're gonna fight the monsters. I've got a bad feeling about this. Yeah, me too. I think everybody got ate by monsters. There's a stench in the air and it's getting stronger. Get the fuck out then. Oh, what if our contact got eaten by monsters? No!
お前、それまさか妖精か。捕まえたのか。何も見えないけど。
いや、厳しいでしょ。たった今話してんの見られたでしょ。あと呼ぶなら名前で呼んで。ガリか。
連れなのか。つまりずっと隠れていたわけか。
無駄に騒がれたくなかっただけよ。それより嫌な気配がする。
ああ、無能な上官に付き合って無駄死にする気はない。先に行った連中を追わず離れてついていこう。お前、魔導機はちゃんと使えるんだろうな。
Wait, can we use our igniter properly?
使ったことないだろうし。
わかった。とにかく安心しろ。死なせやしない。付き合うぜ。
参ったわね。あ あんたは戦わないで済む予定だったのに。慎重に進んでいきましょう。砦にいる同士の方も
I'm so worried, chat. What if our contact got 8? What if they got 8?
いい？ええ。いや。
そうか。
New memorandum? Okay, so somebody said press down. That's my memorandum. Okay, Gordon. Oh, wait, so this is like the church is like the sanctifex of the Sanctus Church? That's the one with the saint, maybe? Oh shit, we can do, look, history. Magic. Oh my god, there's so much shit. See novel sanctism, that's the religion recruitment center. Okay, I think I... It's the map. Items. Medicinal herb. Medicine. Key items. Okay, so the heirloom greatsword is the best one I have, basically. Leather cuirass, traveler's clothes, very clothes. Leather gloves. Cinder igniter. Okay, so is this really hard? What is happening? Probably everybody's getting ate by monsters. See, I told you. Now, what's gonna really suck is that... Oh shit! Shadow. If it's a human, do we stand a chance with what? Oh wait, humans, because we're not humans. Oh my gosh. Yeah, let's agree with that. Squad battles. Plus Y to engage in squad battle alongside your ally. Press Y anytime, but if you use X, the attack, to stun your enemies first, you'll start the battle with an advantage. Stay on the offensive by continuously attacking with X to deplete enemies' break gauge. It appears next to them, eventually stunning them. Okay, I didn't sneak up on it with the X attack. Okay, so we're, yeah, there we go. This is what I'm comfortable with. All power, oh shit, enemy turn. Damn. Think we're good? Yeah, we're good. I didn't need to use any. So, like, Stroll got attacked. Where are there any of these dudes alive? Fuck, they're not. Not even that dude? That dude looks fresh. It's not fresh. Not fresh.
Mate. 気をつけろ。
You manage to successfully attack an enemy without being seen. Using X, there's a chance the entire break gauge will deplete for an instant. Wait, I'm pressing the button. Wait, what does the X do? I thought we could sneak attack it with X. Oh my god, do I not know how to do this? Am I not getting it? Enemy will remain stuck. Wait, so we did stun it. Oh shit! Fuck. So it was stunned. It stayed stunned. So that's an advantage advantageous way of attacking since... Oh, cool, we leveled up.
Yes.
Yosh!
いい手応えだ。
Oh, wow. Okay, so our luck is really strong. You got the medicinal herb. It's my favorite kind of herb. Do we... Let's call power. Shit. Got him.
一件落着だな。
これでもう大丈夫ね。
We're only down a few hit points. Oh, there's a dude. Still breathing, but he's badly wounded. Is this our dude? Fuck. What an asshole. He died from racism. That thing is up ahead. Wait, something, a strong enemy. I thought we could like loot the body, maybe. Could he have gone? Yeah, really good question.
No.
Oh, there's another dude.
Oi.
So everybody keeps on dying of racism.
Just wait. お前。なるほどな。なんだ。
The human from earlier. Wait, so humans are bad? Wait, maybe human means like monster or something. What does squad do? Why are we got the squad option? Oh wait, that's because of this thing. Let's go attack it. Did I get any kind of a... Wait, that's called a human? For some reason... Damn, that hurt.
行くぞ。炎よ。
やっと一息つけそうだな。
Wait, why am I not
これで安全になった。
leveling up Stroll too? That thing is called a Homo Oppo, like human opponent. This is the third egg you have killed. I'm sorry, they keep on. Their eggs are super mini bots. They said it's not an egg, it's a human. I think it's okay to attack humans. It's the noble thing to do, okay.
俺はなあ。任せろ。行くぞ。
Okay, we gotta kill the boss. Boss time. Boss time. The human from earlier is up there? Wait, what? Like, I guess we gotta go, right? Because, like, what are we gonna do? Get, like, I don't get the feeling there's more, like, items to get or anything. I mean, maybe we should have healed ourselves? That might have been smart. Oh, that's the human. That fucker's a human? That's a human.
とんでもない迫力だ。
人間何なのよこい。
これ以上好きにはさせない。
Carol. Oh shit, chat. I just realized we haven't saved.
とにかくやるしかないよ。
Okay, so, yeah, the blue is like our magic. Uh-oh, that's one.
やってやるさ。燃え尽きろ。
Three? This is not good.
負けるか。
Oh, he gets 2 attacks? Fuck this guy.
何これ。攻撃が全然効いてない。
あっけなく死んでたまるか。
You gotta summon your persona, maybe. I don't know, can we summon our persona?
恥ずかしくない戦いをする。
LB, analyze. Change auto battle tactics or escape. Analyze?
この敵は力押しじゃ勝てないよ。
What the fuck? How do you get to the item? What is this button? R is auto battle. Is it L? Retry from the beginning? Oh my god, I can't figure out how to use item. Not X, it's not B, it's not RB, it's not Y. Is it somehow A?
恥ずかしくない戦いをする。
I can't fucking... I can't figure out how to use do the use supplies thing. Medicinal herb, yeah.
これを使おう。うら！
Yeah, so that's pretty bad.
これほどか。
How is it this strong? Good question.
俺が奴を引きつける。お前らは逃げろ。でも。いいか、俺は貴族だ。貴族が民より後に死ぬのは恥なんだよ。じゃあな、ちゃんと生き残れよ。うわ
No! It's like doing no fucking...
すまない。
嘘でしょ？
Fuck.
返事してってば。
大丈夫か？バカ野郎、早く逃げ。
汝定めを課せられし子よ。
Yeah, here's the persona. Yes! Wari wa nanchi, nancho wa wari.
今は分からずといずれすべてが回り出す。道は二つに一つ。その試練へと赴くか、ここで倒れ伏すか。さあ、選ぶのです。
選ぶ。
いいでしょう。恐れと向き合う魂には英雄が目覚める。己自身に命じなさい。内なる英雄の姿に変われと。己の心に。
Persona! Wait, is this like a secret, like, Elda power? Yo! That's some persona. That's some Sodando power. Okay, so yeah, when in doubt, summon your persona, I guess.
今の一体何が？とにかく。
Covers one ally, but it looks like it's just me, so weak wind magic. Let's see if wind magic is helpful. Yes, it's weak against wind. Wait, my power doesn't even compare? I can use magic to fight the lack of an igniter? Shit, it's still attacking. Okay, I'm getting a little bit less damage now.
このままだとまずいよ。あいつの攻撃なんとかできないの
？Certain enemies are weak to certain affinities. After you've hit one of the weaknesses, the word weak will display. Hitting the opponent's weakness or scoring a critical hit against them will only decrease the turn icon by half. Why did they say only?
頭の羽と足の歯で攻撃してくるみたい。 直接狙えない？
王者の魂をここに。
Oh wait, so we got legs, we got the wings. I guess.
恥ずかしくない戦いをする。加減はしない。風よ。一気に攻める。
他の場所も狙いましょう。
Okay, so
王者の魂をここに。突きやれろ。
弱点に命中。
落ち着いていこう。加減はしない。風よ。このまま押し切る。
oh shit, it's biting an apple? What's it gonna do? Oh no. Oh, it healed itself, maybe. Oh wait, it gets to heal and it gets to attack? Fuck this guy. It's eating its own fruit to heal. We can't kill it fast enough. It's just gonna fix itself no matter what we do. Unless we get the apple. That's not a weakness though. Shit. 2 attacks. Oh.
この力で。風よ。強い。
あのリンゴみたいなのどうにかしなきゃ。そうね、私ならできることがあるかも。ねえ。了解、任せて。
Why was that a system menu?
これならもう回復もできないはず。今のうちにやっちゃいましょう。
行くぞ。突きやれろ。加減はしない。風よ。
I'm gonna heal after this. I'm curious what my melee attack is like. Not that great. I got you. We killed the evil human. Yay. That's some Borleo's apple is ours. Oh, I bet we can heal with it. Wait, what's the other? Oh, I see. Our persona ranked up. We ranked up twice. Our persona ranked up once. Endpoint allocation? What does that mean? God damn it, gotta stop giving me system, like...
本当の力とはすなわち願い心より譲るものけれど願いは恐れや不安の裏返し
Got it.
古来よりその試練に立ち向かった者だけが願いを叶え美徳の道を示す者あなたに目覚めたのはそんな英雄の精神
What thou hast awakened is the true power of a hero, the power that lies dormant in all of us, the power to reforge the fear of the unknown into curiosity of the unknown. If thou wouldst change the world by thine own hand, take this newfound power and venture forth. Thy journey shalt reveal thy soul's mission.
何今の声
What is that voice?
っていうかあんたもさっきの力
What is that power you used?
いきなり心臓が金属みたいに変わったと思ったら
You had a metal heart and your whole body was... It was crazy. So we're gonna have to pass this off as if, like... Yeah, Stroll is still alive. Question is our informant? Is that the informant? Grizzled soldier. I'll be damned, someone actually survived? That voice. It's the informant! It's the ally, it's the dude. Graius! Graius, wait, did she say Graius-sama? Probably not. Graius-san?
お前、ガリカか。
Gallica, you made it. Was he surprised?
彼が例の同志よ伝令を届ける相手
Noko-chan, he's the man, our man on the inside, the one I'm delivering the message to. Uh-oh, what if Stroll sees? Lend me your shoulder. We'll need to carry him. We have to carry Stroll. Yo, we gotta get out of here. The lad's out cold, but he'll live. We should be fine if we take a moment's rest here.
改めて久しぶりねグライアス
You're a sight for sore eyes, Graius. I just wish it were under better circumstances. We're both alive, and you couldn't ask for much better in these parts. Sorry I couldn't join you in the fray. Why couldn't you join us in the fray? So this is our newcomer, eh? How did this boy manage to command power like that?
私も初めて見た
It's nothing like I've ever seen. Do you know anything about it? I might. For now, the mission comes first.
うん時間も
All right.
伝えるねグライアス今回あなたに課せられた任務は
I'd better get straight to the message. Graius, you have a new mission.
国王暗殺犯のルイ
Avenge the king. Kill Louis Wybairn. Wybairn. Wybairn? Wybairn? Well, good. It's about damn time. Those scheming nobles haven't said so publicly, but every soldier knows it was nothing natural that killed the king. Damn that Louis. Couldn't stop at one royal, could he?
それだけじゃない
Wait, there's more. The prince is getting worse. We're running out of time. Here, look.
里の秘宝で遠見
I
の
brought the treasure from the village. They call it a farsight mirror.
王子の姿
You need to see the prince's condition for yourself. Through the mirror lies the prince, deep in slumber hidden village. His highness won't last much longer. Those thorns are thick, enough to claim him.
やっぱり術者のルイの命を絶つしかないみたいそれにもたもたしてたら次の
Louis cast the curse, so killing him is the only way to lift it. Can somebody catch me up?
わかるように話してほしい
About 15 years ago, a child enlisted in the army. But wasn't his age that had people talking. It was his ruthless military genius, hero to some, monster to others. Louis Guillaumin, a prodigal tactician, master of magla arts. Some said it was only a matter of time before he made general, the youngest the nations had, until he attacked the prince. That night, when the prince's quarters were breached, no ordinary mage who cast the fatal curse. It was Louis Guillaumin himself. The son's death wasn't enough for him. Now he's got the father's blood on his hands. And if King slaying fiends ends up on the throne, we're all doomed. Yeah, he's like Trump. Basically Trump. But when we were exploring the royal capital, there were lots more Louis supporters than I expected. How can they still trust him after all that? Because they're MAGA. They're fucking ultra MAGA. Louis is cunning. He left no evidence. Accuse him as you will. The allegations won't stick. And all they could do is send him as far away as possible. Post in the middle of nowhere. Plenty of soldiers never believed the charges in the first place. When they look at him, they see a capable veteran unjustly made into the noble scapegoat. Whoa, it sounds like Trump. Most think the royal army was at its best when he was in charge. And in truth, it's hard to deny. Without him, we'd never have crushed the rebel uprising so quickly. Damn the man. But he's earned his titles. He's mastered the blade. He's been mastering the blade. Magic. He's clearly intelligent. To the masses who want to change, he seems the savior they need. If even you're that worried about him, then it's not going to be easy. That's a hell of a mission. And I want in. Dude, you're not part of the turbo team. Okay? You're not part of the turbo team yet. So that's your game, eh? Pretend to be asleep, eavesdrop on the plan? You're a fool to give yourself away. You want my blood? Then let your blade strike true. I'm not gonna run. Not from you, not from the chance to do what's right. Look, Bryce, he kind of saved our lives back there. And it sounds like we could use the help. He seems the kind of ways to kill him, especially if he's volunteering. It's because he wants to tatakai. He likes to tatakai. Cool, so we got 3 people and a fairy in our party. That's pretty good. Rias is a battle-hardened veteran, and he became your ally. The mission is already starting. Let's set up our camp then. Okay. Hope by setting up our camp you mean save. Should finally be able to get some rest. Your first employment, boy. Think you're lucky stars. You survived a brush with a human. The hell was that? It was like no beast I've ever seen. No one truly knows. They're protected by Magla, so even the sharpest steel does little good against them. They're no simple beast. All we know is that with every passing year, more of their kind tear travelers apart. That's why I was first sent undercover here, investigating. And did you learn anything? Simmer down, boy. There wasn't a damn thing to be found on those monsters. Well, the moon's still low. If you have any other questions, now's the time. I want to hear about the mission. Numbers like this, a head-on assault would be suicide. Quick, covert assassination. Our best bet. Kingslayer or no, Luis has a lot of public favor behind him. People, he's the only man with the wit and war power to bring down humans. Nice. The military seems powerless to stop them. So, play savior. And it's practically a monster himself. By your age, he was not only a master tactician, but damn near an archmage. Besides, 3 of us are supposed to stop him? Have to blend in with the crowd at the funeral. I won't abide him surviving the ceremony. He will die by my hand. Fire should keep the really dangerous stuff away, I hope. Yeah. I'm sure that those scary monsters will be super afraid of... They'll be super afraid of a fire, right? Those big, scary monsters will be just scared away. Save complete. Alright then, chat. I believe we have survived our first... Yeah, we didn't even get killed. Oh my gosh, I'm so good at turn-based strategy games. Here, let me switch back to chat. I said I need to do this screen more. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, like a lot of times I'm on this screen and like I really need to do like when I talk for a long time, I need to switch to here. You know, because like it'll make for better videos, trust me. I never remember. Like I'm lucky if I even remember to go like this sometimes and speak up. But regardless, chat. Regardless, it's late. I've stayed up past my bedtime. But we had fun. And yeah, we didn't have to watch that whole Ethan thing, so that's really good too. We got the video that we need without getting stuck in chat. I need to edit some videos. Oh my god, how am I gonna do that? Anyway, much love everyone. I'm gonna parental titles. Alright. You missed the AOC video? We didn't end up doing... You mean in here? We ended up playing video games instead. Because of the dono goal and its effect on the overall poll. But... How do I get this to... Just like... Close window. Alright, cool. We survived. Yay. Anyway, chat, I've got to go to bed. I kind of want to... Should have done this earlier, actually. Shouts out once again to all my Patreons. Shouts out to my mods. Thank you for keeping us safe in Shorts chat tonight. Shouts out to my fancy weasels. Temporal Insanity, Funky Monkey, Moe Noe, Just Julie, Jules K, JR, Good for Gabby. Fancy shouts out to Zera Zerex and to Omega Star. And yeah, cool stream, very cool stream. Just stayed on way longer than I meant to. Oh, also a fancy shout out to Rachel K, who just became a member at the fancy level. I'm gonna have to sleep though. I hope you all had fun. How's everybody doing? Let me just say, chat, are we okay? It was an egg massacre. I'm so sorry. I got attacked by eggs, but they were humans. They kept on 10 hours. No, I gotta go. Dim's rookie numbers. That's Hasan hours. That's literally Hasan's day. Did I see your questions? Let me look up and see. Question. Wait. Oh, wait. Maybe you mean in... Wait. Did I see your question? Oh, this is random, but card posting has been in chat. Has card posting been in chat? No. Before the other day, I'm sorry, did I miss VIP visit from card posting? I'm not aware of this, Narwhal by nature. Yeah. Has card posting been in chat before the other day? When was card posting in chat? How did I miss that? Yeah, we should totally talk to card posting. When was I need to know that? Oh my god, chat, I'm so bad. Like money out of NCC politics. Yeah. Wait, Narwhal, are you still here? Okay, yeah, in shorts. He said something, but there was like 600 other people. No! Card posting came in and hung out. Yeah, I should have said hi. Card posting is like one of my favorite characters in the cinematic universe. 2 days ago. Thank you for letting me know. I mean, I just like... And that's gonna make Sunday really... No, just kidding. I'm not using people to get at Sunday. I promise, chat. But I remember Sunday was intrigued by card posting as well. But yeah, I think card posting's a cool creator, and I loved how card posting handled that drama with Alec Gunter. That was beautifully executed card posting. But anyway, I gotta get to bed. It's for real, chat. It's for real. Thank you, everybody. I feel so loved and supported. And despite the difficulty of the content that I had to cover today, like this was a great stream. Didn't want you to miss a possible networking opportunity. Narwhal by nature, thank you so much. That's you are. I'm glad you. I don't know. I gotta find some program that aggregates all the chat into one and somehow make sure that I don't miss it. Like, what would Hasan do? Doesn't Hasan have something? It's like one app that takes like all of my chats and somehow runs them by me. I don't know. There's got to be a way, chat, because I like miss way too much, especially in Shorts chat. Oh my god, Shorts chat moves so fast, especially when there's like 1,000 people in it. Anyway, chat, I gotta go to bed for real now. I may or may not be on stream tomorrow. If we do, we'll be talking about Tim Pool. We'll be talking about Tim freaking Pool. Tyler has something like that? Nice. And whether or not he's really going to quit the internet. I suspect not, but he's making noises like he will. So we'll see what that's all about. There's some intrigue. There's some palace intrigue on the right wing this time. Some fights between a little bit of a fight between Temple and Quartering. So we'll see what that's about too. Anyway, much love, everybody. I will see you again, hopefully tomorrow. If not, then I'll see you on Thursday. Bye. I gotta get to bed if I'm gonna see you. Like if I'm gonna get back on my chat, I'm supposed to start stream earlier and like stay up like less late. But anyway,